I hate the Communist Party. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Capitulo 76. A week after returning from Central Asia, the season was already in full swing. It's said that extremely hot days like those in Korea are rare in St. Petersburg even in summer, but in the 19th century, when there was no proper air conditioning, and I had to wear a uniform, I had hotter days than others. I miss the air conditioning, and at least the fan. The Central Asian region I visited had many high mountain areas, so I didn't feel it was that hot. An item that can be considered the ancestor of the electric fan was already created by a Russian soldier and inventor named Alexander Savlukov in 1831, but it wasn't an item that could be placed on an office desk. It would have been a waste to give up like that, so I investigated further and discovered that a more advanced type of fan had recently been manufactured in England. However, I had no choice but to express my disappointment that this product wasn't one that could be easily used indoors like modern fans. Still, it was clear that the heat was reducing administrative and other work efficiencies, so I ordered a couple of coffee machines to be installed in the space where the administrative officials could relieve their fatigue. There is something wrong with the administrative officials enjoying a luxury that even I can't enjoy. If I hadn't even had time to cool off in the fountain at the summer palace, I would have wanted to call a strike. I felt like leaving on vacation, but the schedule that had piled up while I was away for about a month kept my butt from falling out of my chair. Although Bunch handled the work on my behalf, he couldn't even handle the matters that required me to make the final decision. In other words, the documents on my desk were a compilation of very important matters that shouldn't be handled carelessly. I want to go on a vacation at sea. Your Highness, what are you thinking so much about? Oh, it's no big deal. Then my cousin George will be visiting soon. The person who called me while I was trying to escape reality was Nikolai Jair, who had been foreign minister since my father's time. He was already over 70 and seemed to be checking whether I had heard his story correctly while I stared blankly into space. I could tell by looking at his expression. He is the architect of the Russo-French alliance, which is so close to completion that some say the only thing left is to sign it, and he is a competent diplomat who has raised the image of Russia, which for more than 10 years was seen by European countries as a dangerous country, targeting them as a person with whom they could communicate. He was also perhaps, without this person, the relationship between England and France would not have progressed so rapidly in just 1 or 2 years. No matter how hard I tried. You are right. While Her Majesty deals with the unpleasant events that occurred in Central Asia, she has expressed a desire to speak with Russia about what has happened in Great Britain. And they said they would send Prince George, who is also their cousin, as a special envoy. The situation in England, which I had heard about before going down to Central Asia, was not very good, but by now it seemed they had managed to resolve things to a certain extent. The Union Jack was lowered at Buckingham Palace, the red flag symbolizing communism was raised, the British royal family fled to Canada, and the king, reminiscent of Cromwell, was beheaded. Although the Labour movement in the United Kingdom gained more strength than before, to the point that local unrest reached London, it was said that the protests that actually took place in London were peaceful. It seems that the popularity of Queen Victoria and the weight of the word Windsor royal family in the 19th century influenced the fact that workers in Great Britain did not gather in extreme situations to the point of pointing weapons. It is said that the protest held in London was a march in which workers demanded punishment for those responsible for the Featherstone massacre, better treatment for manual labourers, and better working conditions in general to prevent something like this from happening again. At first, Primrose's cabinet considered suppression by means of police force, but Queen Victoria's opposition to Queen Victoria's intention to point guns at her subjects again allowed the marchers to advance to Buckingham Palace. They say it ended with an interview. The march, which could have been recorded as Britain's Bloody Sunday, ended peacefully. The general resignation of Primrose's cabinet and his subsequent appointment of the Conservative Marquis of Salisbury as Prime Minister caused me some discomfort. the Earl of Primrose would have been easier to deal with than the Marquis of Salisbury, as his political and diplomatic skills were lesser. It is true that he has less real power than monarchs in other countries, but he cannot ignore his decades of experience as Queen of the British Empire. Who would have thought that he could take advantage of the feelings his subjects had towards him to resolve the situation in this way? If Queen Victoria had the same political sense, if Nicholas II hadn't told the story in the original, the Windsor royal family would probably have already left London and embarked on a long journey to Canada. Oh, so it's the Hanoverian royal family now? Still, seeing that Prince George, the son of the heir to the throne, Edward VII, and his successor, was sent to this meeting, it was clear that even within the United Kingdom, this matter was being taken very seriously. The reason George was sent may be partly due to the fact that Russia was so good at suppressing liberal movements in the past that it was called Europe's military police. Less than 50 years ago, hundreds of thousands of troops were sent to Europe, including the Austro-Hungarian region, to suppress the widespread liberal movement during the time of my great-grandfather, Nicholas I. Therefore, European royal families had no choice but to share the perception that ideologies like communism could destroy them. At the time, Britain held the attitude that it did not need Russia's support, but it was unclear whether it thought it could defeat all the populists with its own forces, even though it had faced such a situation a month ago. However, at this meeting, a mutual defense treaty will be signed between Great Britain and Russia, which will allow them to send troops to each other in the event of an emergency. Although this topic will not come up, there was no way the Russian army could legally enter its territory at that time without Great Britain going crazy. I believe that this meeting will primarily discuss the non-aggression pact, which until now has only existed tacitly, but we may also talk about the policy promoted by Her Majesty Her Highness of removing poison from Russia's body and sending it to other countries, so be prepared for that. I think it would be a good idea to do this as well. In any case, we have nothing to do with the Russians being involved in what happened in the United Kingdom this time, and the blame for this lies with the United Kingdom, which failed to properly control the border, and with the police who cracked down. Isn't that obvious? There would be no physical or circumstantial evidence that our Russian Empire was involved in the Featherston incident. Rather, shouldn't we question them about the Andean Rebellion? Although no evidence could be found that the British government was directly involved in the Andean Rebellion, circumstantial evidence was obtained through interrogation of prisoners. The firearms and bullets they had were also produced in British India. The reason I was able to obtain these statements and evidence was also because the interrogation method I proposed using the prisoner's dilemma was more effective than expected. Because it was a strategy ahead of its time, it would surely be especially effective against people who had not been professionally trained to withstand interrogation. Although it was not possible to take action such as demanding material compensation from Britain through this, it was sufficient justification to use it to extract concessions from them in future negotiations. A proposal could be discussed to have our views more fully reflected in the determination of the borders of the Persian region, or to allow Russia at least a step in the right to use the Yangtze River basin that Britain obtained in the Hong Kong negotiations. Because, however, the greatest achievement of all was that it prevented Britain from recklessly engaging in futile tactics against Russia in the future. It was like a blow to those who thought only the United Kingdom was capable of deceptions that secretly caused chaos within the other party behind the scenes. Indeed, it was common for people to cover their eyes and shield each other Ong style, preparing to stab each other in the back, and even if caught, drawing a line like cutting off a lizard's tail like a runaway by work-level personnel. But in this case, we justifiably had the advantage. We will also prepare related strategies. Thanks to Her Majesty's swift action, we were able to gather evidence that we would not have been able to obtain otherwise. Very well, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I look forward to your performance at the next summit. Furthermore, although it is said to be nearing completion, please make efforts to maximize Russia's interests to the end with regard to the Russo-French alliance. Would that be possible? After the foreign minister left the office, after finishing his business, I looked at a document summarizing the progress of the reform work that had been carried out during my absence and the problems that arose during the process. First of all, the organized resistance of those who have controlled Mir until now has been almost completely crushed. It seems that Orana and other military police did a good job. However, most farmers are still reluctant to accept new farming methods and tools. This was an unavoidable problem. This problem could be solved if this year's harvest proved that the new farming methods and new farming equipment were good. So this could only await the passage of time and the efforts of those who graduated from agricultural schools. Fortunately, the carrot that those who go to agricultural schools would benefit from compulsory military service worked well, and there was no shortage of students in the newly established schools in various places, so Russian agriculture, which had been underdeveloped and had managed to compete with the United States, gained confidence. It seemed that the day it would unleash its potential was not far off. When that time comes, even if we export enough to make our finances abundant, the farmers will not go hungry. Another document stated that the Tudor arsenal had prepared improvement plans for ammunition problems, such as bullet jams, that soldiers had complained about during the suppression of the Indian rebellion. Since I had no professional engineering knowledge, I couldn't understand everything, but it seemed to me that the problem was, roughly speaking, the structure of the ammunition currently in use. And the report's conclusion was that some modification in the bullet caliber would be necessary to solve this problem. If we have to manufacture new ammunition, I think it would be better to use this opportunity to ensure that ammunition production also takes place within Russia. It was impossible to depend forever on imported ammunition, a key element of defense. It seemed beneficial to promote the establishment of military weapons production facilities, such as firearms, shells, and artillery cannons, within Russian territory, along with work on improving munitions. Due to limitations in industrial power, production equipment, etc., will still have to be imported from abroad. But if this is achieved, it will be possible to reduce the embarrassing situation of the Imperial Russian Army, which did not need to deploy soldiers to protect munitions depots due to a lack of artillery shells in World War I, which may occur in the distant future. Because it seemed that the financial expenses that would arise during this process could be shared with Russian conglomerates using deliveries as bait, so that the ongoing reform work could be carried out without much disruption. Exactly how much would be needed would have to be discussed with the Ministry of Finance, but I thought it would be enough to proceed, because I was able to enlist the help of reliable friends in China and Japan when it came to spending money. Chapter 77 The Circumstances of Each Person. Your Majesty, are you sure you are alright? There is no need for the prince to go in person. Although this unrest is unprecedented in history, the British Empire is strong enough that it does not have to rely on Russia. If anything were to happen to Her Majesty the Queen and the person who will succeed Her Majesty's father, Edward, Duke of Wales, the Marquis of Salisbury, who held the position of Prime Minister of the British Empire, was asking someone for a favor. No, if you listen to the way he spoke, his tone was so gentle that it seemed as if it wasn't a request, but more like a lecture from a grandfather begging his grandson with concern. Please don't do this. The person he was talking about, who was the head of the Marquis of Salisbury, a prestigious British political family, and who had already served as Prime Minister twice, was none other than Prince George. In fact, there was a high possibility that the diplomatic talks with Russia that were to be held this time would not be an opportunity for Britain to unilaterally obtain something from the other side, as is usual. The Marquis of Salisbury did not seem to like the fact that the prince, who would become the future King of England, was occupying a position that would likely go down as one of the few failures in the diplomatic history of the British Empire. The Marquis, who has an aristocratic mindset and negative thoughts about the political system of democracy, immediately saw the rioters, even peaceful protesters were considered a kind of rioters, at Buckingham Palace. Shortly after the situation calmed down, they returned again. It was thought that it might give communists and other populists an excuse to attack the British royal family for Prince George's diplomatic failure. No, Marquis. Rather, because of this situation, I have to leave. But despite the old Marquis's appeals, Prince George had other thoughts. Prince George, who looks so much like Prince Nikolai of Russia that others would think he was a twin of Crown Prince Nikolai of Russia, who has recently demonstrated his ability, seemed to think now is the time for the royal family to act as protesters. Stand up. It was only 2 weeks ago that Grandma's subjects, including the workers, protested and marched to hear their voices, saying it is difficult to make a living. At one point, it was said that members of the royal family, excluding Her Majesty the Queen and my father, should go to Canada for a while. The implications are simple. This means that the royal family no longer seems to them someone they should trust and follow. To put it crudely, we must demonstrate to our subjects that we are entitled to favors and amenities thanks to the taxes they pay us. Your Highness, what are you saying? The British Empire is made up of loyal subjects of the House of Hanover, including Her Majesty. The Marquis of Salisbury, who listened to George's words in a calm tone, seemed unable to say anything, because the other person was a prince. It seemed that the riots that had occurred some time ago had a much greater impact on the young prince, who was about 20 years old, than he had thought. The Marquis is right. I made a mistake. Still, there is no change in my intention to go directly to Russia with the foreign minister. Well, I also want to see my cousin Nikki after a long time. I'm sure you won't object to me going to see my cousin, will you? However, after hearing her words, Prince George also took a step back. Although he was said to be the next heir to the throne, it was certain that the impact of his words being leaked would not be small. After his older brother died of the flu last year, George began to feel the weight of a crown he never thought he would wear and was preparing. Fortunately, this incident ended peacefully when Queen Victoria directly approached the people and the reverence they still have for the royal family, but it was clear that the public, who had begun to realize the extent of their power, would not endure the sacrifice forever. If the prince really says so, however, as His Majesty said, the number of people to be assigned to this diplomatic mission will be exclusively for the purpose of promoting friendship, and they will hold no special positions. All practical matters will be handled by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. If your highness wishes to comment on a diplomatic matter, you must first consult with the minister. I understand, Prime Minister. I'm not even a teenager, but I know how to distinguish between what should be done and what shouldn't be done. Your highness, don't you know I didn't mean that kind of nuance? I know what the Prime Minister meant. Be sure to keep that in mind. Prince George, who was listening to the Marquis's anxious request, appeared on the outside to do as he said, but the Marquis knew that on the inside he was a little different. I hope your highness will take this opportunity to know that international diplomacy doesn't go according to plan. The Marquis decided to briefly explain what would be discussed at this meeting, figuring that he would have to discuss this matter separately with the Minister of Foreign Affairs who would be accompanying him. First, there are two main things we will discuss with Russia at this meeting. These are a protest against the Mutual Non-Aggression Pact that will apply to other regions, including Central Asia, which has been tacit and unwritten, and that it was the exiled populist from Russia who led this incident, and the demand for countermeasures against it. Of course, they cannot accept this, but diplomacy means that we sometimes have to say absurd things to hide what we really want. We will use this as a springboard to enforce our demands and conclude a non-aggression pact with them. Recently, the boundary line, including the Persian region, has been almost confirmed among working-level officials in Central Asia. Instead of additional benefits, we will talk about floating ports, which is supposed to be one of the reasons why they are moving south. In fact, the existence of a floating port was not considered very important to the Russian Empire, but the prevailing speculation within Great Britain was that the reason they were moving south was to ensure a floating port. And it was still unclear how this error in judgment would play out at the meeting, although it seemed unlikely that the consequences of not understanding what the other side wanted would be good for Great Britain. If we cannot offer material compensation for this situation, the British Empire's strategy at this meeting is to demand that we include the element we want in the agreement. Of course, in the process, we must not pressure them to the point where they, who are famously proud, storm out of the conference room. This is because movements in Germany have been unusual lately. Public opinion in British politics, which had been divided between Germany and Russia, was gradually leaning toward the question of whether it would be better to remain closer to Russia. From Queen Victoria's personal perspective, she felt more comfortable with Wilhelm II of Germany than with the Russian Romanov family, but in recent years, the German Empire had gradually shown an expansionist attitude compared to the Russian Empire, which had begun to improve relations with Great Britain. Furthermore, Wilhelm, who was familiar with the achievements of Great Britain and other European countries in the Far East, did not hesitate to reveal his ambition to advance into the Middle East and Africa through the Ottoman Empire. His attitude of verbally expressing his favor toward Great Britain, but then seeking to exert his influence in areas where Britain had a stronghold, was unlikely to be received favorably. This led Westminster legislators to accept that Germany was more likely to infringe on the national interests of the British Empire than Russia, which said it would not display expansionist actions for the time being, and which had significant influence in holding this meeting. There are still a small number of legislators who want to break away from our great isolation and sign mutual defense treaties with continental nations, but we must also be prepared for any eventuality. It is true that we are not happy with the existence of the Triple Alliance in the center of Central Europe. I understand, Prime Minister. Let's keep that in mind. Although he had previously said that he would have no real power, George thought he was being disingenuous as he watched the Marquis carefully explain the background of the meeting and the strategy and attitude that Great Britain would adopt in this matter. Among politicians, it is rare to find someone who candidly reveals their true feelings. The Marquis, who continued explaining, as if to his grandson, ended the story hurriedly, as if he realized he had made a mistake from the expression the prince was looking at him. Well, anyway, if you would like to hear more details, I will arrange a meeting with the foreign minister. Afterwards, when the Prime Minister left the office, appealing to his busy daily schedule, Prince George, left alone, read the documents the Marquis had left behind, and his eyes lit up. Since he had assumed the position of Crown Prince, which had become vacant following the death of his elder brother, Prince Albert, this meeting was also an opportunity to show that he was not simply a substitute for his older brother. Furthermore, seeing his cousin, who looked exactly like him, became a catalyst that ignited his desire to win. Is there any reason why he can't do what Nicky, who didn't receive monarch education like him, does? Although Prince George faithfully followed the British royal maxim to govern but not rule, the youthful energy of being in his 20s made it difficult to distinguish between what he could do and what he should do. At this meeting, as the Marquis said, he would basically leave the practical negotiations and conclusion to the foreign minister, but he also thought that, if an emergency arose, he could resolve it, based on his friendship with his cousin. I need to prepare a place where I can meet my cousin alone. The fact that the organized movement of the populists, which seemed unlikely due to the nature of the British nation, could turn at any moment into a protest by subjects against the royal family, also influenced Prince George's thoughts at this meeting, that he, a member of the royal family, should do something. Seeing the protesters fill the streets in front of the Palace of Buckingham wasn't a sight he wanted to experience again as a member of the royal family. I'm looking forward to meeting Nicky. I'm also curious about how people changed to this point. Could it be that he was hiding his true self? Prince George, unaware that the cousin he knew had already transformed into a different person, could sense that what he had shown so far was an act. It was unclear whether this diplomatic performance would mark a brilliant debut like the one his cousin made in Japan, or whether it would rekindle doubts about the fading royal family. Samara region in the Volga River Basin, one of the representative agricultural regions of the Russian Empire. This place, which at first glance looks like a simple Russian rural village, had one special thing about it. The monument erected at the entrance to the village states that Prince Nicholas personally visited this place and listened to the plight of the farmers. This was a monument voluntarily erected by the farmers when it became known that the Crown Prince not only listened to their pitiful cries, but also gave them food to help them survive the last famine. As if to prove it, the peasants of this village often showed far more loyalty to the Romanov family than other ordinary peasants. However, one of the things that made it difficult for them to accept, even them, was the order to farm, not as they had been doing until now, but as a young man who claimed to have graduated from an institution he had never heard of as an agricultural school said. No, do you really mean that? If you spray this, the crops will grow better than before. This is fallow land, so can we really achieve crop rotation using new farming techniques? Although they were skeptical, it was none other than Ivan who forced the village's farmers to do as the government told them. Ivan, who was the first to summarize his difficulties during a meeting with the crown prince in the past, had a great influence in the village, and thanks to his full support, the new farming techniques and tools were accepted more readily than in other places. For this to last, this year's harvest is more important than anything else. #WRITE Arniki's note, this is Nicholas II's actual nickname. He is said to have had many other bad nicknames, such as Nikolay Short-Legged, Nikolay the Bloody, and the Gallows Bastard. Chapter 78. After March, when the seeds were sown, and April and May, when the weeds were pulled, and the sprouted crops managed, came June, when the grains had grown to a certain point. The doubts and worries in the farmers' eyes gradually disappeared, but they were still at a point where they could feel relieved. It was common for a year's farming to fail, even if 1 month out of every 12 went badly. It would have been very difficult if my brother weren't there. You're welcome. If you hadn't come, we would have continued farming as we have been doing until now. We continue with the old methods, which don't progress, and are difficult to expect in terms of yield compared to the effort put in. It wasn't just the Russian countryside that had no electricity or lights, but when the sun set and it got dark, Ivan, who was resting at home, received a visit from a young man who had graduated from agricultural school and had been sent to this area instead of going to the army. He lives a relatively comfortable life in the countryside, compared to his peers, who are proud of having lived off the land all their lives, and who suffer because of farmers who are distrustful, if not hostile, to new farming methods, and the elders who still control Mir in the past was continuing. Furthermore, at a time when his peers suffered from the difficulty of finding people with whom they could converse at a certain level in a region where literate people were scarce, he studied agriculture with Ivan, who, although he had dropped out of his studies, attended St. Petersburg University. We were able to discuss and have conversations on various topics. Although he had come to this area by order of the government and had been accepted when he entered school, Ivan was the only person he could open up to as a young man who felt burdened by being sent to Samara, where he had no connections. There weren't any. I told you to speak comfortably. Every time I hear my brother call me teacher, I feel goosebumps rise on my skin. For a young man still in his 20s, Ivan, who appears to be middle-aged, felt like an older brother he could rely on, rather than someone he had to teach and lead. For Ivan, who felt guilty for ratting out a friend in the past and felt lonely, consciously or unconsciously, the young man was a cheerful younger brother, was accepted as HMM. Then let's talk comfortably starting today. By the way, I'm glad the harvest will be good if I follow the method you suggested. Of course, I didn't doubt your vision, but I was worried that farming wasn't something that could be solved solely by human effort and ability. There was still about a month until the harvest season, but the atmosphere of the party, where the vodka brought by the young man was given and received, was not bad. Grains such as wheat and oats, which are gradually declining, and crops growing even on fallow land that wouldn't normally be cultivated for a year, are bringing smiles to the farmers' faces. Compared with the 1890 harvest before the famine broke out, it may not show explosive growth to the point of increasing several times, but what is clear is that the concern is, how much should I save after paying taxes to starve until next year harvest? Because I felt I could expect a richer table than before. Oh no. If my brother hadn't taken the initiative to believe in me and persuade others, this year wouldn't have been much different from other times. One of my classmates said that he ultimately failed to spread what he learned in school. My other friends also said that persuading farmers was the most difficult task instead of plowing the fields and managing the crops. But didn't my brother do that for me? It was good that rural reform was promoted based on the Crown Prince's explosive popularity and the faith derived from Nikolay's actions during the last famine. But it was true that more time was still needed. However, what was clear was that this year's harvest in the Samara region, centered around Ivan's village, was expected to be larger than ever before. And it was an obvious fact that farmers who witnessed the results in this region would gradually accept new agricultural technologies. Originally, human nature was such that when someone in the same situation as them was doing well, they would analyze the cause and do the same. And when that time comes, Lenin, who assessed that Russia had the most backward agriculture, the most primitive rural areas, and the most advanced industry and financial capitalism, will realize, at least clandestinely, that he was wrong. So how long do you think it will take? What time are you talking about? Ivan poured the vodka out of his glass in one go, and answered while wiping his mouth. The time it takes for farmers all over Russia to adopt the new agricultural technologies and tools that Her Majesty wants to spread. I'm also curious to know how long you think it will take until farmers come to consider the developed methods as natural enough to abandon the idea of returning to pre-reform methods. Perhaps it was a somewhat unexpected question, but the face of the young man who heard it was serious. If there were many people like Ivan in other regions, that time would not be so far off, but based on the news from his companions, it was clear that he was a lucky one. I don't know all the situations in other regions, so it's hard to give a definitive answer, but, the young man replied, refilling Ivan's empty glass with vodka, maybe as little as 8 years or as many as 10 years. As optimistic as he was, his prediction was that all rural areas of Russia would not be modernized until after the new century, the 20th century. On the one hand, it may seem like it is taking too long, even though the head of a despotic state put all his efforts into reforming the country. But on the other hand, the Russian Empire, which has not stagnated and is developing, has finally achieved what it had set out to do. It was impossible to predict what it would look like when it was launched. A tree that grows only quickly will not be able to grow upwards and have a body thick enough to withstand external impacts, but a tree that grows slowly but steadily and with balance will not easily bend or collapse no matter how hard you try to shake it from the outside. 10 years. 10 years. After hearing the young man's answer, Ivan shook his head and seemed lost in thought. In his mind, the moment he met the crown prince 2 years ago flashed by. It seems like only yesterday when the conversation between the crown prince, who said he would not forget his calling, and Nikolai, who he said he would definitely return here someday. It was as if time had passed, and the heir, who had no real power, was exerting his full potential, and his influence was spreading in the area where he lived. He was reaching so far. In the process, sacrifices were sometimes made, and unexpected side effects appeared, but what was different from before was that hope for the future began to appear. In Ivan's opinion, the greatest gift Prince Nicholas gave to the peasants, who live today as yesterday, and tomorrow as today, was giving them hope for a better future and a better day, to live today than yesterday. Then I guess I'll have to do my part, to shorten the 10-year period. Don't you want to leave this village as soon as possible? Ivan displayed determination presented as joy, rather than solemnity toward the young man sitting in front of him. Although he came to this village on the condition that he would not enlist in the army, it was because he was used to city life that he felt sorry for forcing him to make the sacrifice of having to live here for at least a few years. Oh my brother, what are you saying? That bothers me so much. The only thing I regret is having to cook my own food even at night when I'm exhausted from work. Oh, that doesn't mean you can hire a housekeeper. Fortunately, the young man seemed to be able to endure that period. In fact, the mandatory service period for the Imperial Russian Army at that time was close to 20 years. Something crossed Ivan's mind as he looked at the young man. A man who has to live in the same place for at least the next few years, who doesn't know much about the villagers, and who also has promising prospects. Ivan's eyes, which a moment ago seemed to be looking at his trusted colleague, gradually began to show a different light. Come to think of it, you'll have to live here for the next few years, but you won't be able to cook and clean alone forever. Unless you have a lover waiting for you in your hometown. I'd like to introduce you to a real wife. Since you're older, I'll pay special attention to preparing a seat for you. Is it pretty? She's not only pretty, but she's my younger sister. This was the moment when Ivan, excited at the idea of marrying off his younger sister, who was also the thorn in his family's side, tricked the young man into taking advantage of the perfect opportunity.
Asterisk 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 firing defects and interference occur in emergency situations, and on a battlefield where every minute and every second is precious, such weapon malfunctions directly affect the lives of soldiers and the victory or defeat of the battle, so solutions or complementary measures must be prepared. Details see attached report. The Tiller arsenal, which the Crown Prince visited, was also ordered to prepare improvement measures for firearms and ammunition, derived from lessons learned from the Andajan rebellion that occurred last time in Central Asia. It was an order issued not only here but also to weapons design bureaus and armorers across the country, but upon receiving this document, Mosin had no choice but to take it more seriously. This was tantamount to saying that the rifle he designed had a defect. After the Crown Prince's last visit, he had to name the Mosin rifle after the Nagant brothers, who designed the magazine, and he felt he had to solve this problem himself. Even if he can't fix the problem himself, he must at least accomplish something at the Tiller arsenal under his leadership to somewhat reduce the Crown Prince's disappointment. The Crown Prince never had any negative feelings, such as regret, toward him, but at least Mosin believed so. So what do you guys think? Do you think the weapons problem is bigger, or is it a problem with the ammunition? As an indication of this sense of despair, the technicians attached to the armory were trained, but even after a week, no significant results were achieved. I mean, say something. Can you still claim to be the proud engineers of the Russian Empire? Mosin, who was originally a prominent firearms designer and engineer, could have suggested a direction for improvement within a week, but the feeling of burden prevented him from fully demonstrating his skills. Well, I think there's a little problem on both sides. Was anyone here a moment? Petrov, is that you? Not me. I think that's my friend. The words she had been waiting for were heard, but oddly enough, the response came not from the technicians surrounding Mosin, but from a young soldier behind them. Normally, Mosin would not have listened to the words of a child who seemed neither an expert nor a technician, but since the situation was different, she was determined to hear what he was thinking. Yes, there is a small problem on both sides. What is your name? Fortunately for Mosin, the rare firearms engineer the Crown Prince had his eye on was receiving firearms engineer training prior to the original story. Tokarev. My name is Fyodor Tokarev. WRITER''S note Fyodor Tokarev, originally an arms manufacturer and engineer who developed the TT pistol, the Maxim Tokarev submachine gun, based on the Maxim submachine gun, and the SVT-38 semi-automatic rifle. He was originally supposed to be hanging around in a Cossack cavalry regiment at this point, but as mentioned in the previous piece, he received firearms related training earlier than he originally did. Chapter 79. The person who confidently expressed his opinion in front of Mosin, the developer of the Mosin Nagant rifle, and, in recognition of his contributions, was put in charge of Tiller, one of the main arsenals of the Russian Empire, was not an engineer, but only 2 years ago he had been a member of the Cossack cavalry. He was a boy. Tokarev, who was supposedly crazy about horses, and hung around with men who loved horses, recalled the past 2 years when everyone around him turned their attention to him. That day, as usual, as the youngest member of the unit, was dirty and difficult, like cleaning the stables and handling horseshoes, but it was because someone had the same experience upon returning to the barracks after completing the necessary work. Tokarev. Does this boy have any high-ranking relatives among his relatives? Yes. What do you mean? This is a troop movement order. From now on, you will receive training at the Tiller arsenal, not in the Cossack cavalry. Instead of cleaning horse manure up front, wouldn't it be nice to be able to suck honey with the engineers behind? Me. Although Tokarev arrived here without knowing why, leaving behind the deformed face of his predecessor, whom he liked, because he thought it smelled less like horse manure, now that his successor had arrived, it didn't take long for Tokarev to realize that the Tiller arsenal was where he should be. Because he was the one who stood out the most among the consignment trainees from other units. What woke him from his thoughts was none other than Mosin's calm voice. Yes, Apprentice Tokarev. I've heard quite a bit about you as well. They said you were the best among the people who came to our armory for technical training. Although I've only been training for 2 years, I sometimes come up with quite new ideas. Did you just say there's a problem with both the weapons and the ammunition?
Then can you tell me on what basis you said that? The tone was calm, but the meaning behind the words was clear. It was a comment implying that if an inexperienced foster student became intoxicated by being recognized as somewhat capable and acted arrogantly, he would be held accountable. Hearing the man's warning that it could send him back to the horsemanure-filled stables, Tokarev gulped and began to explain the problem he had identified. First of all, the problem is that the clip on the 5-round magazine and the chamber are excessively engaged. This can make it difficult to fire 5 rounds or change magazines, as there is very little room for the ejection movement of a spent magazine. Furthermore, I believe it may be necessary to slightly extend the length of the current charging handle. As can be seen from the lessons of the recent Crimean War, who fires more and faster weapons in infantry battles has a great impact not only on the combat power of small platoon level units, but also on the war situation. However, I believe that with such a short handle as the current one, soldiers who are tense due to various factors may experience discomfort when firing the weapon at high speeds in succession. The report also states that it was not easy to fight calmly in a situation where enemies were running at you, and I believe the excessively long barrel also needs to be improved. As the soldiers recorded, the center of gravity shifted forward, causing the aiming point to be distracted if the weapon was not mounted somewhere and fired. However, since this is related to current doctrine, I don't think I can firmly argue that the barrel should be shortened based solely on my limited knowledge. Tokarev said this and looked around. If most people were to openly show that what he said was absurd, I was planning to kneel and beg right now. I don't know if it was fortunate or unfortunate, but the expressions on the faces of the technicians who heard his words showed no emotion that Tokarev could read, and this meant he had to see it through to the end, whether it was porridge or ice. Please, Father God, please don't return to a place full of those bastards who talk about horses. They are crazy people who make new recruits stay in a stable for a month so they can experience how horses live. The expression on the face of the mother goddess who had the power to decide his future was still stern, as if she hadn't heard his fervent prayers, but Tokarev realized it was too late to back down. Then there's only one way. So far, I've only talked about weapons related deficiencies, but I was telling Mosin that ammunition, not weapons, was the biggest problem. If there are major flaws elsewhere that can cover up minor flaws in his work, Mosin should state in his report, there are flaws in the rifle I designed, but they are minor and can be quickly corrected. He could add the sentence, there is a bigger problem, but the biggest problem is that the ammunition design is very outdated. If you look at the ammunition form we have adopted, it looks like a club-shaped bullet holding a blunt warhead, which is already obsolete. Ammunition types in other countries, except ours, have different thicknesses of warheads and projectiles, and the shape of the warheads is also sharp. Of course, the reality of our lack of industrial power played a significant role in our adoption of this type of ammunition, but I believe this antiquated shape is the biggest problem. Factors such as jamming and poor firing are likely due to ammunition with this outdated design. Originally, bullets of this shape were intended for the single-shot rifles used in the past. So, in my opinion, no matter how much we improve the Mosin rifle, which is a masterpiece designed by you, it's meaningless if the ammunition problem isn't solved. Unlike his previous harsh criticisms of firearms, Tokarev ended his speech with the nuance that the problem wasn't the rifle designed by Mosin, but the ammunition. He carefully examined the face of the head of the tiller arsenal, where the technician's eyes were directed. Seeing Mosin's expression, which didn't seem to have changed much from before, Tokarev resigned himself to packing his bags to return to that terrible place again. I wondered if the first thing the major would do when we met would be to clean up the horse manure that had accumulated in the stable, or would it be to check the horseshoes one by one, for fear that they would be kicked by those powerful legs at any moment. The sound of laughter that reached Tokarev's ears was like a bolt of lightning. Ha ha ha, well, I wanted this kind of talent. You've got quite the guts, don't you think? I've never heard anyone speak honestly like this before. Before he knew it, he saw Mosin approaching him, touching his shoulder and laughing. Tokarev, who was uncertain, but thought he probably wouldn't have to return to the army, could feel himself laughing. Thank you for your kind words, Captain. Well, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to fix these problems. On that note, Tokarev, you'll draft this report. You know what tone to use, right? Bring me the draft when it's finished. First draft. Yes, and please note that this report will be sent directly to none other than His Highness the Crown Prince, so every sentence and word must be written carefully and meticulously. Once you complete the draft, I will personally review it and point out any deficiencies, so don't feel pressured. Of course, as a co-author, your name is also included. Tokarev seemed to have realized one of the world's truths when he wrote a report describing the deficiencies of firearms, but also stating that the biggest problem was ammunition and that without improvements, no improvements would be effective. This is none other than the truth that, in any organization, the most junior person takes on the difficult tasks that are difficult and easy to blame. Asterisk 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 therefore, as long as these older types of ammunition are used, problems similar to the above are likely to continue to occur in the future. This is a report from the Tiller Arsenal. What do you think, Secretary of War? War Minister Pyotr Ivanovsky, who heard my question, was cautious. It would not be a very pleasant situation for him to have such a defect in a new weapon at a time when it has only been 2 years since the Mosin Nagant was introduced. The things written in that report were already discussed at the time the firearms were introduced, Your Majesty. As for the type of ammunition, which is pointed out as the biggest problem, it was an inevitable choice considering the current industrial power of the Russian Empire. As a soldier, I agree that it's necessary to improve the type of ammunition, but as you know, not everything can be decided solely based on strategic factors, right? As a minister, I have to consider the economic aspect and the time it takes. Considered the most prominent war minister in the Russian Empire, he pointed out that the report overlooked the finances and time required to carry out improvements. That was correct. Even in modern times, the auction system was not introduced for no reason in the purchase of military equipment. The same in this era was to choose the cheapest and least expensive equipment that met the requirements. That's correct. But what if I told you there was a place to get that financing? Minister of Finance, Vanowski and I weren't the only ones present. Witte, sitting next to him, began to expand on what I had said about how there was a plan to raise funds related to military reform. First, we managed to attract American capitalists to the South Manchuria Railway project, which we obtained thanks to the Hong Kong agreement signed through your previous strategy. In exchange for your contribution of capital and technology, you will be transferred 30% of the shares in the South Manchuria Railway Co. Limited, which will be established in the future. In addition, investment negotiations for the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway are underway with conglomerates from the Russian Empire, such as Gubanin and Polyakov. It is difficult to confirm the expected revenues yet, but I believe they will be sufficient to cover the financial costs of resolving the munitions-related issues. But, Your Highness, won't it take several years before we see commercial benefits from this type of investment agreement? Vanowski's concerns are natural, one might say. Even though an investment agreement was signed, like in a city building game, construction wasn't completed immediately, just because capital and resources were available. Minister Witte will respond to that. Yes, in Minister Pyotr's opinion, it will take about 3 years for the corresponding benefits to properly accrue. Even if construction is completed, there will inevitably be a deficit in the early stages of the project. However, in the process of signing this investment agreement, what we asked for wasn't just money. The requirement was to give extra points to companies that could provide machinery related to the production of ammunition and firearms and technicians who could teach them how to use it. Related to this, there may have been concerns that it would hinder the development of Russian industry, but this agreement was closer to the import of production facilities than to the entry of foreign companies themselves. Of course, it would have been better to develop our own technology and build a solid foundation not only for military-related industries, but also for other industries. But to prepare for the coming war, we had to use shortcuts like this. The United States government frowns on the export of machines related to military technology, but to prevent this, contracts and accounting books have been prepared stating that all machines to be introduced in the near future are related to light industries such as sewing and textiles. In other words, long live the capitalists who have no nation, and no nation before money. The fact that relations between the Russian Empire and the United States were not so bad also played a role. #WRITER Piotr Ivanovsky, he served as Minister of War from the time of Alexander III. Some say that, if he had continued as minister instead of retiring, the outcome of the Russo-Japanese War might have been different. Considering that his successor was Kuropatkin, considered one of the major causes of the defeat at the Battle of Bangchan, this could have been the case. Chapter 80. When the Minister of War heard that there was a complementary solution to his concerns, he seemed as if he had no idea when I had prepared such a thing. In fact, I showed less interest in the military field than in the agricultural or industrial fields. However, in this era where the winds of imperialism and nationalism blow, doing everything possible in internal affairs is no different from asking other countries to take advantage of me. It was a time when it was far cheaper to retake what the other side had achieved so far with guns and swords than to build a factory on an empty foundation and increase the national treasury. It seems that Minister Banowski is a little surprised. I think there must have been many disappointments for me during that time. But I want you to know that my father, the Tsar, and I have always considered the Imperial Russian Army to be the greatest asset and the first protection of our country. Due to the nature of the imperial state system, it was the military that provided the greatest strength to those in power like myself. You could say that the military of this era is itself a vested interest class. Of course, it wasn't an appropriate word for common soldiers or low-ranking executives, but in the case of high-ranking commanders, most of them came from aristocratic and vested backgrounds. Furthermore, since there are many people who resist changes in the system, it can be said that it is the most reliable defender of the Romanov family and the Russian Empire in case of an emergency. It was better for them not to think that I was neglecting the army, or that I wasn't very interested in it. I and all other members of the Imperial Russian Army have always been loyal to His Majesty the Emperor, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and the Romanov imperial family. I've never thought of it that way, so don't worry. Banovsky was a person who believed that only the military could protect the Russian Empire, as befits his position, to the point of saying that the Russian Empire only had two allies, the army and the navy. And it could be said that the carrot I offered him today alleviates, at least to a small extent, the situation in which he had always been in financial difficulties while serving as minister. Then, do you think the work of improving and complementing the ammunition type and weapon structure mentioned above can be carried out without difficulty? If it is as you said, Your Highness, I believe we will be able to achieve the results you expect for the equipment to be supplied to the Imperial Army within at least 2 or 3 years. However, if you have any concerns. The minister fell silent. I thought I could guess why. This may be because the recent military equipment reform focuses on the military. While the existence of an army was important in the age of imperialism, the military power considered most important was none other than naval power. Only the British Empire secured the title of empire on which the sun never sets, and a territory appropriated for it, with military power greater than the naval forces of all other countries combined. However, naval power was inevitably less important than the army, unless expansionist policies were pursued. It was thought that the reason each European country competitively expanded its navy was to secure colonies and project power to other continents without being controlled by competitors, or to establish a stable line connecting the continent and the colonies. Of course, this did not mean taking any measures, such as reducing the budget allocated to the navy. The importance of the navy in a total war between nations was so great that one of the reasons for the defeat of the Russo-Japanese War was the destruction of the Baltic Fleet. During this era, naval fleets symbolized the pride of each country. Furthermore, it is foolish for a country like ours, whose naval power is dispersed due to the distance between East and West, to recklessly reduce investment in the navy. Fortunately, the fact that Japan and the Qing dynasty, potential rivals in the Far East with weak military power compared to the West, were reduced to a state where not even that could be found in the Navy for the time being, was having a positive effect. Until the Panama Canal is completed, the United States will have to go through South America to transfer energy located in the Atlantic region to the Pacific Ocean. I'm very grateful that the Qing dynasty and Japan were jointly destroyed in the last Sino-Japanese War. The time gained by this was a great help to the Russian Empire, which did not simply need money or manpower to grow. However, compared to the army, which received additional budgetary support, the navy might feel like it was being left out because it was only given the originally allocated budget, so the admiralty needed to offer a carrot that would satisfy them. I have something in mind regarding the admiralty, so I don't think you need worry too much. They will be busy dealing with matters related to the new ammunition and rifles that will be issued to the army in the future. The word is resupply, but in numerical terms, it was an enormous task, requiring the recovery of old supplies and the distribution of new supplies from a group that numbered in the millions. Considering the administrative staff and the personnel required to transport supplies, it seemed clear that the road ahead for Secretary Banowski would not be very comfortable. When the minister heard me, his face was full of anticipation just a moment ago, but as if he realized what awaited him, he looked at Minister Witte sitting next to him and spoke cautiously. "Hey, perhaps you're the Minister of Finance? We can send personnel to help with the necessary paperwork." "I'm sorry, Minister. Even with the rural reform work currently underway, I don't think I can help you, because all the officials in the Ministry of Finance have been mobilized. It's regrettable, but I believe we can achieve this if everyone in the Ministry of the Army, led by the minister, joins forces." The veteran, who had been in the military for over 30 years, looked at Witte sadly, but our Minister of Finance tried to ignore his gaze. In fact, bureaucrats were so valuable that the greatest effort of all administrative organizations today is to secure new labor. Since we couldn't import enough people to handle public affairs, we had no choice but to wait for future talent to be fostered through the recently implemented education policy. While observing the subtle atmosphere between the two, I decided to end our meeting for today. There were still problems within the military, such as conflicts between officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers, and corruption related to supplies, but I knew that not everything could be resolved at once. Now then, Minister Banowski and Minister Witte, I look forward to your continued efforts for the Russian Empire. Let's finish this for today. After sending the two people outside, I looked at the scenery outside the window, which had already darkened. I was getting used to the fact that the day passed so quickly while I was busy doing the day's tasks. I heard rumors that the people in the administrative organization were dissatisfied with me, but I also had a lot to tell them. I'm not playing around either. Even after taking care of military matters today, we still had to review the report that Foreign Minister Nicolay published on our attitude and strategy regarding the upcoming diplomatic talks with Great Britain. The nights in St. Petersburg were still long. So, how was the road getting here? Since you arrived a little later than I expected, were there any problems along the way? Would there have been any inconvenience in taking the train? It was a little late, because I strictly followed the rules and didn't speed, like my father did in the past. This guy's making fun of my father again. It was already autumn, a cool breeze was blowing, and I was meeting my father for the first time in a long time. To clear up the misunderstanding of those who think I came only on vacation, while other people were working, the reason I came to Crimea was because the diplomatic meeting with Great Britain that was to be held tomorrow was held here. Since we were the ones who had the advantage in this meeting, when it came to choosing the meeting location, it was out of a desire to meet my father, who was recovering, for the first time in a long time. Well, I excused myself by saying that the will of my father, who is currently the legitimate monarch of the Russian Empire, was important for restoring diplomatic relations between countries. I told you that you should be careful with personal feelings when running the government, but it seems you are still far away. If it were your grandfather who said that, you wouldn't know. But if it were your father saying it, wouldn't he be less persuasive? While chatting with my father at the Livadia Palace, the Romanov family's resting place and the place where the Chief Sergeant General last visited, I recalled the ministerial meeting that had taken place just after I returned from inspecting the Volga River. At the time, my father, who was correcting me, was in very poor shape due to the dismissal of Pobedonostsev, with whom he had a close relationship, and the progression of his kidney disease. By the way, after hearing what you've been up to lately, I'm starting to think I made a very good decision in coming here. if I were still sitting on the throne in St. Petersburg, wouldn't I have fallen under your spell too? I often wonder if I'll let my father go so easily. I thought my father was enjoying the sea and sun of the Crimean Peninsula, while his son was going through hardships, and that made me want to bring him back several times a day. However, since he didn't seem to want to talk about it, I decided to sing along to my father's tune. In fact, the time granted to our rich man wasn't very long. You could say that it's not enough to create good memories. In addition, there were other personal stories, such as my mother's increasing worry about when I plan to get married, and Mikhail, who comes here often in my place, is busy and still causing trouble for my father. As this routine conversation came to a close, topics related to tomorrow's meeting naturally arose. So what are you planning to order at your meeting with your cousin tomorrow? You're not planning to ask Queen Victoria to recognize your relationship with her, are you? Father. You won, kid. Just kidding. Joke. After talking about what could be considered my vices, I began to explain the actions I would take tomorrow. Since evidence and testimony have emerged suggesting that Great Britain was involved in the recent Andijan rebellion, how will this be used? How will they deal with what they will say about the Russian exiles? The question was whether it would be better to respond jointly to the recent populist movements. My father, who was listening to what I was saying, didn't show much reaction other than nodding his head or asking me something he was curious about, but I could feel his expression change when the populist content came up. The resentment and hatred of the son who lost his father at their hands slept deep in his heart, and he realized that it still burned. And although I was not ignorant of my father's feelings, I felt sorry because I could sense that he tolerated me for pursuing policies that may go against those feelings. After the general explanation was over, my father sank deeply into the chair he was sitting in and spoke. Come to think of it, I heard that Prince George is coming on this mission, and you and George look so much alike that I've always found it difficult to tell you apart. But recently I think I've found a way to tell you apart. What's that? When I asked, my father raised his right hand, stroked his forehead, and continued speaking. You can tell them apart by observing the speed at which their foreheads retreat. Father. Chapter 81 Russo-British Talks. The day after my father's ridiculous argument over how to distinguish between George and me, I was waiting with Foreign Minister Jez for the arrival of a British diplomatic mission. Not long ago, it would have been necessary to double check whether the arrival date was correct in the Julian calendar because of the different calendars in use, but once the unification of diplomatic documents to the Gregorian calendar was completed, there was no need to take such unnecessary action. There wasn't. As I waited for my cousin, surrounded by a military band, a welcoming crowd, and a cavalry squadron to escort the new arrivals, my father's words from last night came back to me again and again. The fact that you can tell by observing the speed of the receding bangs was a truly absurd statement. If you think about it that way, isn't your father already bald? As I was already talking about my father, whose forehead was shining, Foreign Minister Jair, who was standing next to me, whispered to me, Your Majesty, I know you're nervous, but please take your time. In any case, we are the ones with the advantage in this meeting. It's clear that Great Britain is excited simply by the fact that Prince George, the heir to the throne, is coming in person. Did I look nervous? As I approached this meeting, my heart was filling with anticipation rather than tension, so the foreign minister's words seemed somewhat unfamiliar to me. Why did you seem so nervous when you spoke to me recently, even though I told you what I had in mind for this meeting? I said this because His Majesty kept fiddling with his bangs. Wouldn't your long neat hair get tangled? No, that's okay. Thank you for your concern. No. He seemed to be inadvertently touching my head. I thought about explaining that I wasn't nervous, but quickly gave up. I had no idea how to explain it, and even if I could convince him, it would be even more miserable if Foreign Minister George burst out laughing afterward. Mumble. At the same time as the crowd was getting noisy, a train carrying the delegation was seen coming from afar. The foreign minister explained that they would originally have arrived in Crimea by ship, but Prince George expressed his firm opinion that he wanted to see with his own eyes how Russia was changing, so they came by land. Bapabum bapabum. After a while, the train pulled into the station, and the music of the military band played. Although it wasn't the British national anthem, it was "Music on the Water," a song written by Handel in the past to reconcile himself with King George I, who was the king at the time. And when the delegation got off the train and appeared, the mobilized crowd began to wave banners and small national flags to welcome them, as they had previously practiced. "Welcome to visit us, and long live England. Long live the Russian Empire." The envoys, including Prince George, seemed a little confused as they hadn't expected such a reaction to the shouts coming from all sides. The subjects of the same country, which until recently was virtual enemy number one, must have felt embarrassed seeing something like this. Although this is also the result of exhaustive prior practice. Although I didn't directly observe the practice process, it seems like it was quite an arduous process when I saw the welcoming group smiling and uttering words of welcome, but their eyes were empty. Anyway, there are probably quite a few people who are dissatisfied with this meeting. It was a welcoming group consisting of people who had completed personal background checks, including an inspection of their belongings, since yesterday, but the secret police agents among them watched with shining eyes to see if anyone was making any disturbing moves. It was a natural measure, since he was in a position that was not only targeted by populists, but also by extreme nationalists, but the fact that his life could be threatened by someone wasn't very pleasant. "Your Highness, let's go." No matter what, I had to fulfill my duty to greet the delegation, so I walked toward them, still looking at the cheers coming from around me, but my heart started to feel uneasy again. "Oh, Nikki, how have you been? Long time no see." "I know. I'm glad to see you're well, and in good health." Just as my father said, I was able to discover that the shape of Prince George's forehead was different from mine. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One thing that was different from what I expected was that the Marquis of Gascoigne Cecil did not come in person. The situation in Britain seemed so unstable that he, who originally would have been Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, was unable to come. After the welcoming event that left a big scratch on someone's heart, we moved to Livadia Palace and did not start the meeting immediately. This was because the delegation, which arrived after a long journey, expressed a desire to rest for about a day and continue the talks. A biography that welcomes those who have walked a long way to get here. However, due to my poor health these days, I have delegated all authority to my son and successor, Nikolai, so I think you can assume his will is mine even during this meeting. After hearing what my father said, when the delegation met, they seemed to have realized what my current position was in the Russian Empire. Until I arrived here, whenever I hinted at something related to a related topic, I could feel the look in their eyes change as they drifted away, saying that it seemed like Your Majesty was in too much of a hurry. "Your Highness, let me tell you a little about what you mentioned before." "Haha, you must have been exhausted from the long journey. Didn't you say we would talk tomorrow? Let's get some rest today and talk again with clear minds." I had a general idea of why they suddenly changed their attitude after hearing that I had complete authority. Perhaps I thought I would be easier to deal with than Foreign Minister George, who is a seasoned diplomat. But it's not even possible. After appropriately declining the delegation member's request for a conversation, I headed to the dinner venue. Originally, a banquet was to be held, but since the intention was expressed to the other party to proceed without any special events today, the time was changed to begin tomorrow, when the meeting schedule was in progress. As such, at the dinner I will be attending today, only I, Prince George, and my father will be present. The staff there showed signs of embarrassment, but when Prince George said it would be fine, since it was a conversation between blood relatives, they had no particular reason to object. Of course, I had promised never to speak rudely to George. "Are you here? Please take a seat. You're a little late, Nikki. You all came first. My brother's attendants were inviting me out. I was late because of that." When I jokingly told him my complaint, an apologetic expression appeared on Prince George's face. "I'm very worried that my successor will be more popular with men than with women. It would be good if you could marry as soon as possible to relieve your father and mother of their unnecessary worries." "Don't worry, because I have a very normal concept of love. However, since I'm now married to the countryside, I will devote a little more time to my current wife. At the same time, my father lightened the mood with a playful rebuke. The servants began to arrive with prepared dishes, so naturally, I let it drop. Most of the dinner conversation revolved around trivial matters. They offered their condolences to Duke Albert Victor, who died last year, congratulated him on his recent marriage to Maria of Teck, and discussed whether Queen Victoria still has very positive thoughts about the Romanov family. It was. When the meal was over, my father returned to his room, using the excuse of his health as I've already mentioned, leaving Prince George and me alone in the banquet hall. Oh, now that I think about it, after my father left, George seemed to remember something, took a letter out of his pocket, and handed it to me. This time, Alex asked me to deliver this letter to you. What he handed me with a wry smile was a letter written by none other than Alex of Hesse, who would later become my wife. The reason he smiled bitterly was probably because she was the first love of Albert, George's older brother, who passed away. Thanks, brother. However, it was a slightly embarrassing letter even for me. We've lost touch since I last sent you a letter saying I needed to think about our relationship. I guess I should go back to my room and read it. Anyway, I heard about what happened in Japan. They said something big was going to happen. I'm glad you've recovered well. Well, it's all thanks to God's care. How is your brother? Attending mass this Sunday. After hearing what I said, George expressed his refusal with an embarrassed expression. I'm sorry, but if you're talking about an Orthodox mass, I'll politely decline. My legs aren't that strong. I understand. Actually, after experiencing something like that in Japan, I felt a bit burdened about attending mass. My physical condition hasn't been the same since. It was a lie. Fine. When George heard what I said, he seemed very sorry. Well, he knows that the original Nikolai was a devout believer, so he would think I would be very desperate for him. But that's okay. Because mass isn't the only way to praise God. Besides, I occasionally say a short prayer to God. Still, George looked at me sympathetically, as religion still has a huge influence on a way of life, though my intention was to make people feel that way. By the way, I also heard about what happened to my brother recently. It was so terrible that the subjects dared to rebel. I'm glad it ended well. To keep the conversation about religion from dragging on too long, I mentioned something that happened in England not long ago. Thanks to my grandmother's personal involvement, it all ended peacefully. Besides, the purpose was to appeal to the people gathered there, so they could earn a living. Isn't it necessary to listen to those voices? Prince George tried to act calm, but I could see the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. No matter how peacefully it ended, I would have been scared, because I had experienced something unprecedented. The mere fact that the protesters advanced to the front of the palace for the first time meant that something similar could happen again at any moment. This is because the first time something is difficult, the second time the threshold for people to accept it is low. And my goal was to attack that fear I had. To prevent something like this from happening again, it's important to nip it in the bud from the start. That's one of the few things I've felt while conducting government affairs for a short period of time. Backquote, if we distract our subjects from the start, so they don't realize the power they have, we can prevent something like this from happening. I studied George's face as he spoke. He seemed very interested in talking about ways to ease their fears. Okay, then I guess I'll try to cast the line carefully. #WRITER''S note, music in the water. Actually, this music, which isn't a march, isn't suitable for a welcoming event, but I thought it fit well with the situation, where Russia and England are trying to reconcile. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 82. What do you mean we have to disperse our subjects from the start? Are you saying we need to foment division and confusion in society now? If what you're saying is that we, those responsible for unifying national opinion, should act that way, then I'm not that interested. Prince George seemed interested in what I was saying, but he took the trouble to ask me what I was talking about, drawing a line between me. If he was really just offended by what I said, I would have stopped there too, but from the way he spoke, and the look in his eyes, I could tell he was curious about what I was going to say. Still, I thought it necessary to summarize the related history a bit, so I decided on a way to plant the seed for him. It's best to talk about it this way. Brother, did I really mean to tell you how subject, suspect and attack each other? What kind of person did you think I was? What I'm trying to say is something else. Rather, it's a way to unite national opinion. Is it about how to unite everything? When I made it clear that I had misunderstood what he had said, George leaned toward me again. Okay, think carefully. What do you think is the most important reason why workers and other lower class people in society think about the reality they face, or that life has become too difficult recently? Wouldn't it come from the recent increase in food prices, or from conversations with people around you who are in similar situations? I think the most important cause is going out together to buy food, or talking with the people next to you near the well, while I do laundry. In a way, it was a correct answer, but what I was going to tell him was based on something that could have a bigger impact. Of course, as my brother said, these kinds of complaints can be recognized and amplified through conversations with people who are in similar situations, but what I mean has to do with the media. Think carefully. At what point did workers and farmers, who previously didn't express much discontent even in similar situations, begin to file complaints against the government, even though the situation was obviously better than before? Wasn't that when print media like newspapers and printed materials began to spread? George seemed to be thinking carefully about whether what I said was true. In fact, what I was talking about wasn't based on complete nonsense. In the past, there was a scholarly opinion that Gutenberg was the first to invent metal movable type in the West, which allowed printed materials, including the Bible, to be widely distributed, and thus sparked a religious revolution. Furthermore, it was a clear fact that the populists expanded their influence through printed materials containing their views, whether or not they received permission from the state. Although most peasants in Russia still couldn't read, their efforts didn't have much effect. In times like these, a high literacy rate is really helpful. As I watched George lost in thought, I continued speaking. When did people who were originally unaware that they were unhappy start speaking out and demanding an improvement in their standard of living and higher wages? Isn't it because those posing as journalists are inciting them? In the name of spreading information, loyal subjects who were originally loyal to the royal family and willing to sacrifice themselves for the good of the country began to complain about everything and even took action. Isn't it because the journalists who spread the news began to proliferate? No, Nikki, wait, what I was saying was full of loopholes and gaps, and George seemed to sense it as well, and seemed to have something to tell me, but I continued talking non-stop. Of course, all of this isn't because of them. As times change, and the number of educated people increases, the number of people who can view their current situation objectively will inevitably increase. Even in Russia alone, most peasants can't read or write, but after petitions and movements to abolish serfdom, merciful grandfather Alexander II finally listened to them, right? But, brother. I swallowed a mouthful of water from my parched mouth as I continued speaking, and then looked at George. My cousin still seemed to be having trouble accepting what I was saying, but he didn't stop me. Even if I thought there were some differences with his usual thoughts, he seemed to think it was worth listening to. It arose from the influence of traumatic memories of what he had experienced some time ago, and the judgment that my words, unlike me, who had no experience participating in state affairs, had a certain credibility, since I was the one in charge of the government. I suppose public figures like you and us should pay attention to the power of letters. You already know how Bismarck, the iron-fisted chancellor of Germany in the past, cooked up France through language. We could all clearly see how powerful incitement can be through words, subtle differences in tone, and the appropriate distortion of facts. And wouldn't simply watching them wield this dangerous power at will to confuse society, divide society, and hamper efforts to unite national opinion? So, Nikki, what exactly do you want to say? When I mentioned the Ems telegram incident, which can be said to be one of the causes of the Franco-Prussian War that took place in the past, George couldn't stand it any longer and displayed an attitude of telling me what the main point he wanted to talk about was. Fine. If you've made it this far, you can say you're more than halfway there. At this point, my goal wasn't to completely persuade George, but in my case, I could say I achieved my goal objective simply by getting him interested in what I said and planting today's conversation in his mind. It started as a small seed, but if the anxiety I planted in him and every word I said caused even a small hindrance to the future of the British Empire, it was a success. Even more so, when you consider that you can exert influence over the other country's top leader, however nominal, without spending a single penny. I thought this to myself, and continued speaking mischievously. So what I'm saying is, isn't it necessary for us to help journalists do their best work? Although I harshly criticized journalists earlier, most of them are loyal subjects. If they can deceive people through media like newspapers, why can't we do the same? In fact, I think we can do it much more easily than they can. And these actions will truly help maintain and lead the country. I think everyone can see that if we step forward based on a unified opinion, while other countries wander, unable to decide their direction, we will be able to gain an advantage over potential competitors. So what you're saying is that there's a need for intervention or interference with those who write in print media like newspapers? But such actions, George seemed worried about the repercussions of putting what I said into practice. As the royal family of a country that created a document that could be considered the beginning of a constitutional monarchy called the Magna Carta, there would be concerns about what would happen if they blatantly silenced the people. Besides, the more you try to suppress the press, the more unruly it becomes. They were difficult to handle, like a rubber ball thrown against a wall. The stronger it comes back. That's right. As my brother is concerned, times have changed, so we can't just randomly close down newspapers or arrest journalists for no reason. So I think I can ease your worries a little. George seemed curious after hearing what I said. You'll inevitably be curious about how I can resolve your concerns and what response I'll give you. I never thought it would be given to me like this. After my brother returns home today, I'll send him a document detailing what kind of attitude I should display toward the media, which I arranged while I was running state affairs. It would be best if you decided for yourself after seeing that. No matter how much I say which is better, in the end the final choice is yours. You mean you arranged it in advance? You want to give it to me? George looked cautious. It seemed like he was trying to figure out what I intended by giving him the relevant documents and whether seeing them went according to my plan. No matter how much of a cousin you are, there's no such thing as an act of pure kindness. Even more so when it involves royal families from practically enemy countries. I decided to take a step back. Of course, I didn't organize it to give it to my brother. This is an object my father had used to check whether I have any deficiencies in government management. Since there are copies with the same content, I can send a copy to my brother. Even though I said this, George still seemed to have doubts. While I was wondering how I could allay his suspicions, I came up with a solution. Well then, think of it as repayment for the letter from Alex you gave me. I was worried because my relationship with her had been neglected recently. Well, if that's the case, George, who knew of the passionate love between Nikolai and Alex, seemed to accept it to a certain extent when I also mentioned her. And perhaps he's wondering if simply reading a document would be that big of a problem. The difference between thinking you were convinced by what I said and thinking you made your own judgment after reading the document would be huge. Then let's stop talking harshly and talk about what we haven't done before. I won't be able to see you like this very often. Furthermore, when I express my intention to stop talking about related topics and talk about personal matters and showed that I was no longer interested in discussing the media, George seemed to relax. It must have been a burden to have a public conversation, as it takes a lot of mental energy to keep talking and thinking about the meaning of each word. However, what George overlooked was that although the documents I handed him didn't seem to have any particular problems on the surface, they were completely written in a way tailored to Russia. The situations in Russia and the United Kingdom, where the illiteracy rate is over 80% and there are more farmers than workers, are different, so the two countries will not be able to implement the same policies. Furthermore, the cleverly written phrases about the need to take a hard line not only against the media, but also against the lower class, including workers, might have an impact on George's attitude toward his subjects. Of course, it was unlikely that the officials the British would accept Prince George's documents at face value, but I had nothing to lose if I could slow down a potential enemy even slightly. I continued my conversation with George V, famous throughout history for being kind to his subjects, while hiding my curiosity about whether he would be able to maintain that attitude. It was a useful moment. Chapter 83. Brother, it was fun. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, Nikki. I had a good time too. I'll see you tomorrow in the conference room. After a conversation with his cousin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Prince George left the banquet hall to return to his assigned room, and the waiter waiting for him approached him. I'll take you to your room. Oh, thank you. George was getting drunk on the vodka he drank while eating and talking, so he followed his instructions and walked down the corridor. Come to think of it, Livadia Palace was deserted except for the occasional servant or guard passing by, but it was in this situation that it showed its old-fashioned charm. I can't believe it's at this level, even though it's near a villa in a tourist area. He was also accustomed to a luxurious life as a member of the British Empire's royal family, but even George sometimes felt awestruck by Russia's splendor. Even so, there's nothing far from the reality of Russia I saw while coming overland. It seems most farmers live in houses that are falling apart. Your Highness, we've arrived. I think it would be best to take a break for today. Although you arrived in the morning, you must be very tired, since you had a meeting with the Tsar on the other side. George, who had been working hard to belittle Russia, soon realized he had arrived at his doorstep. It seemed he had drunk too much vodka. Thank you for your concern. I suppose you can go in and get some rest. Tomorrow will also be a busy schedule. Yes, then I'll just leave. After dismissing his assistant, George entered the room, unbuttoned his uniform, which was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, and finally placed the documents Nikolai had handed him on the desk. In fact, the conversation he had with Nikolai a while back had drained his mental power quite a bit. At first, I thought I was just going to discuss the current situation with my cousin, with whom I was friends, but I had no idea we would be discussing topics such as the media and controlling subversive movements within the country. The event, which escalated from a simple conversation between cousins to a preliminary meeting between the leaders of two countries holding diplomatic talks, placed a number of heavy burdens on the still inexperienced Prince George. How will saying this affect tomorrow's meeting? What is Nikki's purpose in saying this? Wow. It wasn't easy to continually calculate the purpose of the other person's words and the impact one's own words might have. Even so, I think I got through it pretty easily. I will have to discuss today's conversation with the Foreign Secretary before the meeting begins the next day to know exactly, but Prince George's judgment at this point was that there was no major mistake or anything that could harm the interests of the British Empire in what had just occurred. However, there's one thing stopping me. These were the documents lying on the desk. Nikki said it was a copy of the documents she had prepared for her father, and that it was in exchange for her lover's letter, but she wasn't so naive as to take it at face value. The fact that the royal family took the initiative in policing and controlling the people was enough to provoke a rejection reaction from George, who was faithful to the principles of the British royal family, represented by the phrase reign but not rule. So why doesn't he just put the documents his cousin gave him in his desk drawer and forget about them? If the conversation we just had really only made George uncomfortable, there would be no need to read this document. Despite being tired and slightly drunk, George sat in his chair, looking at the cover of the document Nikolai had handed him. His expression didn't seem very bright, but the curiosity in his eyes couldn't be hidden. George was interested in the conversation he had with his cousin after dinner. The unprecedented march of protesters in front of Buckingham Palace, the much discussed declaration of martial law, and the royal family's flight to Canada were leaving deeper wounds in his heart than he thought. The fact that the media was contributing to making the situation worse by describing the featherston disaster in provocative language also made it difficult for George to ignore this document. A peaceful mining town soaked in blood. The government is ultimately responsible. A weeping widow. How should I live now? Headlines like, Prime Minister unanswered, were the result of competition to increase their newspaper circulation. This is just curiosity. Besides, if you throw away the document Nikki gave you without even reading it, wouldn't you be wasting a golden opportunity to get to know the other person? They say they'll tell us how Russia controls its people, but we can't pass up this opportunity. Cancer, of course. After a brief self-justification, George soon began flipping through the documents with trembling hands. The slight intoxication interfered with his ability to put words into his eyes and mind, but the speed with which he turned the pages was steady. It was unclear at this point what impact this document would have on George, but the candle in his room was lit all night. Asterisk 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 the day after the conversation with my cousin, I discovered that he did not show up at the conference room. Seeing that he was not visible, even though it was later than tomorrow, it seemed that something had happened. Could it be the hangover from yesterday's alcohol? That said, I didn't drink much, so I can't see Prince George. When I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs in confusion, he also spoke to me, as if he had just heard. I just heard from the person on the other end of the line that Prince George complained of fatigue because he overexerted himself yesterday. Well, we already know that his role in this meeting isn't large, so I don't think there will be any problem. Not all talks end today. The tedious negotiations will continue for at least a week. Given that there were more than one or two issues to discuss at this meeting, it seemed that those participating in the negotiations had decided that a tedious battle would continue for at least a week or two. Well, that's also true. Even when it comes to establishing the border in the Persian region, most of the working level officials have already reached a consensus, but it's likely that they and we have the same desire to gain even one more centimeter. You know exactly. In fact, George didn't have much influence in this meeting, even if it was me. This is because the British monarchy is relatively small compared to other countries that implement monarchies, and the power of speech assigned to him who was not the next successor, but the next successor couldn't have been significant. Still, when I heard that he didn't come out simply because he was tired, it was natural to think of the conversation we had yesterday. You couldn't have stayed up all night reading the documents I gave you, right? I suddenly worried that my idea of trying to create discord within Great Britain, arguably our greatest competitor, had gone a little too well. What I plan to do is reduce future interference or obstruction in Russia's future by providing Great Britain with bad news in order to achieve a proper balance and not enter into a life or death decision with communist Great Britain, which is full of red flavors. Wait a minute, if a communist revolution really does occur in England, can it be said that it will cause greater harm to Russia? Just because the British mainland is steeped in communism, is there no guarantee that the Governor General or military forces around the world will cooperate with them? Then what if we first approach those who are wondering which side to take amidst such confusion? Your Highness, it seems our talks will begin today. I think it would be a good idea to review the documents one last time. Thank you, Foreign Minister. It seemed necessary to seriously consider reviewing and deciding what attitude to take toward the communist revolution in Great Britain after the conclusion of this meeting. From now on, we will begin discussions on establishing borders between Russia and Great Britain, and between Great Britain and Russia in the Persian region and Central Asia. But before that, we must end this meeting well. Asterisk 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 after a week of talks, the results of this meeting began to reveal some lines. The Central Asian question, which was discussed first, and was the biggest problem between the two countries, was paradoxically the first to be successfully resolved. This means that the dialogue between the working staff that has taken place so far has not been in vain. Even so, I didn't expect an agreement to be reached without a great deal of friction. What was discussed next was using this opportunity to conclude a non-aggression pact between the two countries. Even now, there was a current of thinking trying to avoid a physical conflict between Russia and Great Britain, but the main public opinion was that they should conclude a treaty that was clearly set out in writing. For my part, I asked Foreign Minister Jia how about going a step further and signing a mutual defense treaty, adding terms to help resolve the situation by sending troops to each other in the event of a rebellion or revolution within the two countries. I asked, but had no choice but to give up after hearing him say it was still too soon. We overlooked that we should also consider our relationship with France. I suppose I was trying to be too hasty without realizing it. In international relations involving France and Great Britain, we had no choice but to respect the words of Foreign Minister Gu, the foremost expert. As he said, public opinion has recently emerged that France should also consider its relationship with Great Britain to keep Germany in check. But considering the historical relationship between the two sides, it could be said that it is still too early. Once an agreement was reached to conclude a mutual non-aggression pact, all that remained was to discuss what each side would demand of the other and how much they would pay in return. What the British requested of us was related to a floating port. This request was made based on the belief that the reason Russia continued moving southward was to secure a floating port, but in reality, a floating port was not a great advantage to us. Due to Russia's characteristics, it is a typical continental country and has no colonies that need to be kept in a stable position on other continents that can only be reached by sea. It would be good to have a floating port, but there was no need to feel so much regret if it did not exist. On the contrary, they seemed perplexed when they saw that we readily accepted their demands and asked us in return to repay the loans needed for the import of industrial machinery and railway projects. But they saw no great problem in saying that they would accept what they asked. It was a profitable agreement for us, as we got the necessary finances for future reform work in exchange for giving up something we didn't really need. But on the surface, it was a fair agreement in which Great Britain also got what it wanted. It would have been nice if we had also gained effective control over Manchuria and the Korean Peninsula. However, since the United Kingdom was in no position to cede those things to us, the only answer we could get was that it would tolerate the expansion of its economic influence, such as the construction of railways through state-owned enterprises. Of course, if we show the slightest attempt to secure territory or actual control through military action, they will immediately intervene. Nevertheless, it was significant simply to receive confirmation of what we already had through the Kyoto Agreement and the Hong Kong Agreement. Kang. In return, the Qing dynasty had to recognize Britain's exclusive ownership of the settlements, ports, and rights guaranteed by Britain, and confirmed that Russia would not claim any rights to those areas in the future, but it was not a loss-making business. However, not all matters proceeded so amicably. The outbreak of conflict was a hint that Russia might be behind the recent unrest in Britain. Chapter 84. In reality, it all began with a simple word. Once the transaction regarding what to receive and what to give each other was complete, the process of finalizing the treaty could be said to be like deciding what to eat for dessert after the main course. However, just as a friendly meeting can be cut short by a difference of opinion over whether to eat chocolate cake or strudel, when two countries that were grumbling not long ago were sitting across from each other, a word spoken against the other was trivial, but not a trivial matter. I'm glad we've reached an agreement that everyone can be satisfied with. If I had known this could be resolved through dialogue, I would have prepared this event a long time ago. I think we are fortunate to know this is the way to resolve your country and the issues we've been discussing with Lead and Flame. I've learned that we can solve problems together by sitting face to face instead of shedding unnecessary blood, so if a similar problem arises in the future, we can organize a meeting like this. What broke the cordial atmosphere between the two sides, which had entered the final stage, was an inadvertent comment made by a British staff member. It's a shame that, if Russia had done a little better at managing criminals crossing the border, we would have been able to deal with it like this sooner. There's no way the Russian Empire is going to take advantage of the populists, is there? Originally, it was one of the strategies intended to fulfill Russia's demand to abandon its covetousness for floating ports without any significant expense on the British side. If suspicions were publicly raised that the Russian activists behind the worker unrest in Britain were actually agents sent by the imperial government, it would inevitably affect the way other countries view Russia. Of course, Russia would deny it, but it was a strategy to pressure the other side by saying that if the British government didn't make concessions in negotiations, it would publicly say that Russia was exporting communists and other revolutionary element to other countries. However, due to the nature of Russia's obsessive response to the populists, it was a negotiation strategy that would only be considered if the talks didn't go well or in extreme situations. Furthermore, it was an agenda that was scrapped because Russia accepted the conditions regarding the floating port more obediently than they had expected, but not everything went according to plan. I'm not sure what you mean by what you just said. The British negotiating team, who were afraid to leave the meeting because they felt insulted by the Russian side's cunning attitude, breathed a sigh of relief, but what they said next was unexpected. However, when I hear about the border, it brings to mind something very interesting that we have experienced recently. Do you happen to know Andijan? Isn't Andijan a city located in Central Asia under the control of the Russian Empire? Why all of a sudden? The British side wondered if this was an attempt to find fault with the already agreed upon border in the Central Asian region, but Russia's response went beyond their concerns. I think you already know that there have been some minor riots there recently. It was a commotion caused by a crowd that was dissatisfied with us. Fortunately, thanks to the quick response of His Highness the Crown Prince, it was prevented from spreading elsewhere. However, after the situation calmed down, we discovered that there was a group behind them that was providing organized support. It's an organization large enough to deliver uniformly standardized weapons and ammunition to over 1,000 people. Of course, despite an intensive investigation, they didn't manage to specifically identify the organization behind them, but one interesting thing is that all the support came across the Indian border. Of course, the documents used to cross the border were stamped on their side, and it may be a coincidence, but the only shell company I could find that was used to provide support also stated in the documents that its main business was related to your general government. In fact, the operation against Andijan was secretly carried out by former Prime Minister Primrose himself, so they, who were members of another party opposition, were unaware. Originally, it would naturally have been known in the process of handing over work when the government was transferred, but in the process of experiencing an unprecedented event, Primrose, who had the greatest responsibility in this, was cut off, and the person on his direct line was cut off. There was no way for a proper handover to take place in a situation where even the staff was retiring. As a result, the Andijan riots were viewed as a simple local rebellion by those who formed the cabinet after the Conservative Party took power. Due to this butterfly effect, they found themselves in the surprising situation of learning about the operation carried out in their own country by none other than a person from a foreign country where the operation was carried out. Foreign Minister Jay continued speaking in a calm tone, perhaps aware of the absurdity of the British officials. Originally, I would not have mentioned this topic, but I couldn't help but speak out when I saw you next to me mentioning mere suspicions without evidence in such an event. And that too, at a time when the events that have happened between the two countries have been resolved and reconciliation has been agreed upon. Very disappointing. If other countries find out about this, will they be able to see your country as a reliable negotiating partner in the future? After Foreign Minister Jeff finished speaking, silence fell in the conference room. In this situation, it was none other than Nicolai who gave the British delegation, who were just staring at each other, a lifeline. Now, this kind of conflict seems undesirable in a place where we are trying to resolve the resentment that has built up between us and move toward a bright future. In this way, questioning each other about what they did wrong in the past does not mean helping to usher in a new beginning for both countries to move forward together. Isn't the past the past? Yes, that's right, Your Highness. After hearing the Crown Prince's words, the faces of the British delegation lit up, and they quickly chimed in, but the story that followed contained something slightly different from their expectations. Then, I'd like to make this suggestion here. In order to resolve mutual misunderstandings, wouldn't it be better to jointly investigate a single issue? So, let's jointly investigate the investigation related to the recent Andijan rebellion. Wouldn't it be good for us to be assured that your country, as we move forward together, is not involved in this? And wouldn't it be good for your country to let us know that it is not involved in this dishonorable matter? Of course, since this investigation stems from suspicions about your return, it would be best to make it a condition that we assume the cost of the investigation. After hearing Nicolet's words, the British negotiating team looked perplexed. Since there hadn't been a proper transfer, it was impossible to say for sure, but since they were British politicians, they could know that their country had some kind of influence in this. And in this sense, it was clear that, if it were revealed that Britain was involved in an operation that could have a profound impact on the internal affairs of other countries, it would be a huge setback in its efforts to break away from its recent grand policy of isolation and seeking allies. Diplomacy in this day and age consists of smiling in front of your face and preparing a sword in your back, but it was common sense that it should be carried out in a way that wouldn't be revealed. Crown Prince Nicholas's words, which were heard one after another by the British delegation, who could do nothing about them, were suggestions they had no choice but to accept. If this proposal is burdensome, I would like to slightly modify the terms of the Kyoto Agreement and the Hong Kong Agreement that they recently signed in exchange for making what was said here today an unwritten rule. Anyway, it's clear that the investigation will only prove that your country was not involved in this dishonorable affair, but wouldn't it be better not to make unnecessary efforts? Let's consider your proposal. This is a matter that requires contact with the country of origin, so please give us a little time. Of course. That day, the Marquis of Salisbury was angered to learn that his predecessor had left such a huge amount of waste, but he had no choice but to accept the prince's offer. Because he was the one who raised his voice the most to escape great isolation. The day's gentle discussion ended with the British accepting some additions to the agreement. Asterisk 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 it was truly a great performance, Your Majesty. Foreign Minister Jia has suffered greatly. Have you ever studied acting professionally? Hahaha, it's a skill that is automatically learned if you live in an aristocratic society for a long time. Once the negotiations were concluded, Foreign Minister Jia and I, who saw the British delegation off on their way back with a grim expression, had a brief moment of self-congratulation. Indeed, if they didn't bring up a story related to the Russian refugees, our side would provoke them first and try to bring it up. Fortunately, however, as a result of Britain's self-destruction, they were able to naturally squash the story related to the populists and continue with the investigations into what happened in Andijan. Anyway, Your Highness, what do you mean by what you said earlier about the need to reconsider our relationship with Britain? Oh, is that what you mean? Although we have gained much from this meeting, Foreign Minister Jia seemed to have second thoughts. You may be wondering why I, who until now have worked so hard to improve relations with the United Kingdom, used a strategy to stimulate them. In fact, it was only natural for Foreign Minister Jia to question my change of attitude, as I had insisted on improving relations with Great Britain, one of the few countries in the Russian Empire. Although we were able to gain immediate benefits through the work related to Andijan, in the long run it would be inevitable for Russia to fall into the classification of allies that Great Britain was considering. I decided to answer his questions. Actually, I was wondering if I had been thinking wrong all this time. Do you have any doubts? If you look at my actions so far, you will see that I have acted under the assumption that Great Britain will maintain a stable empire in the future. But that is all. I paused for a moment and then spoke to him. What if Britain collapses due to internal slander? Or at least what if in the future Britain struggles to rebuild itself differently than before? Would Britain still have a valuable ally then? If such a situation arises, wouldn't it be better to take advantage of the power vacuum created as a result of Britain's collapse? Your Majesty, what you are saying right now, the Foreign Minister seemed to realize what I had assumed by taking this step. It would be natural, since he too had a hand in exporting populists. That's right, Foreign Minister. I can see something happening in the UK in the near future that will change the system. Chapter 85. The time they have given us. You are making very dangerous comments, Your Majesty. When Foreign Minister Jia heard what I said, he responded with a trembling voice. Even for a capable diplomat and someone who had been involved in a diplomatic battle for a long time, the news that a historic empire, especially the British Empire, would be overthrown by an internal rebellion must have come as a shock. With the knowledge of the 21st century, I thought it was something that could happen. However, as a typical 19th century figure, he would have been received differently. The mere assumption that communism, which was thought to have already returned to Marx's grave with the Paris Commune after the fall of the monarchy, would reappear seemed considered blasphemous. Were you impressed by the Communist Manifesto? Or do you have any basis for predicting that the United Kingdom would find itself in such a situation? In fact, according to the materialist perspective, a theory championed by Marx, the first countries where communism should emerge were none other than Great Britain or the United States. According to his theory, Russia was a country that hadn't even made the transition to a capitalist system, the stage at which communism would inevitably occur. First of all, the British political system also played a role in this prediction. Unlike us, they select the entity that runs a state through an organization called the National Assembly and an event called a vote. And in the process, isn't it inevitable that people will appear who claim they will resolve your situation if you vote for them? What I said was an evidence-based argument mixed with a certain degree of exaggeration. This is because the current situation in the United Kingdom is different from that of the Weimar Republic, which had a legal basis and a constitution that allowed the proliferation of various political parties with extremist tendencies. But if you look at it that way, who would have predicted that the October Revolution would take place in the Russian Empire, where parliamentary democracy hadn't even begun? I looked at Foreign Minister Jair, who seemed to be reflecting on what I had said, and decided to add something to reassure him. This is just a prediction, Foreign Secretary. This is also a prediction that is unlikely to come true. I mentioned it before, but in at least 10 years, there won't be a red flag flying from Buckingham Palace, where the royal family lives, instead of the Union Jack. Even in real history, people couldn't have predicted that the communist revolution would first take place in Russia, an underdeveloped agricultural country. However, just as Imperial Russia transformed into Soviet Russia, I expected that Britain would not have an easy road ahead. At this point, the priority was to reassure the Foreign Secretary, who feared that the Crown Prince might be megalomaniac or obsessed with bad books. You must be very careful saying such things, Your Majesty. I dread to imagine how your father would have reacted if he had heard what I just said. That was correct. As much as my father believed in me, if he had heard that the populists would win against the imperialists, he would have immediately issued an order of disapproval. Even if it happened in a country with a close hostile relationship, not ours. My father's hatred of the populists was so strong that he couldn't be judged carelessly. Thank you for the advice. Keep it in mind. By the way, thank you for your hard work up to today. Your Majesty, you have worked hard. As for the final review of the negotiation plan, it was an achievement that could not have been achieved without your highness. Fortunately, the Minister of Foreign Affairs seemed to have understood my intention to change the course of the conversation and did not speak further on this topic. It will not be too late to discuss what I just said, even after I return to St. Petersburg, not where my father is. Although the temperature of the United Kingdom's view of our country dropped somewhat because of this meeting, this was possible because there were more than one or two factors that would prevent them from openly uniting with Germany instead of us. I stood up and shook hands with Foreign Minister Germany. He truly was the person who worked the hardest to bring this meeting to a close. It also included the meaning of putting an end to petty self-indulgence. Thank you for hanging out until late last night. You must be very tired, so it would be best to return to your dormitory and get some rest. Thank you for caring so much about my old body. I will be able to discuss what I spoke about with your highness today only after I return to the capital. Don't worry. One of the things I've learned while living in an aristocratic society for a long time is silence. After exchanging a glance with his accomplice and returning to his room, I thought about the path we would take if England were covered in red flags in the near future. Originally, it would have been an attempt to oppose the Triple Alliance, led by Germany, through the Triple Entente, which was structured similarly to the original history of Russia, France, and Great Britain. But if populists are exported to continental Europe, including Great Britain, in the future, that future will be misdiagnosed. Probably not. On the contrary, since there is a high risk that all other countries, except us, will become communist, it would be better to pay more attention in the future. If you increase external threats while trying to eliminate internal ones, it will be like perverting the original message. Now that the situation was like this, it seemed a good option to be content with concluding a mutual defense alliance with France, which was currently nearing conclusion, and remaining in a non-aggression pact with Great Britain. Even if an alliance relationship had not developed with us, if Great Britain, which was seeking an alliance, had approached France, it could have sent troops in the name of a treaty with France in the event of an emergency. If Great Britain gets closer to Germany, it will be a headache. Germany and Great Britain, obsessed with the monarch Wilhelm II, whose words and actions can bounce like a ball, and the desire to expand outward through pan-Germanism, based on a developed economy and society, are not expected to unite easily. Indeed, Germany, which was drawing up the outlines of its 3B policy, based on the right to build the Baghdad Railway, and Great Britain, concerned about the impact of its expansion on the Suez Canal and India, which it already possessed, were in the same polar position as magnates simply because, of course, since the insurgency of nationalists is a problem that exists in our country as well, we must find a solution for it. In the past, with the concept of nationalism I championed, I tried to control the nationalism represented by Pan-Slavism, which was spreading even in the Russian Empire. But the voices of those who said that we should help our Slavic brothers who believe in the same religion in the Balkan Peninsula were easily silenced. Furthermore, considering that the voices of the nationalists were bound to grow louder as the Russian Empire grew richer, their quality was worse than that of the populists in certain aspects. As the quality of life improves, people who do not listen to the whispers of the populists are more likely to be attracted by the nationalists' calls for territorial expansion befitting a rich and powerful country. These nationalists were always the problem in the process of calculating whether it would be better to step back from the First World War, which was arguably a confrontation of nationalism, and focus on the export of materials. The Romanov imperial family was already oppressing the extreme nationalists, who said they were not pure Slavs, but of Germanic blood, to a level comparable to that of the populists, but those who tried to throw a spoonful at my achievements were showing the vitality of cockroaches. It can be said that the recent achievements of the Russian Empire are an example that no one can deny that proves the excellence of the Slavic people. Now we must once again attack the Balkan Peninsula and the city of longing that the vile Germanic peoples lost in the past. Damn bastards. They frequently clamored for war, and to me, they felt like parasites devouring the future of the Russian Empire. They shouted loudly for the nation's glory and victory, but when the war actually began, it was obvious they would run to the safety of the rear before anyone else, and repeat what they had said before, like it was a broken cassette. If we return to the capital, it would be a good idea to set up a checkpoint against the extreme nationalists. I think it would be acceptable if the justification were to insult the imperial family and insult the country. The good news is that after the Russian-British talks concluded today, no external factors are expected to take priority over domestic issues for the time being. Although it had previously been said that there were concerns that a communist revolution might break out in Britain, it seemed unlikely that it would collapse within 3 years, unless an incident comparable to Bloody Sunday in Russia occurred in the near future. Could this not be an omen? When I thought about the things I didn't expect to happen, or the incidents that occurred, whenever I said I could take a break, I was anxious that my predictions might backfire, but I soon decided to think of it as superstition. Let's see, there's something to consider when we get back to the capital. The first thing to check was how the monetary reform to the gold standard, which had begun to be implemented shortly before my departure from the capital, was progressing. Although it was a policy that was completed without side effects in the original story, the review was essential, and it is said that measures are needed to address the fall in grain prices caused by the global oversupply. This was not a problem that Russia could solve on its own. Moreover, considering that lowering the price of grain is not necessarily a bad thing, it was dangerous to act hastily. Although the majority of the population are still farmers, for the growing number of urban workers, lower grain prices meant they could buy more bread for the same cost. Considering that the reason why the current grain market is fluctuating is due given the shock of market that had not yet grown accustomed to the rise of the United States, there was no choice but to bide time to resolve the issue. It could be said that the fall in grain prices was a factor that allowed workers to earn a living or even lead a better life, even though their wages did not improve. And this situation was buying time for labor reform. Of course, if workers' lives did not improve based solely on these external factors, they would display a hostile attitude toward the government as they did in the original story. But the Labor Relations Committee, formed mainly by Branival, did not sit idle. It was clear that it now had more time than the original Russian Empire. However, now that we cannot know the exact time due to changes in history, we had to forge ahead without resting. And now I really have to decide. Although it was not related to the empire, I also had to make a decision about what to do with my relationship with Alex, which I had been putting off for a while. Before writing the letter, I spoke with Nikolay, who had been quiet recently, but seemed to have the same thoughts as me. A relationship that could lead to unhappiness for both parties should end at this point. I picked up a pen and began writing a response to the letter she sent. #WRITER''S Note Policy 3B refers to a policy that was part of the overall policy followed by the German Empire in building a railway connecting Berlin-Istanbul-Baghdad. Chapter 86. It was around November 1893 in England, where the sun didn't shine near London, but as winter arrived, the daylight hours grew shorter, and a dark sky overlooked the city throughout the day. A day when the moon and stars, which would normally light up the night sky instead of the sun, are hidden behind clouds and not visible. Although there was no presence in the sky watching them, the people gathered in this place that day were busy moving silently, trying not to make a sound, as if someone were watching them. Quickly. President, what should I do with this document? Burn all documents that seem difficult to preserve. The documents containing lists and the number of union members in each factory are also items that shouldn't fall into their hands, so let's deal with them together. A time when the days are getting shorter and the nights are getting longer. At dawn, when the lights of the few gas lamps installed in the area were going out, those who were busy gathering in offices and not in their homes were none other than union members. It's clear that there was a spy planted by them among the protesters that day. Otherwise, there's no way the situation will suddenly change. It's already happened, so what's the point of talking about it here? Oh, I need to take care of the documents there, so give them to me. The reason the executives of the only established union in this area were so busy early in the morning instead of during the day was simple. This was because, as of yesterday, the legal permit that allowed them to proudly open an office in the city center and operate on behalf of the workers' voices was cancelled. Whether it's the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, they are both the same. They only care about their own interests and don't care about people like us. How long are we going to have to watch them kowtow to us only during the election period, asking for our vote, but then keep quiet and side with the factory owners after the vote? Didn't we, to some extent, expect the Conservative Party to end up like this? However, it's impossible to re-elect the Labour Party that caused that disaster. I had some hope, because it was the Conservative Party that expanded voting rights through electoral law reform in the past. This may have been predicted when the aristocratic-minded Marquis of Salisbury took office as Prime Minister, but the Union President, who was busy packing his bags, had a bitter taste in his mouth. After the recent conclusion of the Russo-British negotiations, street checks were strengthened to find Russian refugees hiding in various sectors of society, and searches on boats entering and leaving the border were intensified. I had no idea they would escalate to this extent. After the reinforcement of random street checks, it was a good idea to step up surveillance of union member workers. I should have known better when I saw union members who committed minor offenses being arrested and held in detention centers for several days. The Conservative Party, which promised to improve the situation for workers and strengthen its oversight of employment and working conditions after the march on Buckingham Palace in the past, it described the protest as a day on which not much has changed. Initially seemed as if it was following through on its promises. However, the workers who saw this were filled with dreams and hopes for a time. The oppression that began at some point due to suspicions of social chaos and the intervention of foreign powers reached its peak with the cancellation of the establishment permit of the trade union of which he was president. What kind of absurd reason is this for cancellation? That behind our union is an agent who received orders from a foreign country. How can you make such an accusation against us? Her Majesty's loyal subjects. Although they expressed their opposition to the government's actions on several occasions, they considered themselves members of the British Empire and loyal to the Queen. Some unions were saying that, since nothing would change, as long as the nobles controlled the National Assembly and were in over their heads, we had to take serious action, but they were drawing a line in the face of such extreme claims. As they pride themselves on being loyal subjects to the Queen, they planned a peaceful demonstration to protest the cancellation of the establishment. When they started marching, it seemed like everything was going according to plan, but when they encountered the police cordon, things started to take a strange turn. At first, the protesters just shouted their own slogans without much conflict in front of the cordon, but several men with their faces covered with cloth appeared out of nowhere and shouted provocative slogans such as "Let's destroy the private police in power. For the blood of our brothers." As they shouted, "We demand adequate compensation." The excited protesters ran toward the cordon. The police also responded by charging with batons and on horseback against those who used violence against them. Fortunately, there were no deaths, but an arrest warrant was only issued yesterday for the union president and the union officials in charge of organizing that day's protest. MMR. Smith. Can I help you? While completing the work of organizing documents and packing to go into exile to avoid the police arrest warrant, Union leader Smith heard awkward, broken English. When he turned his head, a group of people stood among the busy union members, surveying their surroundings. Since they were one of the reasons for the cancellation of the union's license, the people around them weren't very friendly, but Smith thought that attitude was what those who oppressed them wanted. Because he believed that the country and the nation were a lesser priority compared to the common solidarity of the workers. Mr. Chepnitsky, it's fine. I'm rather sorry that things have come to this point. You'll have to find another place to stay, but it won't be easy. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry. Because of us. Even if it weren't for you, they would have used any excuse to oppress us. Don't be too hard on yourself. Smith, who looked at the Russians in front of him, so remorseful that they didn't know what to do, couldn't understand the police saying that these people controlled their union. How could such naive people incite union members and lead them to violent protests? Even at the last protest, wasn't it the spies planted by the police who incited the protesters, not them? Wouldn't suspecting the Russians, on the other hand, be like swallowing the poison they spread, distrusting the united power of workers everywhere? The more we doubt and reject each other, the more they will surely be the ones laughing. While Smith was lost in thought, awkward English was heard again in his ears. What do you plan to do in the future? First of all, Smith tried to answer their questions, but couldn't continue. Because the union members who were organizing the necessary items for asylum and the documents that would be dangerous if they fell into their hands had finished their work. Mr. Chairman, it seems like things have been sorted out to a certain extent, but I think it would be a good idea to get out of the way for now. No matter how annoying those guys are, it won't hurt to be careful. This is a bag containing the things you'll need when you apply for asylum in the United States. The country Smith and other union leaders chose to avoid arrest warrants was none other than the United States. First of all, because everyone spoke the same language, and the number of workers was enormous as it was becoming a global factory. Although it was a country where the descendants of those who rebelled for independence lived, too much time had passed to bring up old grudges from that time. In a way, the idea persisted in their minds that their rebellion against unjust oppression, they call it a revolution of independence, is what shows us the path we should take. The very fact that Smith, who was able to improve the work environment through dialogue and compromise, had this idea showed that their ideology was changing, but they themselves were still unable to realize it. Thank you all. Although I'm fleeing to the distant land of America to avoid their evil clutches, I will always wait for the day when I can meet and hug you all again. I think it would be a good idea for all of you to stop sheltering now. I don't believe that they, who couldn't catch me or other executives, will leave you alone. They promised to meet again someday with a warm embrace, but after the difficulties passed, it seemed that the day they would meet again would never come. Bang! When the closed door opened with a harsh sound, people walked in with guns pointed at them. Everyone, don't move. Traitors seeking social chaos and overthrow despite Her Majesty the Queen's mercy. Orders were given that if he escaped, he would be killed immediately. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and stand facing the wall. In preparation for this kind of situation, there were personnel monitoring the streets, but it seemed they had either been recruited by them or were captured by them before they could be warned. No, there's no way these guys can move that fast. That means the information leaked somewhere. With guns pointed at him from every direction, Smith's mind spun as he did as he was told. Are there any traitors among those here? No. Then, did the spies who were at the forefront of the last protest infiltrate the Union before that day? That said, no one could even guess who they were. No way. As they had assured, if there were even the slightest suspicious movement, there would be several windholes in the body, so Smith, who was only rolling his eyes to assess the surrounding situation, was able to notice something strange. The Russians who had been apologizing to him a moment ago were nowhere to be seen. In the short time between speaking to Smith and the police raid, they had disappeared somewhere. Could it be them? Why? No. How? Bastard, I told you not to roll your eyes. Record. Smith's questions didn't last long. This was because the police didn't want him to stay still and not follow instructions. He could feel his consciousness drifting away from the impact on the back of his head, but even then, only one question filled his mind. Why on earth? In the morning, the Union headquarters was devastated after the early morning storm, but there were people visiting this place without a single police guard due to the simultaneous arrest operations that had been going on since dawn. Damn, even the Union leader was captured, so maybe we are better off now? Union members who had managed to avoid the police's gaze, or who had been lucky enough not to be on the arrest list, were gathering. They knew that gathering here wouldn't lead to good results, but they all felt like they were grasping at straws. At that moment, when someone jumped onto the messy desk in front of the devastated people, it was natural for their attention to be drawn to that person. Comrades. He continued speaking, while looking at the Union members who were staring at him. His English pronunciation was rough, but natural enough for anyone to understand. Last morning we received an unexpected blow. But this despair is what those who would trample us underfoot await. We must rise again. His speech was enough to get the desperate Union members back on their feet, and when they heard President Smith say that he had asked him to lead the Union while he was away, the Union members began to have hope again. They hadn't lost yet. And what is your name? When someone asked a question near the end of the speech, the name the man answered was different from the name Smith knew. His name is Gapin. Comrades. Chapter 87. In the original story, Father Gapin, famous for organizing the popular march that became the backdrop for the Bloody Sunday incident as a double agent for Orana, came to England for one reason only. This was because, in the process of exporting revolutionary element before the Russian-British negotiations concluded, and Britain strengthened border controls, Orana agents who had infiltrated the populist organization also passed through. Originally, they would have been expected to cross into England and then return to their original ways, but orders from above forced them to cross the strait and come to this place with a different language and culture. First of all, it's dangerous for us to gather here, because it's clear they're keeping a close eye on our Union. Everyone, please return. We'll get back to you soon. Until then, please remain calm, but remember what happened today and wait. Because sometimes brave blood is nothing more than recklessness. Gapin, who had somewhat taken control of the Union, that had lost its leadership in an instant, sent the members home. The nominal reason was that the police might search this place again, but the real reason was that, if they gathered and talked among themselves, they might realize that what Gapin had just said was a bit odd. It's strange that the future of the Union is entrusted to an unidentified foreigner who has just arrived, and not to a member of the same nationality who had been in the Union until now. Gapin, what do you plan to do now? It's been a long time since we lost contact with our homeland. As the Union members returned to their homes and prepared for work, Gapin and his colleagues were the only people left in the devastated office. Since there was no longer any need to pay attention, they naturally conversed in Russian. Gapin, standing at the spot where the Union leader he trusted had been arrested that morning and looking around, recalled the last order he had received before coming to England.
hide among the populists fleeing exile in the UK, infiltrate existing unions in the UK, monitor their movements, and report back quarterly. If contact with your home country is lost, will you return home, or continue to perform your duties? I'll leave that to you. He dreamed of being a priest, and wanted to go to theology school, but what started him on this path were the supplies provided by the government during the last famine. It was the wheat and barley, filled with the Tsar's grace, that filled my father, whose anxiety grew day by day, and his food store, which was depleted proportionately. That work made Gapon want to work for the Tsar, who actually reaches out and responds when they are in trouble, rather than for a god who simply looks down on them from heaven without any answer. Even so, I never thought the line of communication would be cut off less than 3 months into the mission. Gapon. Oh. I asked you what you plan to do next. It's good that you've taken control of the Union, but you couldn't have acted without a particular plan, could you? Was the time spent reminiscing too long? Before he knew it, Gapon realized that his colleagues, who had come from far away, across the frozen ground, were surrounding him and looking at him with a mixture of concern and suspicion. He smiled and replied, as if he knew why they reacted that way. Don't worry, there's no way I could have done something like this without a plan, right? Don't worry, this is in line with your country's policy of action, based on the results of the recently concluded Russian-British negotiations. Comrades, I will explain the details tonight, so I think it would be best if we leave here. Okay, you'll have to come up with a story that will convince us all. Soon, even the Russians, except for Gapon, had left, and he was the only one left in the shabby office. In fact, the operation carried out this time by this young agent was beyond his authority. It wasn't long afterward that the official declaration in the last negotiation that there was no empire behind the Russian presence in Great Britain could have been revealed as a lie. Even so, if we analyze what resulted from the previous negotiations, it is clear that the imperial government still considers Great Britain a potential enemy. Although the results of the negotiations revealed to the public were somewhat distorted and exaggerated to favor the British side, Gapon could sense that the negotiation process was not so simple. In that case, it was essential for him to remain in England and occupy a position where he could cause social chaos in preparation for a possible war that might break out in the future. If the rear is unstable while the war is being waged, that in itself could be beneficial to one's country. Still, I'm glad that this gamble paid off. If I had made a mistake, perhaps I would have had to throw myself into the River Thames. If this project had failed, he and his comrades would have had to stay here far from their hometown. But since they managed to take control of the Union using the police, it was time to refrain from any notable actions for the time being and strengthen their forces. It was clear that the process of gradually ousting the remaining officers appointed by the arrested former Union president, taking control of the organization, and reshaping it to suit their own purposes would take a considerable amount of time. There were cases where the Russians took advantage of the chaos and took control of unions, but in most cases, they went into hiding along with those who went underground. This is because it was almost impossible for everyone to be as lucky and skilled as Gapon. However, like a parasite hiding in the heart of the British royal family, which is the heart of the British Empire, and whose symbol is the lion, the poison spread by Russia in Britain will resurface and gnaw at its insides whenever the opportunity presents itself. Asterisk 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 after autumn, when the year's harvest, which will determine the success or failure of this agricultural reform, can be confirmed, winter has returned, a harsh season for most of Russia's inhabitants, but my heart felt lighter than before as I looked at the reports coming in from all over. Great. In most areas, harvests were slightly higher than previously recorded. Excellent work, Secretary of the Treasury. It wasn't easy, because the farmers were resistant to the new farming techniques and tools, but it was the result of borrowing my authority and gradually accepting the teachings of those sent from the agricultural schools. In particular, in the Samara region, it is said that the harvest is 1.5 times greater than before. Now that I think about it, isn't this the place His Highness inspected on his way back from his trip to the Far East? When I heard Witte's words, I thought of Ivan, with whom I had spoken at that time.
living in Korea in the 21st century, he was one of the opportunities for me to live not simply as a person possessed by Nikolai, but as a true crown prince of Russia. He was a person to whom I'm grateful, and who also greatly assisted in the arrest of Lenin. He rejected the offer of a reward for his efforts, claiming that he had betrayed his friend, but it seemed that he was still helping me greatly. Yes, what I saw and heard that day in Samara helped me a lot in preparing to overcome the last famine. I think it would be good to give some kind of reward to the Samara region that faithfully followed this reform plan. If this kind of compensation is provided, wouldn't it be easier for other regions to accept new agricultural methods? It's a good idea. I think it would be very helpful in advancing the reform if we spread the word that rewards are being given to regions that follow government instructions well. I'll work out the details. Although the wounds left by the famine had not yet fully healed, and it was still early winter, the number of people dying of hunger and death across the country had decreased significantly compared to the past. It is necessary to take into account the omitted statistics exclusive to Imperial Russia and the report's revisions, to avoid offending the wishes of those in power, but overall, it is clear that the situation is better than before. There were hopes that gradually increasing grain yields in this way might alleviate the financial damage caused by the current low grain prices. Furthermore, considering that the current abnormally low grain prices were due to a shock in the international market, caused by the emergence of a large exporting country like the United States, it is hoped that the market will soon recover from the shock and return to normal prices of grain, which will help secure finances in the future. Plans were being made to encourage Russian conglomerates and increase the share of manufactured goods among exports, but considering that more than half of Russia's exports will be grain for at least 10 years, encouraging agriculture was not simply a matter of solving hunger. It wasn't. This is because it can be said to be directly related to the industrialization that will accelerate in the future and the import of machinery to compensate for underdeveloped industrial capacity. What is also fortunate is that the ongoing monetary reform spearheaded by Lord Vishnetgrodsky is proceeding smoothly. In the past, thanks to the agreement His Highness concluded with Branival, it was easy to obtain gold to deposit with the central bank. Since this was a monetary reform aimed at incorporating the gold standard system, the most important thing was to obtain gold to guarantee payment for the currency to be issued. Fortunately, thanks to the gold collected to the point of paranoia over the past few decades, the gifts received from friends like Japan and China, and the solidarity with Branival, which boasts the world's largest exporter of crude oil, we were able to acquire the material for this faster than ever before. The incorporation into the gold standard was very important, because it wasn't just a simple monetary reform, but was also related to the international financial market and a reconsideration of other countries' perception of the ruble. Fortunately, it seems that it can be completed without side effects such as a significant increase in prices. Thank goodness. I can't express how reassuring it is to have officials who can fulfill their duties even in difficult circumstances. In particular, Lord Vishnetgrodsky has been carrying out his work with great enthusiasm despite the fact that his health was recently reported to be delicate. It pains me to have to grant your greatest wish once this is over. That said, Vishnetgrodsky and Bunge, who had worked hard all this time, were due to retire at the end of this year. A feeling of envy seemed to have passed through Vite's eyes when he learned that fact, but it couldn't be helped. He was destined to work with me for at least another 20 years. If you feel unfair, you don't even have the capacity. Oh, and the Trans-Siberian Railway project, which in the past had difficulties in construction due to famine, is also speeding up again. In particular, regarding the Lake Baikal route your highness mentioned, we are in the process of establishing a construction plan with the assistance of invited engineers from Switzerland. If construction progresses as planned, the route to Lake Baikal will likely be completed no later than autumn of next year. In the original story, it was a section that had a major impact not only on the time, but also on the increased budget for the completion of the Siberian Railway. However, thanks to the suggestion of a related solution, it seemed possible to open a single line earlier than initially planned. Make sure to coordinate well with the Chief of Staff. How is the expansion of influence on the Korean peninsula through the private sector I mentioned last time progressing? At the time, the Korean peninsula was fortunate enough to be free from the clutches of the great powers, and was considered a neutral zone. Originally, Japan and the Qing dynasty would have used it as a stage to expand their influence, but now it was difficult for the two countries to do their part. Furthermore, as other European powers assimilated the fruits of the Qing dynasty in Japan, their interest in the neighboring country, which they considered insignificant, was destined to decline. Chapter 88. After the end of the Sino-Japanese War, when it was said that among those who fought directly there were no winners, only the losers remained and handed over their treasures to those who watched from the sidelines, the situation the Korean peninsula found itself in was very unique. Following the coup d'état that took place in Gapsons last year, the situation was such that the members of the enlightened faction who remained in Joseon were able to raise their voices full of hope. The heavens are finally looking down on our Joseon. The Qing dynasty in Japan, who were attacking us on both sides, are fighting amongst themselves, and the European powers, including Nosia above, don't seem to have much interest in this land of Joseon. Now we have a golden opportunity to achieve a wealthy nation and a strong military through modernization. However, the government's subsequent actions completely crushed their high expectations. Their teacher, who was supposed to save every minute and every second and guide them along the path of modernization that lagged behind the others, seemed more interested in something else. Oh, I'm going to improve. If you take that too, what are we going to do? How dare you reject such a solemn commandment? The tax is meant to prevent Joseon from being ruled by Western barbarians or Japanese, but instead of paying it with a happy heart, you just complain. Take this guy away right now. Just take a look. If I'm not there, who will feed my children? Noisy. Indeed, as they said, if it had been a tax to prepare for a foreign invasion, it would have been considered an unavoidable sacrifice, but the wealth collected throughout the country was being used in the wrong place. Captain, it seems your vision is getting clearer as the days go by. That kind of feeling is something that wears on your body. Isn't that Qing dynasty silk? Did you recognize it? After all, you have discernment. This was because it often fell into the pockets of the minimum family, who had already taken control of the government, and the dignitaries who reported to them. The situation Joseon found itself in now was not something they had achieved through their own abilities, but a special situation that arose due to the coincidence of interests and situations in neighboring countries, but in their minds, that wasn't important. Although their diplomatic skills and military power to fight foreign powers had practically disappeared after the Imo Rebellion, a perception was spreading among government dignitaries that the current situation was due to their having done well to protect their sovereignty. Are you really saying that this country has become a country that can't even seize the last chance it's being given? Are you saying that the day will never come when we expel the minimum family that covered His Majesty the Lord's eyes and ears? I decided to lose hope in this country called Joseon. After the Sino-Japanese War, while the eyes of those around us were looking elsewhere, we decided to give up the faint hope of advancing on the path to a wealthy nation and a strong military. As long as Minimum's maternal relatives are at the top of this country, Joseon will remain this way. Instead of taking this opportunity to make efforts at modernization, people who had studied abroad, who had seen people only pursuing their own interests, began to take action such as sighing in despair or leaving for another country. Some of them were so fed up with their unchanging homeland that they even went so far as to openly say that it would be better for a country they found favorable to rule Joseon. Of course, the only people who listen to these extreme tendencies are people with similar tendencies. And they weren't the only ones taking steps to leave Joseon and settle elsewhere. No, Mr. Kim. What did you say just now? Backquote, do you mean Yeonheeju? I can't live like this anymore. Don't they collect taxes every day? What's the point of farming and harvesting? What I get is just an amount that won't be enough to survive the coming winter. If you have this opportunity, run away with me. No, how can you make a living in that cold northern land? They say rice farming isn't done properly there. I've already made up my mind. No matter where you go, it will be better than here. I don't mind if you don't come with me. I'm thinking of leaving the city tonight, so don't stop me. Oh, come on, let's go together. The common people, who couldn't bear the heavy taxes, were also showing signs of fleeing to other places instead of living as they do now. Although their number was still not large, the number of people fleeing to Manchuria or the maritime provinces across the Duman River and the Yalu River, leading their families, and carrying household goods on their heads, was increasing. What? Are people fleeing to other countries to avoid paying the taxes they should pay? The Joseon ruling class was sensitive to the disappearance of people who had to work hard for them. Just as a palanquin needs a palanquin bearer to move it, they need people to pay taxes, so they can continue the splendid life they now lead. I think it would be a good idea to thoroughly fortify the border crossings into the Qing dynasty and Russia, and warn those who stay that they will have to pay the taxes that those who fled will have to pay. In that case, wouldn't they keep an eye on each other, because they would realize that if their neighbor escaped, they would have to pay more taxes? The solution proposed by the minimum family was not to take care of people's livelihoods by reducing the heavy load they carried and listening to their voices. Lord Jiang, how could you do this to me? I'm sorry, but if you leave this village, aren't we in danger of dying right now? This guy. Why are you making such a fuss about a sinner who violated God's commandments? Mr. Jiang, if you look solely at the results, the solution they proposed was effective enough to prevent the population from leaving for foreign countries. This is because people who are unable to leave the village where they lived and take a group of relatives who only care about themselves to a place without connection began to report their neighbors. However, just as they could not stop a dam from collapsing with their hands, no matter how much they closed the border and took additional measures, they could not stop everyone from leaving the Korean peninsula in search of a new life. And those who crossed the Duman River and arrived at the maritime province could see a landscape that would make them believe their eyes. This was because they were worried about encountering western goblins with blue eyes and the height of a falcon, but in the place they arrived at, they were able to encounter people who spoke the same language and looked the same as them. No, what the heck is this? While they were worrying about how to survive in a land where they couldn't speak the language, the landscape unfolding before their eyes resembled the home village they had left behind. Although the crops growing in the fields were different from those in the rice paddies, the words of the villagers approaching the people who were perplexed at the sight that seemed no different from any other rural village made their feelings of confusion even stronger. Are you the people who left Joseon? Thank you for your hard work. You're probably hungry, so let's eat first. Is this the maritime province? Yes, this is the maritime province controlled by the Russian Empire, not Joseon. Until the day before their departure, when a warm word was addressed to them, those who didn't know how long it had been since they had been able to attend to their daily needs, avoiding the gazes of neighbors who had been like family and those guarding the border, hugged each other and cried loudly. Interestingly, the person who came to greet them demonstrated that it wasn't the first time he had seen people suddenly sit down and cry loudly. In fact, this was intentional. The Korean settlements established near the border by order of the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, currently in charge of the maritime province, played the role of a sponge absorbing refugees crossing the Duman River into Russian territory. There were concerns that they might collude with foreign powers like the Qing dynasty or Japan, but the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was adamant. After the last time green cards were issued to Koreans living in the maritime province without warning, their loyalty was to the Russian Empire, not Joseon. Now, please eat a lot and keep warm. The clan chief's ambition to solve the chronic problems of the maritime province, which is characterized by a small population compared to its large land area, by using those who come to Russia, has yielded good results so far. ****. The head of the Korean Civil Service reports that the number of Joseon refugees crossing the Duman River into the maritime province in this way is increasing. Is that so? It seems that the current Joseon leadership, including the minimum family, is more corrupt than I thought. Even if they couldn't achieve modernization by taking advantage of the current situation, I thought they would at least contact other forces, including me, but they are only looking out for their own interests. Did this happen because the Qing dynasty failed to make Japan fall to Japan, which accepted Western culture? Did they become complacent because they didn't experience the impact of the collapse of the world they were in? If this situation continues, it seems very likely that modernization reforms like the Guangmu reform implemented by Joseon in its original history will not occur. Unlike the original history, which was filled with a sense of urgency to survive due to external shocks in the world changed by my actions, Joseon seemed to think that the narrow world they were trapped in would be eternal. It's my personal opinion, but I think we can use them to complete the Trans-Siberian Railway project in a faster time, since there are a shortage of workers. If permanent residency is granted only to those who have worked for a certain period of time, it is expected that there will be no difficulty in finding work, even if it is not forced. Witte didn't seem to feel any resistance to the arrival of the refugees. Rather, the idea of using this situation for one of his most cherished dreams, the railway project, seemed to have occurred to him first. That would be fine, but the most important thing is to avoid conflicts between those who crossed and our subjects who lived there first. And it would be a good idea to accelerate the expansion of influence within the Korean peninsula by utilizing the permanent residents of Joseon I mentioned last time. Other countries won't turn a blind eye to the country called Joseon forever. Have you heard from Consul Weber in Joseon yet? In fact, no matter how much the minimum family controlled the government, it was a little strange that King Gojang, who was excellent at maintaining his power, was so silent. After the Otsu incident, King Gojang had a certain level of understanding of the international situation, to the point that he expressed his wish for me to stop by Joseon while I was in Vladivostok. We haven't had any contact other than regular reports in the last quarter, but would you like to contact us to see if there are any unusual trends? No. Since King Gojang was like that, I couldn't hide my disappointment when I discovered that there hadn't been any particular communication from him. Weber's part. The Gojang was the key element in my plan to keep Joseon a Russian-influenced protectorate. If so, maybe I should change my mind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 89. If this really continues, nothing bad will happen, right? Among the people living in Gyeongbokgung Palace, which can be said to be the heart of Joseon, one of the few who harbored some concerns, if not a sense of crisis, was, ironically, King Gojang. Thanks to your majesty's benevolence and majesty, could it be that the western barbarians don't dare to invade our Joseon? Your excellence's outstanding leadership abilities and your knowledge of the laws of the world are preventing this country, Joseon, from falling into a situation like that of the Qing dynasty or Japan. To be honest, the feeling of hearing the flattery of government officials whenever I stepped aside wasn't a bad feeling. No, considering the smile that appeared on King Gojang's lips whenever he heard such an unfamiliar word, one could say that he was enjoying this situation. But now that everything seems to be going well, King Gojang's innate energy maintenance radar is starting to activate. They say it's fortunate that thanks to what I did, I was able to protect Jang Myosa's position and protect my country from the barbarians, but I don't know that. No matter how much Gojang thought about it, it seemed that nothing he had done had anything to do with Joseon being able to be in its current state of peace. Well, the gabe that minimum young HWI dedicated recently was really nice. The aroma and flavor are on a different level than any beverage I've ever tasted before. The maternal relatives of the minimum family, who controlled the government, were trying to blind King Gojang by offering him precious objects, including Western cultural relics, with the wealth they had acquired through the people's hard work. However, as he was the king of a country in name and was educated into royalty by Di Wangan, he had the ability to understand the situation to a certain extent. Recently, the minimum family checked and reviewed for the first time several local documents, including the Jiangjai, that were uploaded to the government, made appropriate corrections, and took them to King Gojang for approval, so they were sure to be incomplete. But in King Gojang's mind, the situation gradually returned to what it is now. My anxiety grew, because this wouldn't last forever. So what's the best thing to do? In a situation where wolves are lurking everywhere, there is no country in which can trust. The conditions for a trustworthy country mentioned here by Gojin were simple. It's fine to take a certain amount of Joseon's interests and products from this land, but it's a country that will allow you to continue protecting the throne. King Gojin began to worry about him. The first country that came to his mind was the Qing dynasty, but Gojin soon crossed it off the ranking list in his head. They boasted of having the strongest fleet in Asia, but it was impressive the shameful behavior they displayed against Japan, which was no match for them in terms of weight. When news came that the flagship of the fleet had been captured, and that the ship that had set sail before the decisive battle wasn't even loaded with proper artillery shells, laughter could be heard all around, even though it was a friendly battle. But being close to Japan isn't that attractive. So is that the only country left? It's true that Japan's performance in the Sino-Japanese War was remarkable, but that inevitably raised questions about whether he had the ability to protect King Gojin and Joseon from other countries. Although the war was over, it was unclear whether Japan would be able to restore the naval power it had built by investing its entire national fortune into it, and Japan itself was already being exploited by other European powers. It seemed that Joseon's neighbors would have a hard time providing any help in the future. In that case, the only countries left were the Western barbarians they were talking about. Even as King Gojin, he felt reluctant to approach them first, but it seemed to be the only way to ease the anxiety growing in his heart. The minimum family, who controlled the government, would not react very well to this move, but he was clearly the king of Joseon, and in my opinion, it was clear that he would continue to be the king of Joseon in the future. I think it would be best to start first with a simple greeting. Gojin soon decided to send a letter to the ruler of Russia. The country he thought would be the best among the Western barbarians was the Russian Empire. Recently, hadn't made any moves to expand his territory, including expanding into other countries, and his friendship with Weber, the Russian ambassador in Hanyang, also influenced Gojin's decision to contact Nikolai. Well, is there anyone there? You called me, Your Majesty? Contact Minister Weber. Tell him I have something to discuss with him today. Yes, Your Highness. King Gojin decided it would be best to contact Nikolai through Weber. Do you know something? If the relationship between you and Nikolai improves, will you be able to obtain Gando and other Congo products in Russia? If that happens, you could possibly be recorded as the great king who made Joseon territory the largest since King Tijo the Great. In the past, no matter how weak the court was under the control of the pro-king faction, it couldn't take active measures due to the pressure of the Qing dynasty's name and size. However, the thought that it might be possible, if there was strong support in Russia, crossed King Gojin's mind. If that happens, King Jianyuan will not be a dream. As he imagined himself ascending a throne instead of a throne, and being admired by all the people, a smile naturally appeared on King Gojin's face. There was no guarantee that everything would come true as he imagined, but in Gojin's thoughts, he had already begun to see himself receiving cheers not only from the court officials, but also from the people. Hello, haven't you contacted Minister Weber yet? Please hurry. Although less than 5 minutes had passed since his order was given, King Gojin began urging, as if it was due to his officials' laziness, that Weber had yet to appear before him. Asterisk 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 bang. I could feel my shoulder being pushed by the recoil of the gun. Phew, I looked at this easily, but it's harder than I thought it would hurt my shoulders. It's a success. When the soldier checking the target confirmed that the bullet had hit the target, applause broke out from those around him. That's great, Your Majesty. Isn't shooting also a culture of gentlemen? I can't believe you have such skills, even though it's your first time using a firearm. Your Majesty seems to surprise us every time. I thought I was getting used to living in this body, but I still couldn't help feeling my face heat up every time I received this kind of blatant compliment. I smiled, trying to hide the pain surging from my shoulder, which throbbed slightly at their cheers. It seems my adherence was a little clumsy. As someone who has served in the military in my normal life, this doesn't really save face. I felt I should be satisfied with the fact that I had at least hit the target. Still, it's good that I did well with this result, considering I haven't touched a gun in several years. HMM. I looked at the two people standing nervously next to me. It was Mosin and Tokarev who had created an improved version that reflected the soldiers' military training during the suppression of the Andijan rebellion that had occurred in the past. So, are you guys those who achieved something great this time? Great. Engineers like you are the greatest treasure of our Russian Empire. I will continue to expect your dedication, so do your best. Mosin and Tokarev looked relieved when I said I was satisfied with the improved Mosin rifle they had brought. There are no people as miserable as Gangdal, who hasn't had his achievements recognized for a long time. It was clear that, if the situation of not being recognized despite hard work continued, the motivation to develop would decrease, so it was necessary to take measures to praise and elevate them in a public place like this. There would be nothing more effective than having the crown prince of a tsarist country, who is not the director of a company, say at an official event that engineers are essential to the future of the Russian Empire. You understand? Your Majesty. Actually, how much trouble did you have to endure, Kek? We simply carried out improvements based on the document summarizing the improvements mentioned by the soldiers sent by His Majesty. Furthermore, I only completed the shortcomings of the weapon I designed. Such undeserved praise is a burden. Mosin, who was still young, prevented Tokarev from speaking enthusiastically after listening to me and displayed a humble attitude. In fact, he seemed to have thought it wouldn't be a good idea to go too far, as this work showed there was much room for improvement in the weapons he made. Someone else who is jealous of the excessive attention might attack you and say, if that's the case, aren't you the one who cleaned up the poop? Still, I have to praise them for achieving such results in such a short time. It's good to be proud. Although the same document was sent not only to you, but also to other armorers and gunsmiths, the Tatar arsenal was the first to create a prototype. Then, can you explain to me which parts have been improved? Yes, Your Highness. First, among the areas needing improvement in the report, most of the soldiers complained of inconveniences when I encouraged him again despite his humility. Mosin, unable to hide the pride on his face, began to explain how this prototype differed from the Mosin rifle he was currently using. In addition to slightly lengthening the bolt handle to make reloading the weapon easier in extreme situations, an attempt was made to improve the phenomenon of ammunition excessively catching on the bolt, but it was said to have failed. Does that mean then that the problem cannot be solved unless the ammunition currently in use is improved? Yes, that's true. Unless we are at the level of redesigning the weapon, I believe it will be difficult to solve the magazine related problems in accordance with the requirements you mentioned. Unless improvements are made to the ammunition, the problems related to this are expected to continue for the time being. Sorry, Your Majesty. No, then there is nothing we can do. It was something that couldn't be avoided. At this point, it was clear that creating a new standard rifle would require a very large budget. Although we have already completed the necessary funding for the ammunition improvement project, we will also have to use up all the ammunition that has already been stockpiled. It was inevitable, as the last report summarizing the Tatar arsenal's improvement plans clearly stated that solving ammunition related problems was a priority. If improved ammunition is truly produced, we should consider using the ammunition already stockpiled only as ammunition. The good news was that this problem would be resolved over time. Additionally, improvements in minor areas were mentioned, but what received the most attention in this prototype was the area related to the weapon's barrel, which was said to be too long. We also considered increasing the weight of the stock to prevent the center of gravity from tilting forward, but this was eliminated during our discussion because it might increase the weight of the weapon. There's also the soldier's gait to consider. So, I opted to shorten the barrel, which was said to be too long, while maintaining the weapon's performance as much as possible. When Mosin said he had shortened the length of the weapon's barrel, some of the generals listening showed signs of discomfort. It seemed they were unhappy with the idea of reducing the firearm's length in a situation where doctrines like the glorification of the bayonet charge that had been passed down since the Napoleonic era still lingered throughout the army. I can't help it. Just as an action is sometimes worth 1,000 words, it seemed that action was needed today to change the outdated doctrines that lingered in their minds. I guess I should take out what I prepared for times like this. It must have been very difficult. But at the end of the report, there was also an improvement plan related to the Maxim machine gun. Could I see a prototype related to that? Chapter 90. Yes, I'll prepare as you said. After I finished speaking, I looked at the armory staff who were busy preparing for the demonstration. When I turned my gaze, I could see several generals who still seemed dissatisfied with the conversation Mosin and I had just had. Although they didn't reveal it publicly, since they were the people who had the conversation about the significance of this situation, shortening the length of the weapon seemed very objectionable to them. Just because the weapon is long doesn't mean it has an advantage in close combat. In fact, considering that the Japanese army, which used the bayonet charge as its basic close combat doctrine, failed to gain an advantage even in close combat against the Americans in World War II, and was actually destroyed, their way of thinking, that only considers the length of the weapon and close combat with its use is outdated. You could say it's an idea of the times. Considering that even the sword attached to the weapon has a spike shape similar to that of a spear, it can also be a disadvantage when encountering an enemy in a narrow space like a trench. However, I found it impossible to completely change the current combat doctrine of the Imperial Russian Army, including the doctrine of close combat, with my own thoughts. My military knowledge is only incomplete and cannot be considered professional knowledge. In that sense, developing and changing our doctrines was the task of those gathered before me. The role that suits me is, when they ask themselves, aren't the thoughts they have believed in incorrect? Then, how can we fight, so that we can more easily achieve victory? Our country's role will be, to encourage self-reflection and the movement for development. This machine gun demonstration was also related to that. Your Highness, the demonstration is ready. When I was ready to see the power of the Maxim machine gun, an improved version, that I had been waiting for, I asked the generals a question. Now then, before we demonstrate, there's one thing I'd like to ask the generals. They seemed surprised when the Crown Prince, who had been focused on talking to the engineers and showing little interest in themselves, asked them a question. It was as if the professor, who had a habit of asking questions starting with the first digit of the attendance number, was saying, "Today, shall we answer from the last digit?" I felt like laughing when I saw them, but I restrained myself and continued speaking. Actually, I've tried to accumulate military-related knowledge, but compared to those of you who have been in the military and worked in related jobs your entire lives, I think it's completely lacking. That's why I'm glad this event was held today with experts like you, and that we have the opportunity to answer the more curious questions we've always had. I paused for a moment, looked at them, and then continued. What does each of you think is most important in winning the battle? A battle, not a war. If you were asked what the main priority should be for winning a war, the answer would most likely be to utilize the spatial advantages that arise from Russia's vast territory. Napoleon was like that, and so was Hitler, because the power of the space weapon possessed by Russia was very powerful. And it was clear that most of the remaining answers would say diffusion. Although there is a widespread perception that the Russian army did not attach importance to the element of supply, these people were also military experts who knew the truth, that soldiers need food to move. However, when asked what was most necessary to win a battle, it was difficult to expect a unified answer. Isn't it cavalry with rapid mobility and powerful forward power? It is believed that attacking cavalry from the enemy's flank or rear is the most powerful key to victory in battle. Our Russian army also has elite cavalry called the Cossack cavalry. I don't know. No one knows that. No matter how powerful cavalry is, it cannot attack well-organized squares and positions head-on. Your Majesty, I believe that courage and the will not to retreat when facing the enemy are the ingredients that can achieve victory. No matter how good a weapon is, if the person using it is a coward, it's useless, right? You both have different opinions than I do. Since ancient times, the difference between victory and defeat in battle has been how well trained the soldiers are and how quickly they respond to orders. Isn't the most important factor in conducting a battle to prepare soldiers so they can advance one step ahead of the enemy and respond to their movements in the shortest possible time? The generals were momentarily taken aback by the question, but they spoke passionately about their thoughts. Perhaps because they thought it was an opportunity to impress me, the Crown Prince. What? Is cavalry useless in attack positions or squares? Have you already said everything? What do you think of our Cossack cavalry? Aren't my words true, no matter how uncomfortable they may be? Don't we all know the fate of the French cavalry at Waterloo, Napoleon's last battle against us in the Great Patriotic War, and what happened when the British charged their light cavalry against our positions in the Crimean War? How dare you compare us, who have lived on horseback since birth, with those weaklings of the same standard? As the competition for loyalty among the generals, each of whom gave their own answers, intensified and arguments began to hurt each other's feelings, I felt the need to cool down the overheated atmosphere. The question I just asked was intended to lay the groundwork for the demonstration to be held from now on. I didn't want this incident to create awkward feelings between each branch. Well, I listened carefully to your opinions. As expected of people who have been immersed in the military for a long time, there wasn't a word said in vain. Listening to your stories made me realize how little I knew. By the way, no one's talking about the interesting document recently discovered. The generals who heard what they said while being detained looked puzzled. What I just said was, at first glance, the nuance that it seemed all your stories were correct, but what I said afterward was that no one told a story that matched the answer I was thinking of. Before answering their questions, I decided to first resolve the waiting of the armory personnel who were still waiting for orders, while continuing the story. First, before we speak, let's take a look at the demonstration of the machine gun's power that is still waiting. Fire. When the order to fire was given, the artillerymen who had been waiting seemed to relieve the pressure of waiting in front of the generals and imperial personnel with machine guns. I suppose it's my mistake to think there's even a hint of resentment at having to remain motionless in a ready-to-fire position while I wait. Unlike the gunfire that had just occurred, the sound of continuous gunfire seemed to emphasize the ease with which advanced technology can reap human lives. One could say that the power displayed by just 2 Maxim machine guns is formidable. I was already familiar with the capabilities of machine guns, and even I, who had prepared this demonstration, was surprised. Although the gunfight lasted only 30 seconds, what happened during that time was something no one could ignore. Most of the prepared targets in front of the machine gun muzzles located at both ends of the sandbag firing line were destroyed. It has been 30 years since the machine gun was introduced, so the generals must have been aware of its power, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they seemed to be tired of it. They witnessed a scene that couldn't be known from the weapon specifications, and the description of the shooting was only confirmed on paper, but they remained silent, unlike their loud voices a moment ago. Come, everyone. When I opened my mouth, they looked away from the shattered target and at me. They all seemed surprised, but especially the general, who insisted on the superiority of cavalry, was pale. Knowing there was still a long time before the cavalry lesson expired, I felt the need to clear up their misunderstanding. But while they were still in shock, I thought it was important to tell them what I wanted to say. I assume you are all familiar with the Civil War that occurred just 30 years ago. It was a civil war fought in the United States, which was simply a colony of Great Britain. When the war broke out, hardly anyone in Europe, including us, was interested in what was happening in that land. Wasn't it a civil war, not an international war, that took place in a remote corner of the Atlantic Ocean? Was that why? I'm sure there are people here who remember their surprise when they checked the report sent by the military attaché we sent. It was surprising that hundreds of thousands of troops were mobilized for a simple civil war, but what surprised us most was the Gatling gun. This invention, which allowed a single person to fire a weapon at a faster rate than 100 skilled gunners, made it possible for countries with small populations to face off against countries with large populations in future wars. It got to the point where I even heard criticism that this was the case. But somewhere along the line, we seem to have forgotten the lessons we learned while watching the Civil War. It's simply a peculiarity that arises from the characteristics of the United States. I paused for a moment and pointed at the technicians, including Mosin and Tokarev. After confirming that the general's eyes were following my fingers, I continued. I dare to declare here, as our great armory technicians have shown, we believe that the future battlefield will be determined by who has the most machine guns and who can use them best. In war, there are many factors to consider, such as supply, movement, and troop concentration, but in battle, more firepower and more bullets will determine victory. and you'll have to think about how to win in the changing battlefield environment of the future with less waste for the young people who will lead our future. It was the same as someone praising machine guns, but in fact, modern machine guns weren't capable of covering a vast battlefield like Russia. Unlike the Western Front, where trench warfare was the main battlefield in World War I, the Eastern Front primarily involved mobile warfare. However, the reason I organized this event today was to change the mindset of the generals who are still immersed in the strategies and tactics of the Napoleonic era, and it seems to have succeeded to a certain extent. After I finished speaking, it seemed that it wasn't a meaningless demonstration, as the generals began to think carefully about what I had just said, and started talking quietly among themselves about related topics, instead of arguing under the guise of raising their voices as before. So, I suppose I should deliver the final blow at this point. I have no doubt that the future of our Russian Empire lies in a stronger army with more advanced doctrine. I also have faith that the event I have prepared today will not be a mere incident, but will lead to ongoing discussion and the improvement of doctrine. I look forward to your continued concerns and debates. I understand, Your Majesty. There was no guarantee that all the deeply held perceptions within the army would disappear with a single event of that kind, but the seeds I planted today will continue to grow, and will one day eclipse all the legacies of the past. #WRITER''S note. In fact, the machine gun was literally an innovation in itself, and studies showed that the number of bullets each soldier had to avoid on the battlefield increased 100-fold after the machine gun's introduction. Chapter 91. I believe that only more artillery, machine guns, and more powerful firepower can lead to victory in the future war. I dare declare here, the artillerymen will be like gods on the battlefield. As I said before, the next battlefield will unfold a scene so horrendous that it cannot be compared to anything that has come before. In an environment where firepower outweighs mobility due to technological limitations, it has been said that we should expect our troops to outnumber the opponent's ammunition. Until petroleum-based engine technology is developed, and through it the existence of tanks emerges, or even after tanks appear, whoever strikes first will remain at a complete disadvantage for the time being. Would it be better to put something called a machine gun in front of the enemy? Or, as demonstrated, fire diagonally from both ends? Regarding this, it's best to know for sure by conducting tests also. With this kind of firepower, I think we need to reconsider and do more research on the concept of infantry formation as expected. The generals gathered here were discussing what the Imperial Russian army should do in the future, based on what I showed and said. As I looked at them with happy eyes, there was someone who caught my eye. It was none other than the general who had been loudly proclaiming the superiority of cavalry just now, but seemed to have lost his confidence after seeing my demonstration of horse and firepower. While several people gathered around to discuss, he stood alone with his head lowered and said nothing. Where has all the confidence of the Cossack cavalry gone? Your Majesty. When I left his side and began to speak to him, he seemed surprised, but soon adjusted his expression and opened his mouth in a calm voice. Suguan has always thought that the flower of the battlefield is the cavalry. As I mounted my horse and rode across the wide plains with my comrades, I had the feeling that nothing could stop us. However, after seeing His Majesty's horse and the current demonstration of the power of the machine gun, it seems that cavalry soldiers like Suguan are becoming obsolete relics of the past. The only thing that consoles me is that a horse's life will no longer appear on a battlefield riddled with bullets. As a Cossack who regards horses as his brothers, it is regrettable that the space for cavalry soldiers like him is diminishing, but he still seems to believe that because of this, horses will no longer be used in human wars. But unfortunately, contrary to his wishes, horses would continue to be used whenever humans waged war for decades to come. Horses continued to be used in the Soviet army during World War II, when so many people died, and the pace of mechanization increased abnormally, and in the German army, which is widely known for having used tank-based mobile warfare. Furthermore, considering that mobile warfare was fought primarily on the Eastern Front during World War I, the cavalry will be able to maintain its proud position as one of the central weapons of the war for the time being. Do you really think so? The cavalry will be reduced to nothing more than a relic of the past? Didn't your highness also say this? Future wars will be decided by whoever has the most bullets and shells. Besides, in my head, I have no idea what role cavalry like us could play when we are bombarded with fire like now. When I said something that had a different meaning than what he had just said, he said something like, "Didn't you say that cavalry would be of little use in the future?" However, this was an idea that only one of us knew, and neither of us knew. I admit there are things I said that could be interpreted that way. But do you know how wide the border is between us, Germany, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire of the Triple Alliance? Besides, machine guns are powerful, but they require a lot of sacrifice. In operation, the installation work must be a priority, and the time required to change the location from the installed location to another location is also considerable. Furthermore, it is embarrassing that, considering our still deficient railway network, cavalry is the force that can be deployed most quickly in the event of a conflict. And considering the vast territory of our Russia, would infantry alone be capable of waging a battle in this vast land? What do you mean, Your Majesty? I smiled as I looked at the general, who still seemed less confident than before, but looked better than before. If I were you, instead of despairing and surrendering to the changing battlefield environment, I would think about what will change the role of cavalry in that environment, and how we can adapt. Wouldn't that be a more appropriate move for the proud Cossack cavalry? If there's an obstacle, aren't you the ones who simply crush it and pass through without avoiding it? I hope you make a wise decision. And I promise you one thing. I don't think the budget allocated to cavalry units, including yours, will be cut. After finishing what I wanted to tell him, I asked General Banowski to conclude today's demonstration and establish a discussion process within the army on future matters related to today that were discussed with him beforehand. The Cossack cavalry that caught my attention when it left the scene while receiving the general salute was no longer a coward despairing of the times. It had regained its fighting spirit. Hamgyong province is rated as the most difficult place to live in Joseon. This place's notoriety has a long history dating back to the early Joseon dynasty. After pioneering 4 counties and 6 encampments, a policy of continuous migration of residents was implemented with the goal of establishing security in the north and controlling the Jurchen tribe. But the people living in Joseon did not want to come here. It was even said that those who volunteered to migrate would receive benefits such as increased social status, exemption from labor, and land payment. But while this may have encouraged migration to Pyongan province, it failed to induce migration to Hamgyong province. Furthermore, once a law was enacted preventing them from leaving Hamgyong province and moving to another region once they moved here, they had to live in a prison instead. Although it was said to be a policy to correct the unstable northern security situation caused by the continued outflow of population from the Hamgyong province region, it was no different from the story of a distant country for people worried about how to make a living tomorrow. The size of those living in Hamgyong province grew deeper day by day due to the discriminatory policies imposed, consciously or unconsciously, in an environment where even growing rice, the staple food of those living in Joseon, was difficult. But for some reason, something was different from usual today. Residents living in this arid and cold place would have expected this day to pass quickly without expressing much emotion, but the emotion of hope appeared on the faces of those speaking with the young man. Are you really saying that, if I follow you, I won't have to go hungry? That's right. Have you been deceived? But I don't know if the barbarians living there will welcome us. Have you heard that yellow-haired blue-eyed goblins eat babies and dig graves? No matter how much I can avoid starving to death, I don't think I can live with those guys. You don't understand. They're people just like us. Besides, the place you'll be going to isn't a place where you'll be living face to face with Westerners, but a village where the same Koreans who went there before you will be living together. As I listened to the young man speak surrounded by local residents, it seemed as if he was recommending a move to Russia. The idea that, if you follow them across the border, you'll have the right to allocate or develop your own land, and won't have to pay taxes for at least 2 years appealed to the residents of Pyongan province. However, what you need to keep in mind is that if you go there, you'll have to abandon your obsession with rice farming for the time being. The place I'm moving to will be colder than here, but not warm. The Joseon people's obsession with rice was famous, but for the residents of Pyongan province who were struggling to survive this winter, solving hunger was a priority. So, if I migrate with you, what should I do during the coming winter? You wouldn't just give us a piece of land and tell us to survive on our own, right? When someone pointed out something related to this, the surrounding crowd demanded an answer. That's right, it's clear that they were too deluded by the story that we would give them land. However, the young man wasn't particularly bothered and continued answering, as if he had prepared himself. Of course, after moving, food and shelter are essential to survive the coming winter. The local government of the maritime province, including the settlement you'll be settling in, will lend a hand, but since we don't do charity work, you'll have to help us out a little as well. Simply put, you have to do what we ask you to do during this winter. I knew it would be like this. I thought you didn't know their intention to trick and sell us out. Despite the young man's explanation, the crowd seemed to gradually become wary of his words. As the situation unfolded like this, an embarrassed expression began to appear on his previously relaxed face. Everyone, let's go. No way. I just wasted my time. Soon, as the people filling the surrounding area began to leave one by one, the young man watching the scene sighed, as if he had no other choice, then whispered into the ear of the person standing silently beside him, covering his face with a hat. I think Mr. Kim should step forward. Don't worry. Hey, dog poop. Remember me? At first glance, it was a conversation between people who looked 20 years older than each other, but the one who displayed a polite attitude was the one wearing a hat. When he called out the name of the person who had objected the most to the young man's words, Gi-dong was startled and turned his head to look at Mr. Kim. Not you. This isn't Pan Siak, who ran away 3 months ago. He looked surprised at first, but then Gi-dong remembered that he had to pay his share of the taxes as a result of his escape, and approached him with a murderous face. Oh, thinking about the hardships you went through because you ran away makes me wake up even now. Go to the government office right now. No, give me a few hits before you go to the government office, you bastard. If hitting me relieves your anger, you can hit me as much as you like. But isn't there a reason I came back here? Like you said, if the government were to find out I'm here, they would be punished immediately. Please listen to this young man beside me. If you insist on dragging me to the government office even after the story is over, I'll gladly go with you on my own 2 feet. When Kim Pan Siak said this, it was Gi-dong who felt embarrassed. No, what does this guy think makes him so proud? As the atmosphere that felt like a beating was about to explode at any moment eased slightly, the young man quickly continued speaking. Come on, everyone. Please listen to my story a little longer. Like you, Mr. Kim, who lived in this village and ran away, trusted me and came here. If I were a fraud, would Mr. Kim have come here with me? Even when I was young, revealing Mr. Kim's identity was a gamble. It was unclear what would happen to the people affected by the change in the tax system, which now requires them to pay their share if someone runs away. Fortunately, however, the young man's gamble seemed to have paid off. The mood of the people who seemed ready to leave their seats at any moment changed to one in which they wanted to hear a little more. Well then, what else do I have to tell you? Wait a minute, before that, I didn't even know your name, right? What's your name? What stopped the young man from continuing his story was none other than dog poop. That was the right thing to say, because I couldn't trust the words of someone whose name I didn't know. The young man smiled and replied, now that I think about it, I made a mistake. My name is Choi Ji-hyung. Chapter 92. Sabag. The winter in Hamgyong province was cold. You could say the climate of the land located at the northern tip of the Korean peninsula and encompassing Mount Baekdu is hostile to people. Is it just the climate that makes it difficult for them to survive? The discriminatory opinions and rumors sent to them by people from other regions, such as they say all the people living in Hamgyong-do are descendants of criminals and once you enter Hamgyong-do, you can't leave, even if your bones turn to dust, also seemed cold to them. In that sense, the country of Joseon was a cold place to those who believed the words of the young man they saw for the first time today and walked along the snow-covered road. As they continued northward, the air that touched their skin grew colder, but the fire of hope burning in their hearts was gradually growing in size. Choi Ji-hyung, who was walking on the street in front of about 50 people, seemed to have a vague idea of how the people following him as they walked down the street felt. Joseon was an unfamiliar country to him, who left this country with his family and immigrated to Russia during his childhood. The reason he initially united and organized Koreans in the maritime province was to help his compatriots living in an unfamiliar land, but the most important reason was his desire to eat better and live well through the power of the organization. Thanks to the special economic conditions brought about by the Kyoto Agreement and the Hong Kong Agreement, he grew up as one of the 10 best residents of the maritime province at a young age. However, Choi Ji-hyung himself would never have dreamed that the more he worked with the Korean community, the more he would gradually move from desire to compassion, and from simple pity to a sense of duty, to do something for them. At first, I thought it would be enough to simply ensure that the compatriots who had left their hometowns and arrived in this faraway place had warm stomachs and warm backs. It was also part of his plan to encourage people living far from the sea to pay their military service by raising livestock, and residents living near the sea or rivers to pay their military service by fishing and farming, such as salmon. Until the head of the Public Administration Center, who had been closely observing Choi Ji-hyung's actions, he gave him the position of managing the Korean community. Only joy at having achieved success was felt. If it weren't for you, we would have starved to death. There are still many people starving in Joseon, but we are lucky to be able to eat at least 3 meals a day and live in a draft-free house. However, the more Ji-hyung Choi spoke with those who managed to settle with his help, the more he could feel that the task he had been given was not a simple task but a mission. What drove a wedge into those feelings was none other than a meeting with the head of the headquarters. The conversation that took place while traveling with a person who introduced himself as the director's disciple allowed Choi Ji-hyung to reflect on what he had been feeling until now. Isn't a shepherd, whom sheep wander in the wilderness, looking for a place to go, whom they can trust and rely on, the most necessary person in this age? Although I'm paying the price of the arrogance of thinking I was such a pastor, at least I can give some advice to young people like you, so they don't repeat the same mistakes. Listen to the voice in your heart. That's what the Lord says, borrowing from people's consciences. The story of the school principal, whom he met when he went to receive a temporary position as a community leader, made Choi Ji-hyung confident in the path he should take. Neri, there will be a border checkpoint soon. Are you really going to be okay? Don't worry. This has already been discussed. You are Russian permanent residents who legally signed a contract with me and came to Hamgyong province to transport supplies and then return. You don't have to worry about being arrested while crossing the border. In fact, I followed them here, but the closer they got to the border, the more people began to worry about the severity of the national law that prohibited them from leaving their villages. Every time that happened, they returned to their lives after hearing Choi Ji-hyung tell them to believe in themselves, but it was a part that showed how great their fear was. The fact that they were leaving the village, where they had lived their entire lives, and going to a different country, not a different region, not even to the Qing dynasty or Japan, which were similar in appearance, but to Russia, where Nazi people live, seemed to increase their anxiety. Hello, Mr. Kim. There really is no problem, right? If something happens to my family while crossing the border, if that happens, you can take my life instead of just beating me up like before. Even if you didn't give me permission to do it, of course I was going to do it. Laughter spread among the group members who heard the conversation between Pan Siak, who replied while rubbing the black bruise on his right eye, and Gidong, who was still firing at him vigorously, but a slight tension still remained. But actually, we can only send one person per household during this winter, right? What kind of construction did you say it was? Are you talking about the Trans-Siberian Railway project? Yes, that one. Are you sure you only need to do it during this winter, and not for a year? That's correct according to the contract. Even if the winter passes, the contract will be extended only for those who say they are better suited for this work than for farming. And the area you'll be going to isn't too far in the middle of Siberia, but it's being built next to a large lake called Lake Baikal, so don't worry too much. You're right. And, since the only adult male in the household will be working on the construction project, those who are worried about who will take care of their families during this time will be taken care of by me, the Korean community, and the local government of the maritime province, to ensure there are no inconveniences during that period. When Choi Ji-hyung, who intervened in Pan Seok and Gi-dong's conversation, reminded them once again of the promise he made to them, the worries and tension between the group were seen to disappear even further. The people who had been walking along without saying a word until now began exchanging light jokes. Come to think of it, I'm curious about how people in that country farm. They say growing rice is difficult, so I'm done looking at rice cakes. Wow, the nobleman who couldn't even eat blood porridge, let alone rice cake, has survived. Do you know when we last saw rice cakes? No, this damn woman's wife. If this is what the Celestial West says, then it must be said. Is it supposed to turn out like this? Hello, sir. You were wrong. I'll be physically apologizing tonight, so please look at me for once. Mom, will I have a little brother today? Ha ha ha. A smile also spread across Choi Ji-hyung's lips as he watched the people laughing at the words spoken by the seemingly innocent boy. When he, who had been watching the group, turned his head again and looked at the looming border checkpoint, his smile had disappeared, as if it had never happened before. Is it really desirable for a country that can't even protect its own people to remain that way? I have fully felt the pain of a people who have lost their country, but it would be fantastic if we could overthrow the corrupt and incompetent Yi dynasty and establish a new Joseon. Tsar, look at us. It was an idea he could do because he had left Joseon as a child and grew up in Russia. The people of Joseon, who had been told from birth to be loyal to the country of Joseon and the Yi dynasty, would have been astonished if would have listened to Choi Ji-hyung's thoughts in this way. However, doubts gradually grew in the minds of the refugees living in Russia about what the country called Joseon had done for them. Excluding the fact that they provided the land where they were born, isn't Russia better than Joseon, which only took it away, since it gave them a place to live and food, and allowed them to earn a living? Since most of them are still first-generation immigrants who lived in Joseon, all they can do now is provide aid to those who came to Russia like them, or tell their relatives still in Joseon to come as soon as possible. However, it was difficult to predict what would happen if their perceptions changed over time and a second generation emerged who had a greater perception of themselves as Russians than as Koreans. No, perhaps the sudden change in the international situation surrounding Joseon or the huge own goal that could mark Joseon's leadership might have come sooner than Choi Ji-hyung thought. Asterisk after the recent evaluation of the improved version of the Mosin rifle and the demonstration showcasing the power of the machine gun, General Banowski's efforts to ensure that the stories that came out that day did not end with a single shot were tearful. This was due to the difficulty of disseminating instructions from the center, because the chain of command was divided by each regiment, division, and military headquarters, and also because of the need to control the Cossack cavalry, which even used its own rank system. His ability to form an organization for research on firepower doctrine within the Russian army, which was carried out under him, and to allocate the necessary expenses for the research by dividing already scarce finances was astonishing. It is true that there were doubts about General Banowski's capabilities, but we must at least commend him when assessing his administrative abilities. For Beat, who is not generous in her assessment of others, even went so far as to say so. However, despite his efforts, it seemed that more time would be needed for the doctrine of firepower warfare to become established within the Imperial Russian army. Adherence to old doctrines was one problem, but the bigger problem was something else. In order to conduct firepower warfare as much as we want, industrial capabilities, such as those in artillery production, must be supported. But unfortunately, Russia's industrial capabilities still have a long way to go to reach that standard. This was the content of the first report of the Firepower Doctrine Research Institute, which we worked hard to create. It is fortunate that there is no talk of it being impossible to conduct firepower warfare at the level required by our army in the next 10 years. It was hoped that it would not take as long as mentioned above, as every conglomerate in Russia was rushing to receive payment for military service. My actions to prevent the import of shells and bullets from other countries in the midst of an all-out war between nations were having an effect. However, it was inevitable that my nerves would fray because I thought there was still a long way to go. Not that I wanted to live a life glamorous and quiet in the palace, but I couldn't stop doing this damn thing, no matter how many times I did it. Your Highness, this is the foreign minister. May I come in? Please come in. Was that why? I could feel my tone getting sharper as I spoke to Foreign Minister Germany. You shouldn't waste your emotions on others like this. I'm sorry, Foreign Minister. Something's a bit upsetting these days. It's fine, Your Highness. However, I'm worried that the letter I'm delivering today might make Her Majesty even more uncomfortable. This is a telegram from Minister Weber, who is stationed in Joseon, as you mentioned earlier. They said the King of Joseon sent it to you. Chapter 93. The first emotion that came to mind after hearing Foreign Minister Jae's words was astonishment. Not now. And I was only contacted in December, the last month of the year. It was the Joseon upper class that had shown no movement toward change so far, and hadn't even taken steps to contact other foreign powers. And as I looked at those who were complacent about their current situation, I also wondered if I should change my previous strategy and take a different direction. Well, I'm glad Gojin seems to have figured out the situation late. It seemed like a long-awaited gift to me, as I was nervous about things that couldn't be done immediately due to realistic limitations. I thought I was supporting King Gojin, thinking the reason he tried to establish contact so late was because he was discussing with his subjects how best to propose terms to Russia. However, when I looked at the letter with great expectations, the letter's contents were surprisingly empty. Greetings to the Tsar of Nosia. Are you calm? Do you remember that when you were passing near our Joseon territory earlier, I asked you to stop by if you have time? To me, it seems like it was yesterday, but time has already flown by like an arrow. This is because it was literally an empty letter from Kang Jiangyan, which mostly contained embarrassing greetings and flattery for me. I read it 2 or 3 times to see if there were any hidden messages between the paragraphs, but it seemed like it was just a letter with no real content, and was only a greeting. Wouldn't Foreign Minister Jae, who is an expert in the field of diplomacy, have read the message contained in this letter, not me? Foreign Minister, does the Foreign Ministry believe that there is something hidden in this letter that is different from what is written on the surface? However, when Jae received my question, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. With all due respect, we at the Foreign Ministry have interpreted that letter several times, but it seems its purpose was literally a pure greeting. It seems the King of Joseon is bolder than you think. Wow. So, you've been wasting the last few months without much discussion, and now you've thought, if things continue like this, it might be a little dangerous. Is this greeting you sent me the result? If so, as Foreign Minister Jae said, it was clear that Gojin was the person with the biggest liver on the planet. Although he saw with his own eyes how Japan and the Qing dynasty were destroyed, it was clear that he believed Joseon was different. No. Could it be that he chose this method because he felt burdened for suggesting it to me in the first place? Still, a King Gojin would have been incredibly aware of the danger to his position. Although Japan and the Qing dynasty were half dead and experiencing neither pressure nor exploitation from either of them, it was clear that the minimum family would drive the people out. Like someone waiting for a peasant uprising to break out. Even if it weren't the Donghak peasant movement, I began to wonder if King Gojin trusted his army that much. Of course, it was clear that the purpose of those who rose up was not to dethrone the king, but to expel the treacherous palace servants who took the king by surprise and tried to persuade him. But now Gojin and the minimum family must have regarded each other as a community of common destiny. Do you really think the Central Army can sufficiently suppress simultaneous rebellions? When I seemed to be confused, the Minister of Foreign Affairs took another cable from his pocket and handed it to me, as if he knew what was going on. This is not a telegram written by the King of Joseon, but a telegram written by Minister Weber himself. Unusually, unlike peacetime reports, it was sent using ciphertext. The interpretation has been completed, so please read it. After all, he couldn't possibly have sent a greeting like this. To avoid the attention of other countries, the main content was ghostwritten and sent to Minister Weber. Foreign Minister Jae smiled bitterly again when he saw me, as if my doubts had been resolved, but I decided not to care much. It was because I thought they thought I was immature when they saw me showing all my emotions. For an experienced diplomat, hiding facial expressions was a basic skill. However, as I read the message sent by Minister Weber, my expression gradually distorted. That's why Jess smiled bitterly again. It seemed that King Gojun was very mistaken about his relationship with me. Otherwise, there's no way I would have acted as written in this telegram. Indeed, as Jess said, King Gojun must have been the bravest person in the Far East. Report from the Far East. The King of Joseon shows great interest in building a relationship with your highness. However, the relationship he has in mind seems far from the relationship we think of. Recently, the maritime province has been unhappy with the frequent use of Korean Russians residing in Hamgyéan province under the guise of providing them with jobs. Up to that point, it was understandable. The Joseon government, which had prevented migration to other regions of Joseon in order to stabilize the northern border, would have no choice but to react sensitively to the outflow of population to foreign countries, not even to other provinces. In that sense, it also intended to reach an agreement with Gojun on some level, if he expressed his intention to refrain from doing so. But Weber's subsequent report made me doubt my eyes. However, the Joseon king's reaction to this was different from what I expected. He was not dissatisfied with us receiving labor, but with us receiving Koreans without paying him much. From the interview with him, it seems that he wants to return some of the goods, including the salary he receives for working on the cross-country railway construction and the harvest of the Korean settlement. Foreign Minister. I opened my mouth in a low voice. Yes, Your Highness. During the interpretation process, is there a possibility that words or sentences were written differently, or changed to have a different meaning than Weber originally wrote? Unfortunately, that's not likely. It was shocking. I only vaguely knew that the current Joseon upper class was corrupt, but I had no idea that the king, who prided himself on being the father of the people, would get directly involved in human trafficking and show his willingness to take care of the good guys. I'm not in a very pleasant position, but this is a little. I may have contributed to the cause, but I never thought that a person who was the monarch of a country would end up like this. This was something I should never have done, considering my usual beliefs about the mentality that a person who mixes consciousness with Nicolay and dominates others should naturally have. If Gojun had come out confidently, telling me not to be angry with me or steal from his subjects, I would have seen him again, but seeing him come out like that made me feel as if the Gojun I knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but there's still more information. Oh, that's right. That's interesting. I didn't expect Joseon to react like that. Seeing my shock, Foreign Minister Jae urged me, saying that it was still too early to be alarmed. Is there anything even bigger than this written? With trembling hands, I turned a page of the full text and read the rest. Furthermore, the Joseon monarch seemed to be interested in expanding his territory through internal payments and military fundraising. Not only did they ask if they could buy military advisors or weapons, but they also expressed curiosity about whether I knew the story behind the political monument on Baekdu Mountain in the region called Gando. It seems that, while the King dynasty is in chaos, their goal is to advance into Manchuria with us on their backs. However, the minister's opinion is that this is not the opinion of the entire Joseon dynasty, but rather seems to be the arbitrary opinion of the King of Joseon. As Jae hinted, what was written after this was even more shocking. After renaming the country the Korean Empire and announcing it was an independent nation, King Gojun actually displayed imperialist actions befitting the name of the Korean Empire. At the time of the Boxer Rebellion, there was a movement to send the Korean Empire's army or a movement to advance into Manchuria, including Gando, taking advantage of the gap in the collapsing King dynasty. In fact, Gojun was such a territory-hungry monarch that there is even a story that his attempt to use American troops as mercenaries in exchange for a huge amount of money was rejected by the United States Congress. The unfortunate thing for him was that the Korean Empire didn't have enough time to acquire the capabilities to realize his ambitions, and the environment around him didn't help him. However, there was bound to be a difference between what I knew from history books and what I actually saw with my own eyes. I had no idea that King Gojun would be so out of touch with reality as to seek to advance toward the outside world in a situation where there were no significant modernization reforms. That's unbelievable. The first words I uttered after reading the full text of the Weberian draft were expressions of surprise. When I briefly expressed my feelings, as if I felt powerless, Foreign Minister Je seemed to agree with my sentiments. It seems that we, Russia, have been too silent up until now. I didn't expect to be ignored like this. Indeed, King Gojong's ambition to advance into the Manchuria region was an underestimation not only of Korea, but also of other powers such as Great Britain and France. Although most of the interests involved in Manchuria are now in the hands of Russia, other countries are still at stake. What would you like to do? I think I first need to let this feeling of surprise subside before I can decide how to deal with it from now on. Can you wait a moment? I stood up from my seat, walked to the liquor cabinet, and took out a bottle of Smirnoff vodka. Of course, vodka helps calm the mind. Want a drink too? Thank you, I said, but I decline. My body isn't what it used to be these days, so if I received a cup from you now, I'd probably have to go home as soon as I walked out the door. Well, then I should drink alone. After taking a sip of the vodka supplied to the imperial family, I felt my mind clearing. As the shock and anger at being treated lightly by King Gojong subsided, it seemed as if I could see how I would punish him in the first place. At first, I considered ignoring King Gojong's personal letter and inflicting a light punishment on him for being arrogant, but this was overruled. It may be comforting for now, but if they intervene in Joseon, other countries will not remain silent, and Joseon's subjects will also be responsible for Gojong's actions. So the method I chose was to pretend that I would draw up the plan as King Gojong wanted for now. Since this message came from the King of Joseon, we must also give him an answer. I have to offer a carrot to that ambitious fellow. But it would be better to make him an offer that doesn't make him realize that the carrot we are offering is actually a trap. Chapter 94. You look happy, Your Highness. This is what Foreign Minister Je said when he saw me wondering how to send King Gojong a gift from my heart. You look happy, but I can't be happy about setting a small trap for someone who isn't British and despises Russia. I felt it necessary to clear up Foreign Minister Je's misunderstanding about me, as it's clear that anyone who feels joy or glee over ensnaring someone is extremely shady. That's because I don't have such unusual, or, to be honest, perverted tastes. That is, as long as the other person doesn't stimulate me first. My cousin who lives in Buckingham Palace may be confused upon hearing this, but let's leave that aside. If I hadn't chained England like that, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I wanted. In the first place, doesn't the foreign minister express feelings of joy with his whole body? The Minister of Foreign Affairs seems very happy. Was a telegram sent by Minister Weber that interesting? To be honest, this is the funniest document I've ever seen in my entire career as a diplomat. I think what His Highness is preparing now will be just as fun. Could you tell me what you're thinking? The King of Joseon is clearly excited, so it would be a good idea to accommodate his wishes to a certain extent. He seems to think he's using his abilities to protect Joseon from other countries, but let's try to accommodate his grandiose delusions. Among his countless requests, the easiest to fulfill would be the support of equipment, including a military advisory group. For someone who thus reveals his desire to advance outside the world, the answer of strengthening military power, which is the source of power that can make imagination a reality, would be like putting a blindfold on eyes that are already closed. As Jess said, among the issues King Gojong seemed to want, the one that could be provoked at the least cost, was that it would help increase Joseon's military power. Joseon already had the weakest military power among the 3 East Asian countries, but after the Imo Rebellion, it was as if it had to be literally rebuilt from scratch. Arguably, this is also a useful factor for Russia. Rather than transplanting Russian doctrine into an army that still remembers the original training methods and doctrine, it was better for us to create it from scratch. Moreover, if an emergency arises in which military operations must be carried out within the Korean peninsula, it is even more so considering that we can attempt to join forces with the Korean army, which has similar equipment and doctrine to ours. It is not for nothing that the future NATO allied forces have unified their supply systems, such as ammunition. That said, it would be a huge burden to recruit currently serving soldiers and send them to the military advisory group. So let's look for people who have just been discharged or people on active duty who are willing to make sacrifices to volunteer for this mission. Rather than officially accepting the Joseon government's demands and sending them as military advisors, it would be better for Prince Weber to gather people close to him and listen to the king of Joseon's demands. Even if we do this, there will be some negative reactions from other countries, but it won't be something we can't handle. In the past, I would have felt burdened, even by making a move of this magnitude, but I was confident that modern-day Russia would be able to handle it. If the political opposition is too strong, the United Kingdom or France should send an advisory group disguised as civilians like us. If that were the case, we could see a fantastic collaboration like the Korean Empire in its original history, with country A's weapons, country B's doctrine, and country C's rituals. But the goal wasn't to increase Joseon's military strength. It was important to show King Gojong that we had done our best to get what we wanted. Perhaps we could say that we also connected with France and England. Considering King Gojong's desire to collect weapons, he could have expressed his joy at having a variety of equipment. It would be even better if, in the process, people felt grateful for having built a bridge between England and France. That's a good idea. In that case, it would be best to provide material support with the burdened rifles that are accumulating in storage, because Mosin rifles are mass-produced. As a side project of ammunition improvement, we are also working on old ammunition that's becoming difficult to use. The Secretary of State seemed to want to use this opportunity to get rid of obsolete materials as well. It was a very good decision, because it allowed you to show off a lot while spending less. Since we haven't yet procured a sufficient quantity of Mosin rifles, and this was before production of new ammunition to replace the old ones began in earnest, we may not be able to ship as many as we hoped. I'll have to consult with the Secretary of War about that. Good comments, Secretary of State. So how do I collect the purchase price? The problem was how to receive compensation for providing second-class equipment and blindfolded military advisors who were civilians. Although they say it's just a ploy to get what we want, it's not necessary to give it away. Or it would be better to combine it with something else and get a bigger deal. Since it was confirmed that Gojong wanted to advance into the Manchurian region, it was possible to attract him in connection with the South Manchurian Railway project currently underway. No matter how ruined the country was, the wealth of the Lee royal family could not be ignored. It could also be said to be a characteristic of monarchical countries. It's as if one family owned a country. This is because the ownership referred to here is not limited to what is directly owned in kind, but also applies to natural objects. I'll have to consult with Finance Minister Witte for more details, but it would also be a good idea to ask the King of Joseon about contributing funds to the projects we are carrying out in Manchuria. If possible, let it float. Participating in the Empire's projects indicates that Russia recognizes you as an equal partner and not a mere vassal. Something like this. Will the King of Joseon really come up with something like this? If his desire for fame or imperialist ambition is as great as Minister Weber described, I think he'll overcome it. In exchange for that, rights like mining rights would be better. Or it might be a good idea to discuss establishing a company to jointly develop and explore mines with the Joseon royal family, as we do in Japan, in exchange for allowing you to participate in our work in Manchuria. Rather than asking them to pay for every little thing, like the supply of rifles and other supplies, we thought it would be better to conclude an agreement bundling everything we proposed to them all at once. It was obvious that it was better to obtain mining rights than to receive small amounts of gold or silver. So, what do you think about one of the things the King of Joseon wants, which is to tax Koreans who have come to the maritime province? Personally, I think this is the easiest requirement to fulfill, because we don't have to spend anything. But what do you think? Just say you'll never be able to hear that again. Jay seemed puzzled when I told him it was absolutely impossible, probably because he thought I would have similar thoughts on this topic. No matter where they were born, if they came to Russia and swore loyalty to me, they are Russian. If I allow the monarchs of other countries to tax my subjects, how can they trust me? I hope we never bring up a story related to that again. This is a topic related to nationalism, which I've been talking about since the past. My thoughts were brief. In fact, aside from the contradiction with my responsibility to them and my advocacy of nationalism, if double taxation were to be carried out as King Gojong intended, it was obvious that public sentiment in the maritime province, which was stable at best, would be shaken, so they would never listen. It was an impossible condition. No matter how hard the leader of the religious group tries, if the perception spreads that the place where they left their hometown and settled is not much different from Joseon, it is obvious that the already organized Korean community will be immediately shaken. If that happens, my plan to increase influence over Joseon through the private sector will also be disrupted. As I summarize the course of action for the items King Gojong seemed to want, Jae seemed curious about the poisoned carrot I mentioned earlier. What I've said so far isn't far from what appears in a normal agreement. This is because it's hard to view the requirement that we receive B in exchange for providing item A as a poisoned carrot. This is especially true when you consider that we don't have 100% ownership of the mineral rights, but only acquire a certain percentage of shares through jointly established companies, as in Japan. However, at the end of the treaty, there is a sentence stating that both countries will make every effort to implement the agreement related to it, as well as a sentence stating that they have the right to protect facilities built with capital invested by each other if they are at risk of being destroyed or damaged. It would be good to include that. Backquote for both parties. This was a provision that allowed intervention in the name of protecting mining facilities when a peasant uprising occurred, which was expected to occur in the near future, even if it was not the Donghak peasant movement. Given the situation in Joseon, where the minimum family was filling the vacuum left by the King dynasty in Japan, it was obvious that people who could not stand the exploitation would rise up. One could say it was a foreign policy clause, but since it was a right granted to both countries, one could also say it was an attractive clause for King Gojong, who wished to advance into Manchuria. If the Manchurian railway, in which he had invested, was deemed to be in danger, he could send troops. Based on this treaty, it was unclear whether King Gojong would actually possess such capabilities, but since the treaty included the provision that we would provide him with advisors and other military supplies, it would have been enough to spur King Gojong's ambition. And if we sent troops to Joseon, where the peasant uprising took place, it was also worth considering reducing the Korean people's hostility toward foreign powers by sending troops with Korean-Russian faces. I don't know if a treaty will be signed, but if we send troops to Joseon, Britain and other countries won't stand idly by. Seeing economic gain and trying to exert control are two entirely different things. The foreign minister's concerns were correct. If we mobilize military power alone, Britain will immediately become enraged. No matter how much internal chaos grew, England was still England. Wouldn't it be fine if we followed the King of Joseon's request instead of taking the first step? He had no intention of ending the situation prematurely if an emergency occurred. Chapter 95. Even if he had intended to end the situation early, it was unlikely that Russia would be able to intervene soon. Even though nothing special was happening, it was impossible to send troops to the Far East in advance. The militia units already stationed in the Far East and mobilizing the Cossack hunters could be mobilized quickly, but their quality was difficult to expect. Of course, even if these troops were sent, it was hoped that they would be sufficient to deal with the regular army as well as the civil rebellion in Joseon. However, if troops consisting primarily of militia or second-class troops were sent, it was clear that looting and crimes against civilians would occur due to lax military discipline. If we send the army, our goal is not to suppress the civil rebellion, but to occupy Hanyang and assume leadership through it. If our army causes harm to the people, it will be impossible to achieve our strategic objective. Furthermore, that is not the only reason why early intervention is difficult. No matter how conciliatory King Gojong's attitude toward Russia was, there was no way he didn't know what it meant to request troops, since he had a boss. Although he may have had a limited understanding of the international situation surrounding Joseon, there were two main takeaways when it came to incorporating the army of a foreign power much stronger than his own. When he called them back, he could either take the considerable compensation offered and leave quietly, or even if the situation was over, he could simply sit tight instead of returning to his home country. I also planned to legally station Russian troops near Hanyang in case King Gojong requested troops. Well, since something like this could happen again, the justification of protecting the Joseon royal family, which is close friends with the Romanov family, would suffice. King Gojong probably knew something like this could happen, so even if civil unrest broke out, he wouldn't request troops. Basically, we will try to suppress it through the army we currently have, but it was natural that, if things continued like this, Hanayang would fall into the hands of the rebels, or that we would request troops to be dispatched only after we were convinced that we could not solve the problem on our own. This could have been predicted through the telegrams Gojong and Weber sent me. Of course, the quickest and easiest way would be to use the text of the treaty as a basis for dispatching the army to suppress the civil uprising and suppress any opposition that might arise afterward, even before King Gojong's request arrives. Even if he prioritized his ego as Russia's crown prince, it was a burden to give orders to suppress the Joseon people struggling to make a living. Some may call it hypocrisy, but since I'm also human, there were surely things I was reluctant to do. Your Majesty, it seems the time spent thinking about deployment has increased. Foreign Minister Jie spoke to me with a puzzled expression. Oh, sorry. After thinking about something related to this for a while, I got worried. It's exactly like I just said. Since Joseon is a completely independent country and isn't dependent on the Qing dynasty or Japan, I don't think it would be a big problem if the request were made by that country's monarch. What does the Minister of Foreign Affairs think? Based on the Gangwon Island Treaty that Joseon concluded with Japan in the past, Joseon was able to outwardly claim to be an independent country and not a province or country dependent on the Qing dynasty. It was a phrase that Japan had included to make it easier for them to advance to the mainland and expand outside in the future, but it wouldn't be them who would actually use it, but me. It can be said that actions such as requesting the dispatch of troops constitute acts of governance and diplomacy, so, logically, what His Highness said can be considered correct. But don't you also know that international politics are not always based on justifiable reasons and logic? The foreign minister's concerns were also valid. Even in the 21st century, international politics and the logic of power are inseparable. Furthermore, we had to consider the long-standing logic among European countries. Even if there was a justification for Joseon's request, if we showed our intention to monopolize the Korean peninsula, it was obvious that we would be punished for eating alone, which is a long-standing European tradition. Of course, that's true, but if we take the form of involving them in what the King of Joseon has asked us to do, we are expected to have the greatest participation as the situation progresses, and even after it concludes. Since we don't know what the future situation will be like, we need to have a flexible attitude, but basically, let's decide on the attitude we will adopt. It seems the King of Joseon wants to make additional agreements with us, so we'll accept it for now. Basically, act as if you'll achieve what you want, but don't make any concessions regarding those who immigrated to Russia, or regarding specific phrases in the treaty. Even if a sudden change occurs in Joseon in the future, troops will not be sent based solely on the treaty, but will wait until the King of Joseon requests it. However, this may change if it looks like Joseon will collapse before the request is made. Even if troops are sent, we will pay special attention to prevent harm to the public, such as looting, and focus on stabilizing the rear and maintaining public order near Hanayang instead of fighting rebels. In addition, we also talked about what to do with countries like the United Kingdom and France, and our course of action toward Japan and the Qing dynasty, which are trying to attack us, but we decided to discuss more details later. At this point, even if we shared our opinions on related issues, it seemed difficult to make progress on a fundamental level. Then, first of all, as you said, I'll contact Joseon. Please, Foreign Minister. After the story ended, and Foreign Minister Jie left the office, the room fell silent. Although one of the two people disappeared, the atmosphere changed greatly. Feeling a little lonely, I jotted down in the blank space at the end of the paper, where I had written the course of action Jie, and I had just decided on a decision I hadn't yet discussed with anyone based on King Gojong's behavior and way of thinking. 5. If we manage to control Hanayang, our top priority is to eliminate the element that caused the uprising, including Minimum's maternal relatives. The goal is to make Joseon a neutral zone, rather than a place under the rule of a specific country, and the best option is to make it a neutral country with pro-Russian leanings. Emperor Gojin will remain in office for the time being, but when the time comes, he will be politely brought to Russia under the pretext of treating his health problems. Since Russia has a unique desire to expand its territory, there was no way they would accept my plan to remain a neutral country without annexing it to our territory for no reason. So I thought it wasn't time to speak yet. However, if it's presented as a way to stop the transfer conflict between the great powers that will occur in Joseon, the backlash may be reduced. While finishing the term paper, what came to my mind was that freedom can only be enjoyed if there is the power to guarantee it. No matter how much I have a friendly view of Joseon, what I just did was the same as charting the path for Joseon to follow without even asking their opinions. As a possessed person who knows the future, it was also a topic I sometimes pondered. Could intervening in Joseon really bring them a better outcome than the future they will face in the future called the Republic of Korea? This was a story that applied not only to Joseon, but also to Russia. Although the bloodshed and madness wrought by the Russian Revolution and the Red-White Civil War were great, the result was the creation of the Soviet Union, the world's second largest superpower. Although Russia's past glory was completely lost after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I must have promised myself several times, if there's no guarantee that a better future will come, I will create it. I will make sure to never regret anything I did. The train called the Stream of History had already started running, and unfortunately, this train was an express train with no stops along the way, only one starting station, and one ending station. Asterisk 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 there was no snow covering the sky or the ground, but it was a winter filled with biting winds. None of the Korean settlements located in the maritime province could escape this weather. Normally, they would be shut up in their houses and show off their warm lower bodies and a single body, but today was different. In one settlement, people gathered in a building resembling a district office in modern times and chatted in groups. It was colder than their hometown, Hamgyongdo, but you couldn't say it was warm. However, the faces of those gathered here today were noticeably brighter than when they were in Joseon. At least here I didn't go hungry. So, which village are you from? Ask each other where you're from. At first, I objected fiercely responded to our nobleman's request to leave his hometown, but when he arrived, didn't his nose and cheeks grow? Look, it would have been much better if you had come when I first mentioned it. I'm bragging like this, but I just nod my head and say yes, yes. I have no choice but to do it. The women gather around and gossip about their husbands. Oh, the weather's like this, and I can't sleep these days because I'm worried about whether my husband, who's gone off to work on construction, will be okay, if he's in pain, or if he's wearing the right clothes. They say a letter will arrive, but they say there's no problem, so they won't worry for no reason. Because she arrived in the maritime province later than others, there were stories of worry about her husband, who went off to work on construction in exchange for food during the winter. But there was another topic that was mentioned the most. You also came here after hearing what Master Ji Hyung Choi said? No, you too? The word that appeared most frequently in this space, like Serang Bang, was Master Choi Ji Hyung. Although he is only 20 years old, even people older than him call him master, which gives us an idea of the extent of Choi Ji Hyung's position in this community. He not only brought them here and kept his earlier promise, but he also taught them how to make a living in the unfamiliar land of Primorsky Krai and what it takes to live among Russians. Although he is young, he helps the Koreans in the maritime province. He was one of the people they trusted and relied on the most. I don't know how I would have gotten through this winter if I hadn't come this far and believed Master Choi Ji Hyung's story. Fortunately, I'm lucky enough to be reunited here with all of you from the maritime province, but I wonder how my friends and family who will remain in my hometown are doing. The next most mentioned thing was concern and worry for those who remained in Joseon. In fact, they knew that if they fled, they would have to pay their share of taxes. Once the problem of earning a living was somewhat resolved, it was inevitable that my conscience would bother me. The mentality I had when I wasn't in a position to fill my meals for tomorrow was surely different from the mentality I had when I was full and hungry. Among these people, there were people like Kim Pan-seok who couldn't ignore the cry of his conscience and accompany Choi Ji-hyung on his trip to Joseon, but their number was very small. This was because he was afraid of what he might experience if he returned to Joseon. Many of them took the easy way out. They are cursing their own country for forcing them to come to an unknown place called the Maritime Province. That was correct. If we had made them feel that they could earn a good living in Joseon, there would have been no reason for them to come all the way here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Caption 96. At first, it was an insult to the taxes collected in the country they lived in. It was also jokingly said that if the special taxes collected under various pretexts were combined, claiming it was for the sake of the country's prosperity and military strength, the taxes would be higher than the original amount due. You seem crazy. I clearly remember collecting taxes to build a reservoir and restore the road that was lost last summer, but I didn't even select a site for over 3 years. What about the taxes for the purchase of new weapons? If the soldiers had been paid those taxes on time, would there have been an uproar last year? It's not for nothing that people say there's no money in the country, but there are too many thieves. Although they were people living in Hamgyong province, which was called the countryside in Joseon, the reason why the Imo military rebellion broke out was also heard in their ears. Salaries not paid for months. The shining eyes of his children and wife, who look only at him. The salary received after a long wait is only enough for a month. Even that is inedible for humans, because it contains sand, bran, and rotten rice. Indeed, the intensity of the loyalty that the Joseon people and soldiers offered to the royal family in the country was enormous. Not only was it a monarchy, but the dignity and legitimacy of 500 years of history could not be easily damaged. This was evident simply from the fact that the soldiers, who initially had no income other than their salaries, waited for the government to pay them without taking any action or exercising their skills for several months. Furthermore, the political stability brought about by the political ideology of Confucianism was significant. Over the years, there have been only 2 coups, and those were coups in the name of expelling a tyrant's tyranny, not a reverse revolution. In the past, there was no civil uprising to overthrow Tamguanori, but the process of its development was also striking. Farmers who couldn't bear the excessive taxes and labor went to the local village magistrates and officials to earnestly beg for a favor, and after prominent local people took the initiative and expelled Tamguanori and the situation, the central government gave them a will. I understand that, but it's also clear that the laws of the country were violated, so there were cases where the instigators of the incident willingly followed orders even when ordered to pay for it with their lives. Furthermore, I heard that Hanayang's maternal relatives change their silk clothes every day and never wear the clothes they once wore again. If only a portion of their wealth had been used properly, my sister wouldn't have frozen to death the other day. Damned kids. Even the heavens are indifferent. It is said that those children even chew their food and then spit it out without swallowing it. If you swallow it, your stomach will fill up and you won't be able to enjoy the taste of the food or something like that. While the Hanayang nobility does this, there are many people in the provinces who can't even eat a single meal a day. There's no doubt that the country is ruined. Complaints about taxes in society had already been passed on to the Joseon leadership, represented by nobles. Provocative and unconfirmed rumors were spread by word of mouth. Mr. So-and-so said that even dogs raised at home eat meat. Did I hear that someone from the minimum family never sets foot on another person's land while walking from the 4 great gates to their home? It is said that the mother of the nation offered a bag of silk and rice to each summit of Mount Jungang. Some rumors were groundless and exaggerated, but as can be seen from the word exaggeration, there were also rumors that were based on fact. While someone was starving, someone he enjoyed food from the mountains and the sea. Still, the expressions on the faces of the people speaking these rumors seemed bright, unbecoming of the words coming out of their mouths. Because now it was someone else's story. They escaped from Joseon, where such incidents occurred, and came to a place where it was cold, arid, and difficult to communicate once they left the settlements, but at least they weren't hungry. What the hell are you doing, Nera? No matter how much the traitors around you cover their eyes and ears, aren't you being too indifferent? If you had ears to hear, there's no way you wouldn't know. What are you talking about now? What if someone hears it? What if someone hears it? Do you think this is still Joseon? Take it somewhere. What can they do, no matter what I say in a place that isn't even Joseon? Finally, when the gossip reached King Gojang, there was discomfort or fear among those who were still uneasy about being in the maritime province, but there was no particular disturbance among those who had been here for a long time. No, rather, after a moment of silence, there was an explosive reaction. That is the right thing to say. What on earth did Nera do? In my entire life, I have never complained about Nera, but today I have to say what I have to say. Maternal relatives believe only in what they have and rage, but a man whose only name is king cannot stop that. If they are blinded by what they bring and ignore the pleas of the rank and file, isn't that the height of incompetence and waste of money? I think the king really doesn't care about us. What does it matter if we pay our taxes faithfully and perform our work faithfully? The higher ups don't even wonder how we live. So, if even once the taxes are delayed, I will be punished immediately. So I want it was difficult to start, but as soon as someone opened the gun, accusations against King Gojang poured out, as if a dam had collapsed. I don't know if there was a shred of respect left, or if the way they had lived until now was still ingrained in them, but the main content was about regret. The current king of Joseon is not qualified to hold the position of king. Rather, it can be said that the Tsar of Nosia, who accepted us, is the true king. However, as the atmosphere gradually became overheated, the words that came out of someone's mouth were enough to make everyone fall silent in an instant. This may have been because it was awkward to compare the king of a country that still felt strange to the king of the country they were born and raised in, as they had lived as Joseon people for a longer period of time. But the longer the silence lasted, the stranger the atmosphere in the room became. Because the emotions in people's eyes were changing from hesitation and discomfort to the direction in which what had just been said made sense. This wasn't happening only in this settlement. This was because the topics of conversation between people were limited as they chopped firewood, managed the fields despite it being winter, and washed clothes while blowing cold hands off the frozen river. No one could dare say that Russia should invade and dominate Joseon, but it seemed clear that the homeland in people's minds was changing. Asterisk 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 the new year of 1894 dawned. This year is expected to be the most important in Russia and to determine its future. This is because it was clear that this would be the year in which the reform work that gradually began last year would accelerate in earnest. Unlike last year, when the shadow of famine lingered, we have not yet been able to increase our harvests enough to win price competition with the United States and the grain market, but we have finally been able to escape the chains left by the terrible famine. Furthermore, winning competition in the grain market with the United States was not our goal. The objective was to reduce the share of grain, which accounts for the majority of export items, while current food production is sufficient for self-sufficiency. Anyway, we cannot do anything in a short period of time in the face of falling prices in the grain market due to oversupply, and this will resolve itself naturally. Therefore, instead of trying to compete in terms of prices, with the United States increasing grain production in some way, it is better to aim to maintain the livelihoods and improve the living conditions of urban workers through low grain prices. Furthermore, the gold standard monetary reform led by Vishnetgradsky had finally been completed. Over the past few decades, the paranoid accumulation of gold by successive tsars and finance ministers has been the fulfillment of my cause. This meant that Russia had finally met one of the basic conditions for its incorporation into the international economic order. With the establishment of a gold-based monetary order, foreign capital could rely on payment guarantees when investing in Russia. Moreover, agricultural reforms, including the ME reform, were also gaining speed. Although opposition from conservative factions, including the aforementioned elders, still occurred sporadically, it could not stem the flow of reforms focused on farmers who remembered last year's achievements. Those who are still unconvinced will soon realize that the way they have been doing it is obsolete when they see this year's harvest, because results that can be seen with the eyes are the surest means of persuasion. In fact, I was not the only one who held this opinion. Not only the bureaucracy at the center of reform work, but also people from all walks of life in Russia, such as capitalists, workers, peasants, and middle-class nobles, seemed to feel that the new year of 1894 would unfold differently than in years past. When I stood up to give a speech to the citizens during the much anticipated and extravagant New Year's event, I could see the words hope and enthusiasm in their eyes. However, unlike them, I, who should have had more hope than anyone, could not hide my feelings of depression. 1894. This was because it was the year that Alexander III, the father of Nikolai, the owner of this body I'm currently in, died. I had initially planned to come from Crimea to attend the New Year's event that took place yesterday, but we greatly missed the absence of my father, who could not come for health reasons. It was not easy to remain calm in the face of the first death of a family member, since we fell into this era, especially if that person is my father, who always gave me advice and encouragement. Although he was a person who oppressed populists and implemented several conservative policies, he was a father to me. The content of the letter he sent me instead of being able to come in person also contributed to my heart's weight. The letter overall had a light tone mixed with a father's humor, but it also contained serious content, unlike before, as if he felt his body couldn't hold out much longer. In particular, the sentence that said my mother was very worried that I wasn't married yet, so wouldn't it be best to alleviate her worries as soon as possible was painful. It was said that my mother was worried, but in reality, it was obvious that my father was also worried about this. I thought it would be a good idea to make the first event of the year a meeting with my father. It was clear that not only I, but also Nikolai would need the preparation process for the separation from his father. Chapter 97 New Era, New Wave. A new year had begun, but people still made the mistake of writing the date as 1893 instead of 1894. Although the number 1893 was even more familiar, the work initiated by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to change the calendar used from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar was also completed. Print media such as newspapers, including official documents, have also been indicating dates according to the new calendar since the instruction to use the Gregorian calendar was issued. However, human habits are not easily changed. Although I knew in my head that dates should be written according to the divine calendar, I found my hands writing dates using the calendar I had used in the past without even realizing it. Due to the full implementation of the Gregorian calendar and the prince's departure to Crimea to see his father for the new year, St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire, was experiencing mild confusion and a sense of relaxation brought on by the disappearance of the highest-ranking inspector. The faces of the officials enjoying their long-awaited rest were bright. It seemed like only yesterday that the crown prince imported a machine large enough to fill an entire room and provided them with coffee while they complained of spring fever and fatigue. Until now, even if the crown prince left the capital, it was for work reasons, so it was impossible to take a break from work just because he was away, but this time it was different. It wasn't for a public purpose like diplomatic talks or regional tours, but for a private reason, to see my father for New Year's. In a despotic monarchy, going to meet King Shang, who is still on the throne, can't be said to be 100% private, but considering the special nature of the new year and the fact that the purpose was purely to reunite with family members, the officials didn't notice much this time. I thought I could enjoy a vacation that wasn't a vacation. Of course, not everyone was happy. There were also those who imagined the mountain of documents they had painstakingly put off for the future that would come in a few days of the current brief peace. However, it was an undeniable fact that the atmosphere in St. Petersburg had relaxed due to the crown prince's absence, and this applied not only to adults, but also to children. In the past, subjects of educational programs implemented with the aim of attracting talented individuals who could not continue their studies due to family circumstances were not exempt from this situation. No, perhaps these were the people who most welcomed a long-awaited relaxed atmosphere. No matter how excellent they were still children. Although the children were tired of the disciplined, military-style living environment and the assessment tests that took place several times a month, during this long-awaited vacation they showed themselves as they should be for their age. They played light card games, or talked about things happening in their hometowns, fostering bonds and laughter. So, as I set out on the road with my horse, Old Carina, when I was in my hometown, I used to go fishing around this time of year. I heard that, if you lit a fire on a frozen river, melted the ice to a suitable amount, then drilled a hole, and threw in a float, you caught fish the size of your forearm? That means we only caught minnows. What, man? Since she lived far from her parents and hometown at a young age, these conversations seemed to relieve her stress. However, among them, only 2 people displayed an appearance similar to their usual, contrary to the atmosphere surrounding them. So, your prediction may have been correct regarding the dissolution of me, but am I right in this matter? Your opinion lacks evidence. Furthermore, seeing that His Majesty is not particularly interested in the mass he must attend every Sunday, it is clear that the center of power in the future will be the military. Even today, the 2 boys still snarling at each other were none other than Bronstein, who would have been called Trotsky, and Yugashvili, who would have been called Stalin. As they competed for first and second place in the evaluation rankings announced every month, it was hard to call their relationship good, even jokingly. For every topic discussed in class, the opposing sides clashed, and the last time, while discussing the me reform, it even led to a physical conflict. After that incident, both were put on probation, and it had a negative impact on their evaluations. Although there was no physical conflict between them, they still had an uneasy relationship. The blows we exchanged, that they turned into harsh words, and the kicks into accusations. As they stared at each other, it was Dzugashvili who spoke first. Just looking at the splendid resurrection in the Far East, the head of the religious order, who was thought to have been purged by His Majesty, makes it clear that His Majesty and the religious world are still closely related. Furthermore, considering that as soon as the director of the Imperial Household Affairs Bureau arrived in Vladivostok, he shocked the local officials who had an inappropriate relationship with Japan, and received His Majesty's approval for control of the Far East, including Primorsky Krai. It is possible that the director of the Imperial Household Affairs Bureau and His Highness were in fact collaborating to root out corrupt officials before. If so, it can be said that it is not true that His Majesty is indifferent to the religious world. The topic the 2 discussed was which faction would lead the future Russian Empire in the closest relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Dzugashvili's position was that the religious world would remain close to the core of power, since he had attended seminary, while Bronstein's position was that religion would now move away from the core and new groups would emerge. There was something awkward about the topic of conversation among teenagers, but considering the classes they were taking, it could be said to be an extension of their usual routine. The fact that they are having this discussion, while the other children are taking a break, may be indicative of their extraordinary nature. You're right, but that's just an assumption. Isn't it strange that, based on common sense, the head of the military service, who occupied the center of power in the capital, obediently accepted the deployment to the Far East? In the process, he even dealt with the conservative faction, arguably his faction, which had previously reacted negatively to the reform policy His Majesty had attempted to implement. I really don't understand. In my opinion, doesn't this prove the close relationship between His Majesty and the religious community, but rather that His Majesty has taken control of the religious community, represented by the head of the religious council, and no longer considers it a threat to him? Both sides were right. Furthermore, although the 2 were part of an educational program run by the imperial family, the materials provided to the teenagers were limited, and the response gleaned from the fragments was close to the truth. The regrettable thing is that neither of them had any intention of accepting the rationale and arguments presented by the other side. It might have been because they were arguing with different people, but both of them had the heart of not wanting to lose to the person in front of them, even if they died. Okay, then what do you think? If His Majesty has decided to expel the religious community, who will fill the void? Bureaucracy? Soon, Dzugashvili, annoyed that their arguments kept going in parallel, asked in a sharp tone, but the answer Bronstein gave was different from what he expected. Of course, bureaucracy like Mr. Stolypin, who is in charge of our education, will still have a close relationship with His Majesty, but I think the military are the people His Majesty should be most concerned about," the Crimean Jewish boy added, pushing up the glasses he was wearing. "These are confusing times. Empires are drawing closer to those hostile to them, and those hostile to them, and complex agreements can lead to being drawn into war without even realizing it. Even if it has nothing to do with us, we may have no choice but to participate in the war due to the circumstances of our allies, and even if it isn't necessarily a war, there is no better group than the military to resolve the inherent instability within Russia." If I hadn't heard the notification that it was time for lunch, I felt like I would have grabbed him by the collar, if not with my fist. The two people, who were staring at each other, soon got up from their seats and walked toward the cafeteria assigned to students, but when they sat down opposite each other, the awkwardness reached its peak. So much so that other students who were about to sit down, when they saw the nearby area was empty, saw their faces and decided to eat standing up. But surprisingly, the atmosphere between the two wasn't as tense as before. Bronstein was the result of being taught that he should focus on eating during meals, and Zugashvili was the result of realizing that it was prudent to eat at least an extra piece of bread when he was poor and had time to say a word. "So, are you planning to join the army later?" Silence fell at the table, but when Zugashvili, who had finished eating and was eating the leftover borscht with bread, spoke, the attention of those around him was focused. It was a look filled with emotions like, "Are they really going to fight here too?" Fortunately, Bronstein's tone when answering their questions was even. "No, instead of joining the army, I'm thinking of becoming an official in the war ministry. There's no change in my opinion that the military will reach the core of power, but rolling on the floor is not my hobby." Despite the Georgian boy's puzzled look, the bespectacled boy also asked a question. "So you really want to follow the path of a priest?" "No, no matter how much I think about it, I don't think I'm a good candidate to be a priest. Fortunately, in our Russian Empire, there's a place where you can work in the religious world, even if you're not a priest." "Holy servant?" "Good." Now, on the contrary, the bespectacled boy showed a puzzled look. "No, what did you hear me say before? You're doing this, even though you clearly know that the leader of the Shinsean order lives in the Far East, not in the capital? Well, it's your choice. Idiot." However, Bronstein didn't feel the need to warn him again, so he opted for silence, because the friendship between the two didn't run that deep. "You're probably thinking I'm stupid right now." Since Zugashvili had also completed his own calculations, he seemed to know what the criminal in front of him was thinking. No matter how low the status of the servants has fallen, as long as the absolute majority of the ruling class of the Russian Empire believes in the Orthodox Church, the religious world cannot be far from power. Even if we distance ourselves, I won't make it happen. He thought he had a good chance of winning. Few people can say that the Orthodox Church isn't one of the pillars of the empire. A peasant from Georgia. Go cry and repent later. A Jewish guy who prides himself on being cool. Let's wait and see. Each thought the other would regret it, but by the end of their thoughts, they had come to the same conclusion. Still, I can't deny that this bastard's insight is useful. I don't like how this guy shows off, but he certainly is smart. If I end up on top of this guy later, I'll use it to my advantage. I could see that there had been a shift from the idea of purging them as soon as they won the game to the idea of exploiting them as much as they had. No matter what happened, we had no choice but to acknowledge each other's skills in the process of confronting each other, even if the adults still see it as nothing more than beating up a child. Chapter 98. It was already April when greenery appeared, with the freshness of life, instead of the colorless and odorless white. In some dark places, snow still lingered, as if to reveal its existence, but it was impossible to defy the passage of time. Just as winter passed and spring arrived, I had to accept that the time I had been granted was coming to an end, just like the snow that fell, as if it would swallow the world, and piled up, as if it would cover the entire earth. And the trend of the times didn't apply only to nature. The streets of Moscow, one of Russia's three major cities, were crowded with people as usual. a farmer coming to Seoul to buy tools needed for farming, a worker walking to the factory, a poor class child like a shoeshine boy, and a gentleman throwing some coins to the child. It was the same old scenario, but today something strange seemed to have intervened. Go away, oppressor. People of Russia, do not be deceived. Open your eyes and witness the truth. People came out of the alleys and began distributing printed materials they had created without permission from the authorities, but the reaction of those around them was not positive. They're starting over. Hey, it's late. Bastard. Out of my way. Beep. Beep. It's the Tsar's dog. Shortly after, when the police appeared to catch them, they disappeared back into the alley they came from, but the printed materials they left behind remained on the ground. But sadly, there was no sign that anyone was interested in this printing. At most, only a few children were collecting the soiled printed materials, apparently with the sole purpose of using them as firewood for the old stove at home. Among the people on the street, let alone those who couldn't read, even those with literacy skills seemed to look on a little with interest, but then tended to sneer. Yes, Crown Prince, stop suppressing the press and create an environment for free information. You don't seem to know that His Highness has already drastically reduced censorship standards. I just wasted my time. Eventually, even the young man interested in printed letters left the place, and the street returned to a normal appearance. Beneath the feet of people moving about with their own agendas, only scraps of paper so soiled that the writing was now unrecognizable showed that there had just been a commotion. In the past, Crown Prince Nikolai's persistent repression, persecution, and appeasement were causing the populists to face the most difficult times they had ever experienced. They had endured the harsh years under Alexander III, but when Nicholas began to lead the government, they began to crumble at a rapid pace. The reason they began to disintegrate, despite being hanged, executed by firing squad, and exiled, was because splits occurred within the organization. There are no longer hopes for Russia. The people have turned their backs on us, and those who have been deceived by the oppressor's propaganda await every opportunity to throw us into the jaws of the enemy. I would rather go to England, where our brothers have already gone and established a foundation. Although the originally ignorant peasants and workers lived in accordance with reality, hoping only for the Tsar's mercy, some of the popularists were disappointed when even the intellectuals represented by the Zemstvos displayed a hostile attitude toward them. Rather, they chose to seek refuge in another country. Moreover, since the government tolerated this, and sometimes acted as if it were encouraging asylum, the number of people who chose this path was not small. It would be nice if this were the end of it, but there were further conflicts within the populists. Perhaps we were thinking wrong. I thought the conciliatory movement wasn't having much effect, so I changed the direction of the movement to a hardline stance. But what were the results? Was it nothing more than killing a Tsar? Some might say the achievement was very great, since the enemy leaders were killed. But what has changed since then? The cause we were pursuing has disappeared somewhere, and only the madness of washing each other's blood remains. If we think about it the other way around, didn't the easing of press censorship and the improvement in the quality of life of the people we were persecuting happen after the Crown Prince came to power? The number of people holding this opinion within the organization was very small, but compared to the past, it could be said to be a tremendous change. Although 0 and the 1st of May not seem very different at first glance, when multiplied by numbers, they become 0, which swallows anything, and 1, which can become anything. Furthermore, the policy of social appeasement implemented by Nikolai also sparked such conversations within the organization. As the anonymous young man mentioned earlier, changes were also taking place in media policy, which until now had existed only with censorship. Newspapers containing mild criticism of the government, focusing on Count Tolstoy, were legally sold on the streets with permission to publish, and criticism of imperial figures such as the Crown Prince, which until now had been almost taboo, was also permitted. Although the permit system was retained instead of the reporting system, this alone was a huge change for the literate class. Criticism of the policies being implemented has begun to appear in newspapers where until now, there had only been unflattering praise. Of course, this was the result of the Crown Prince's clever media control policy, which was ahead of its time. At first glance, most of the newspapers that published articles critical of the government were, in fact, dependent on government subsidies for their finances. It wasn't difficult to reveal this to the target who maintained their economic control. Furthermore, while media criticism was tolerated, a policy had to be followed in order to publish the article. First, the government's position on the policy being implemented was published, criticisms were added, and the article had to end with an opinion defending the policy. This was a method of media control ahead of its time. This sandwich information policy had the effect of making readers believe that the government's opinion was correct. It appeared to provide freedom in a subtle way instead of blindly prohibiting information, but in essence, it was a way of forcing people reading the articles to self-censor. The sophisticated media control was extremely effective in making the intellectual class shifted their attention from printed materials distributed by underground organizations to institutional media, which were legal, legitimate, and sometimes even had a say. It was only natural that a newspaper written in the language of an educated person, typeset on high quality paper, and presented in a pleasing manner would be pleasing to the eye, rather than a feast of provocative language crudely printed on rough paper. This kind of flexibilization policy has led some populists to believe that it would be better to break into the system and change society through legal methods, rather than insisting on the current line of violent struggle and conflict between them, and the two groups who believed the current line was the only correct response was inevitable, because they felt more hatred toward the people they thought had betrayed them than toward the people who were their enemies from the start. However, since the number of those attracted to the conciliatory line was significantly smaller than those who were not, what followed was closer to an inner line agreement and a purge than to a conflict. Donagin, the crime of betraying the people and trying to betray us at the incitement of our enemies. I condemn you to death in the name of the people. Outburst. Unidentified corpses were frequently discovered in the alleys of Moscow and other cities where populist groups lingered. The lucky few who escaped these bloody purges were lucky enough to knock on the door of the Zemstvo or receive help from the police, who were guaranteed safety in exchange for information. When things were like this, even a few years ago, we exist in every city. The forces of the populists, who could boast that we are everywhere and nowhere, were reduced to a handful of extremists. What made things more difficult for them was the departure of potential supporters, represented by urban workers. Low grain prices hampered Russia's export policy and the situation of farmers, but they also allowed workers living on low wages to eat well with little money. Furthermore, the Labor Reform Committee, headed by Brownable, established a legal lunchtime guarantee and a policy to calculate and proportion lunch preparation costs based on workers' hourly wages, so that workers would not have to spend extra money to eat during work hours. I did. In the case of unscrupulous business owners, there were side effects such as preparing meals using only cheap ingredients, recording them in the ledger as if they had purchased the correct ingredients, and then making a profit. But this was inevitable. The government anticipated something like this would happen and took strong measures centered on the Ministry of Finance and the Labor Reform Committee. But the battle between the spear trying to find loopholes in the policy and the shield trying to block it was destined to end, with the spear winning in most cases. However, as workers' living conditions gradually improved thanks to these efforts, they also began to stop listening to the voices of radical populists. It was only natural that the more crowded one was, the less dissatisfied one would be with society. Basically, considering that most urban workers came to Seoul in search of a way to live in the countryside and their political leanings were pro-government, the populists found themselves in a situation where they were being pushed back by a group that could be considered their only ally for the time being. This is the cry of the people. Bastards. Bang. IR. My son. No. Sensing that interest in them was slowly fading, the remaining extremists tried to flaunt their presence by bombing police stations and post offices, but this only had the opposite effect. Since bombs don't have eyes, they often sacrificed not only those they targeted, but also innocent citizens. So, you're saying they are hiding on the second floor of the blue-roofed building behind the red brick house? Yes, that's true. And as if to prove that public opinion was deteriorating due to this kind of indiscriminate terrorism, citizens who had previously ignored it also reported the extremists idiots to the police, and the populists gradually faded away. Thanks to Nicolay's policy, the populists, who seemed to be the biggest domestic problem, disappeared, but the crown prince, who should have been most pleased with the results, showed no particular signs of joy. This was because others seemed to fill the void left by the populists' disappearance. Look what remarkable achievements His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has accomplished in a short period of time. This proves that our Slavic people are the most superior people chosen by God. But unfortunately, there are still compatriots suffering under the oppression of these pagans. So as brothers who share the same faith and lineage, we must not turn a blind eye to this. Nationalists represented by Pan-Slavism began to emerge. Chapter 99. As soon as I heard the news that nationalists had begun to stir, the phrase that came to mind was, "It has finally arrived." From the late 19th century to the mid-20th century, many ideologies were born, forgotten, and flaunted their influence around the world. But if one had to choose the two ideologies that had the greatest influence, anyone would choose nationalism and fascism. Nationalism, one of the causes of World War I, and fascism, one of the causes of World War II. At least nationalism was an idea that gave a glimmer of hope to those suffering from colonial oppression. However, unlike fascism, which was swept away by the midnight wave after Hitler's madness and the rampant Japanese empire ceased, it was an idea that boasted a persistent vitality even in the 21st century. The Yugoslav Civil War, the Kosovo crisis, the Rwandan genocide, etc. There are more than one or two cases in which the other person considers someone to be something other than a person simply because they belong to a different ethnic group. The rising nationalism within the Russian Empire was no exception. However, the nationalists active in our country were divided into two factions. Which country is the monarch, the crown prince, who only shows a weak side in the confrontation with England? Perhaps you feel a sense of kinship with his blood flowing through your body? This doesn't only apply to the crown prince. This is because the Romanov royal family is not a family of pure Slavic blood. One was an extreme nationalist who believed that the Romanov family, which was mixed with blood from other ethnic groups, was not qualified to rule the Russian Empire, a country of Slavs. Look at the brilliant achievements His Majesty the Crown Prince has accomplished in a short period of time. According to reliable sources, His Majesty even predicted in advance the unrest that took place in Central Asia by hearing whispers from God. Furthermore, if His Majesty, who has achieved success without failure, is not God's agent, then who is a Superman? Long live His Majesty the Crown Prince, leader of the Slavic people and ruler of the Russian Empire. The other was the people who went around saying that the actions I displayed in the past were actually guided by God, and that the Slavic people under my leadership were the chosen ones who received God's favor. Among them, extreme nationalists were easy to deal with. This is because the number of people who agreed with those who committed imperial insults and treason was small. Moreover, when misinformation leaked out that many of their leaders had mixed blood with ethnic groups other than the Slavs, the organization collapsed in an instant. Even the handful of organizations that remained were destroyed by Orana and the police, and they hid underground like the populists, and were reduced to beings that didn't even need much attention. Except now they are trying to take my life. The latter was the real problem. One could say they were much better than the extreme nationalists who denied the legitimacy of my rule, but if you look at their actions, they were ultimately an obstacle to the future of the Russian Empire that I pursued. There are reports that another pogrom will occur in the southern region. Fortunately, the farmers who had no complaints reacted with indifference, preventing the situation from getting worse. They said the cause of this incident was a rumor that Jews had insulted the cross, the icon, and His Majesty. It is said that the instigators shouted slogans demanding that all those who harm the purity of the Slavic people must leave Russia or die. This is because, as the Minister of the Interior told me this morning, they were also dividing public opinion and eroding internal affairs. The good news is that through this incident, the farmers learned that they wouldn't have such a hard time earning a living, that they would take out their anger and dissatisfaction on the Jews as they had been doing. Why bother attacking your neighbors with farm machinery when your stomach is full and your back is warm? You wouldn't know if they had a good time lying next to their wives in their hut at that time. But you can't expect this kind of luck all the time. The fact that they were satisfied with their lives and didn't feel the need to start a riot also meant that if their lives became unstable at any time, they could go back to their neighbors with farm tools in hand. Furthermore, these guys are even worse because they are apparently loyal to me and have spread among various classes. It would be best to reveal this openly to the imperial family, but we cannot suppress those who are perceived as patriots passionate enough to sacrifice their lives for nameless Russia. In particular, recently, the biggest problem has been a rising star in the nationalist camp, Alexander Bezobrozov, a person who had a great influence on Russia's Far Eastern politics in the original story, and was favored by Nicholas II. Born into a lower-class noble family, his name was becoming known faster than my original story thanks to his achievements in the Far East. Through diaries, he maintains that we, like Great Britain, should create an organization similar to the East India Company to secure rights and interests in Japan, the Qing dynasty, Joseon, and Manchuria and crush the forces threatening them. He was getting big enough to make contact. Fortunately, these days it seems like everything is quiet because he's gone to the Far East, but depending on how we deal with this guy, we may be able to curb the madness of nationalism, which it's no different from a pressure cooker without holes for steam to escape, to a certain extent. I thought this was the case because I, who was worried about this kind of madness, had taken steps in the past to prevent the current situation through nationalism, and gave a speech saying that strengthening internal stability is a priority over external advancement. If such actions hadn't been demonstrated, public opinion would have already been agitated to immediately attack Constantinople, the city of longing, and return the Balkan Peninsula to the Slavs. Among the literate class, almost half of the public supported nationalism or nationalism, but among the illiterate class, which still constituted the vast majority of the Russian Empire, more people felt familiar with nationalism. I thought this was because nationalism, which maintains that the same people, the same side, and supporting others to the exclusion of other peoples, seemed easier than the effort put into understanding the idea of nationalism. Furthermore, nationalism is more in line with the basic ideas that farmers have had up until now. It was natural for farmers who lived in this era to be wary of outside intrusions and prioritize the community within their own fence, even if you don't mention the words passed down by your father's father, because rural communities were also the most conservative communities regardless of the era. That's why it was of utmost importance to put Bezobrozov under my control in some way. This is because it was clear that if I could control the person who was currently the greatest spokesperson for the grand idea of nationalism, I would be able to control the people who were influenced by it. And the one who resolved my doubts was none other than Bezobrozov himself, and the chief of staff. With the arrival of May, the Korean settlements in the maritime province also began to get busier. Those who were enthusiastic about farming for the first time since moving here, and those who were farming for the second time knew that this was an important moment. Compared to their hometown, the land was barren and difficult for ice farming, but it was a time when everyone had a busy day knowing that they only had to pay a smaller amount of taxes than they had previously paid in their own land. Until they come. What does this mean? Isn't it the sound of horses' hooves? At first, I thought they were a group of bandits demanding a protection tax. For those located closer to the border with the Qing dynasty, swarms of magical bandits were not unfamiliar entities. As the Qing dynasty descended into chaos, security in the border areas far from the Beijing-centered center worsened by the day, and among them, Manchuria, the spiritual home of the Isingaka imperial family, became nothing short of a lawless zone. It was no surprise that swarms of magic bandits roamed Manchuria, which was practically empty due to the security policy prohibiting the entry of people of ethnic groups other than Manchurians. The security vacuum caused by Russia's exceptionally large territory also affected this arrangement, and this arrangement also opted to pay a modest amount of compensation and have security guaranteed instead of relying on the army, which would take a year to arrive. No, I paid the protection tax a while ago, but again. However, unlike the group of magic bandits who were generally of the same yellow race as them, the ones who arrived at their village today were white. It wasn't that they didn't see white people after crossing into Russia, but the Koreans, who were overwhelmed by the force of over 100 people on horseback, trembled in fear at what kind of situation this was. How did this happen? Oh my. Hey, look at those guys waiting at the counter. They look like they are trying to eat us. The white people who arrived at the settlement also showed no significant movement after surrounding the village, but no friendly feelings could be read in their eyes. In the middle of a confrontation that wasn't a confrontation, an old man who had the courage to play a role similar to that of the village chief asked them in broken Russian what their purpose was, and the answer he received was shocking. This land you are currently occupying is not land prepared for yellow people like you, but land to be used by our Slavic people. I'll give you 2 hours to take care of everything, and then you will leave here. Anything that happens, if you don't listen to our warnings, is your responsibility. No, what the hell are you talking about? Leaving? Don't we live here with the permission of the governor of the maritime province? Besides, the seeds I planted are now sprouting, so what will I do with my agriculture if I leave here? These kinds of pleas continued, but what I received wasn't an answer, but a gun pointed at me. The people who left the settlement with tears in their eyes in the face of overwhelming violence could witness the cavalry burning down the village as they left. Let's go to Vladivostok. If you go and tell Professor Choi Ji-hyung what happened today, he'll find a solution. There was a chance that some might say they would rather return to Joseon than live like that, but none of them wanted to return to their hometown. In fact, looking back, the only thing waiting for them was a club, which also played a significant role. What does that mean? A mysterious group attacks settlements. What kind of people are they? As the number of settlements burned down increased, it didn't take long for the head of the imperial military district in charge of the maritime province to notice this fact. How dare you attack those who call themselves subjects of the Tsar? At first, the clan chief suspected an external attack, but Choi Ji-hyung, to whom he had delegated management authority for the settlement, told a different story. Our people say they were Russians, not the usual group of magical bandits. But the strange thing is that they weren't people I normally see around, but people I've never seen before. I think they might have come from somewhere else. Isn't this an illusion arising from them not being able to distinguish our faces well? I thought that might be the case, but since everyone who came here said the same thing, I think it was very believable. The chief of staff was deeply worried. If it were a horde of magical bandits that had crossed the border from the Qing dynasty, it would have been better to wipe them all out, but if the Russians were dissatisfied with the gradual increase in the number of Koreans, the story would certainly become more complicated. Chief of Staff, please make a decision. I know what worries you, but didn't the Tsar also tell you? He said that all those loyal to him were Russians. Please don't turn your backs on us, for we have voluntarily offered to leave our beloved hometown and be embraced by the Tsar. What eased their worries was Choi Ji-hyung's appeal. You're right. However, it would be difficult to immediately mobilize the military to suppress them, so I must first find out who they are and what their purpose is. Please treat the Koreans who came to Vladivostok well. Chapter 100. As you ordered, we disarmed them and arrested their leader, Bezobrazov. Good. There were no conflicts in the process, were there? It was decisive that the chief of staff caught Bezobrazov off guard. When I told him he was being detained and told him to surrender, he didn't show much resistance. I don't know if it was because he was afraid of the weapons of the security forces surrounding him, or because he trusted Her Majesty and the capital to take his side. But it won't be long before you realize you were wrong. You worked hard. We must be very careful to prevent this incident from leaking out, so we must pay attention to the presence of the soldiers. Given its magnitude, it is inevitable that it will be known, but at least until Her Majesty is aware of this incident. Let's leave now. Glory to the Russian Empire. The sergeant's eyes blurred as he saw the soldier saluting him and then walking out the door. Glory, glory. From a very young age, the chief of staff had only one interest. The only thing I can say is that I will dedicate myself to creating a stronger homeland. Aside from that, you could say I've lived an extremely boring life. When I think about it, it seems I've been clamoring for glory the entire time since then. Death to your enemies. Glory to the fatherland of the Russian Empire, and to His Imperial Majesty. Death to heretics. Glory to Christ our Lord. Sometimes, He used the word glory so often that he seemed like a used and discarded matchstick, but even as he thought those thoughts, his mouth naturally spat out glory again. Yes, the word glory also appeared before the word nation. And that far too often. Not always. Although he said he regretted it now, the training center director thought his past events also influenced what made him who he is now. According to his religion, everything involves the will of the Lord. Perhaps the Lord allowed him to do those things without the shame of his past, so he could be who he is today. It was also believed that oppressing religions other than the Orthodox Church and supporting Alexander III's counter-reformation policies were necessary to unite the country, so they acted accordingly. The chief of staff recalled his encounter with Bezobrazov and his band. They looked like knights of the apocalypse, wandering through the burnt-out village and the deserted ruins in the background. The ones who herald the end of the human era and announce that the end of the world has arrived. Because some time had passed since the leader left the central government. At first he didn't know who their leader was, but when he got closer, he remembered him approaching him in a friendly manner, as if he were a teacher. "No, who is it? Aren't you the chief of staff? It's truly an honor to meet you like this. I never thought I'd meet someone more patriotic than anyone else in a place like this." Even when they dismounted their horses, the people who greeted them hospitably had smiles on their faces. Originally, it should have been filled with the pleasant sweat and chatter of farmers returning from fieldwork, the sound of children playing innocently while still working, and the chatter of women chatting while washing clothes by the village's only well. It was a village. However, when the clan chief arrived there, only the creaking of the still burning house and the occasional purr of the horses they were riding could be heard, and not a single sound of daily life could be found. Because the scene was completely opposite to the expressions on the faces of the young men who greeted him, the chief of staff felt slightly dizzy. Sergei, who had followed him, was there to support him, but the worried faces of the young men who saw him stumble also came to mind. "We were very inconsiderate when you struggled to travel a long way. Let me drive you to town." A glimmer of innocence could be found in their consideration for others and their laughter, but it actually made the clan chief's skin crawl even more. How on earth can ordinary young people do something like this? And that too without any guilt or hesitation. And when he came face to face with their leader, Bezobrazov, the sergeant general could tell. They resemble their younger selves now, not so long ago. "How do you feel, chief of staff? Isn't it beautiful? Don't you think it's a fitting punishment for those who don't have a legitimate faith and aren't part of the great and glorious Slavic people like us?" I thought of simply sweeping them all away, but I felt that would only make more noise, so I simply kicked them out. Nowadays, with all the nationalism and all that, aren't there an increasing number of people who say that these people are Russian too? Please consider it as a small consideration. This will be an opportunity to show them how glorious the Russian Empire is. You could see confidence in his eyes and in the word coming out of his mouth. Everything he does is justified, and he says yes, without the slightest shame even before the Lord. The confidence to say, "I did that." The chief of staff could see calm, not madness, in his eyes. I don't think they showed any signs of being fed up with his facial expressions or his behavior. If he hadn't done it properly, they wouldn't have followed him to Vladivostok without much suspicion. It was clear that the nobleman's demeanor etched in his body and the skills he had developed during his long life in the palace had served their purpose. Furthermore, what I've said from the past to the recent past must have contributed to them thinking that the head of the church is similar to them. Here, the head of the church offered a prayer of thanks for the first time. I thought I had seen the ugly side of this world while serving as head of the military service. Unlike me, who was gradually getting older and more bored, the world seemed to be moving faster and faster. The speed was so great that those who couldn't keep up seemed to be thrown under the moving train. Fortunately, no one died directly at Bezobrazov's hands due to his consideration, but it was hard for the babies and young children to be forced from their homes and endure the journey to Vladivostok in the still chilly April weather. When Choi Ji-hyung's face came to mind as he tearfully told him about the harm they had suffered, the chief of staff closed his eyes. They will pay what they deserve for what they have done. Asterisk 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 bang. This damn son of a bitch can't even distinguish the subject and makes a fuss like this. When I received an emergency message from the head of headquarters in the Far East, I screamed in anger. This was because, while it was overwhelming to handle the work that had focused on him after Bunjevich-Negroski's withdrawal, he had recently learned about what Asangi, who had been showing hostile intentions toward him, had done in the Far East. Does your highness know about this? Gee, you're probably aware of the cable sent to the Minister of Finance, as it's also planned to be reported to Her Majesty. Shit. I stood up from my seat, cursing. First, I felt the most urgent thing to do was to speak with Her Majesty about how to resolve this matter. Cancel all plans for today. I have to go see His Majesty. Bezobrazov was one of the most hostile figures toward me, because he called me a defeatist and a coward for agreeing with His Highness's policy of prioritizing digesting what we had already secured and reforming internally instead of prioritizing external expansion. Since I couldn't criticize His Highness, it was almost as if he were insulting me, but the curious thing was that more people than expected agreed with what he said. Although almost none of our recent achievements were achieved through military actions, they still seemed to think that guns and cannons were the only means to maximize national interests. It was doubtful that any of those calling for war had actually experienced the mud of the Crimean War, but most of Bezobrazov's followers were too young to have experienced the Crimean War firsthand. What he did in the Far East this time was an act that directly contradicted the direction of stability in the Far East pursued by the current government. We tried to instill in the exiles, including those from Joseon, the perception that Russia is a country you can trust and will protect you, but it was as if all our past efforts had been wasted in an instant. There was a momentary concern that the king of Joseon might use this incident as an opportunity to gain influence in the maritime province, but it was quickly dismissed because he didn't have that kind of ability or guts. If that happens, that day will be the last day the king of Joseon can remain king. Returning to the main point, it was perfectly possible to hold Bezobrazov responsible for this incident, but there are elements that make reckless punishment too burdensome. The problem was that there were many people who thought highly of that boy. As mentioned above, his most ardent followers were energetic young people, but there were also quite a few people who formed the backbone of society, including nobles, who were fascinated by his eloquence. Of course, if His Majesty had the will, he could have severely punished Bezobrazov for causing the accident despite his opposition, but if that had happened, even efforts to unify the national opinion of the Russian Empire might have failed. It was clear that risking such a reaction would be a great political burden for His Highness, who emphasized integration to the point of speaking of the idea of nationalism. He is no different from an outsider. It was obvious that, if Bezobrazov was not punished, society and the situation in the Far East would become unstable, and if he were punished, there would be a backlash from those friendly to nationalism, even in the capital. Tell His Majesty that the Minister of Finance has arrived. Okay. As I continued walking, while thinking about these things, I soon realized that I was in front of His Majesty's office. He said you could come in. Contrary to my thoughts, that His Majesty was probably thinking about how to handle this matter, the door opened, and I saw the face of His Majesty. Your Majesty, with a bright expression. Have you by any chance received a report on this incident? Your Highness, this is a big problem. In the Far East, that friend who isn't very close to you was excited this time. I also saw the telegram from the head of headquarters. Fortunately, His Majesty seemed to know what had happened this time. But seeing your bright expression, it seems you've already found a solution. I was once again moved by His Majesty's abilities. I can't believe you've thought of how to resolve this complex problem in such a short time. Minister of Finance. Although it's been a short time, there's one thing I've felt while running the government. Do you know what that is? I'm sorry, but I'm not sure. I tried to ask about the solution to this incident, but since His Majesty asked me a question first, I felt I had to postpone the time to answer my question for a bit later. That's it. No matter how angry you are, showing it openly won't help resolve the situation. After realizing that, I decided to laugh every time I got angry. I suppose I should correct that. His Majesty wasn't laughing because he had solved the problem. Bezobrazov, that guy makes me laugh. His Majesty looked angrier than ever. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.